Water, only water, water, only water, where they see ma. Water, 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 water. Only water, where they see ma. Hapa o naido. Hapa o naido. Hapa you don't come o. Hapa o naido. Oro kẹ̀kẹ́ ẹlẹ́mù yé o. Ilé ṣọ́dí àkẹ́kẹ́ rẹ̀ ẹlẹ́mù rẹ̀ o. Bobby master kẹ̀kẹ́ rẹ̀ ẹlẹ́mù rẹ̀ o. Chifu wáìlà tí kẹ̀kẹ́ rẹ̀ ẹlẹ́mù rẹ̀ o. Eruku lẹ̀lẹ̀ ẹlẹ́mù dé. Eruku lẹ̀lẹ̀ ẹgbẹ́ ẹlẹ́mù dòde ojàre o. Eruku lẹ̀lẹ̀ Ghana ti dé ẹgbẹ́ bọ́dì o. Ọmọ ẹlẹ́yẹ ẹyẹ o ó dilé o. Odúyẹ̀lá ẹyẹ o ó dilé o. Petrosonama ẹyẹ o ó dilé o. Petrosodunke ẹyẹ rẹ̀ ó dilé o. Ẹlẹ́kọ̀ ọ̀run mú ìní o. Àkùkọ ọ̀run méjìkọ. Ikú kò ní ríwà gbéṣe o.
And there it is right there. Iku kò ní ríwà gbéṣe. You already know the meaning of that prayer. May death have nothing to do with us. Àkùkọ ọ̀run méjìkọ, the cockroaches of the heavens don't crow yet. So there it is. Is there a more important prayer than that? So I doubt that very much. So yeah, so amen on behalf, amen to that on behalf of myself and you, my friend. So a very big moment in time, of course. I will be having a special guest join us in a moment, a man that needs no introduction within the Nigerian political space. Prince Adebayo will be gracing us with his presence. If the SDP candidate for the presidential slot in the elections just gone, and he fought a very good fight in that election, of course. Let's remind ourselves just who Prince Adebayo. You all know, but of course, let's remind ourselves who Prince Adebayo is as we await him coming in to join us. You all know the prince, of course, and here he is.
Given the crisis that Nigerians are facing, given the fact that poverty has headquartered itself in Nigeria, given the fact that our government and bandits and terrorists have become one complex and insecurity has become a permanent feature, given the fact that every day we see signs that those who are in authority are not leaders, that they are after themselves, that they are not accountable, given the fact that millions of youths are out of school, out of job, and all of that, and given the fact that the two major political parties have been crisscrossing into each other and they are the same people, and given the fact that elections will count now more, while votes will count more because some improvements have been made.
So that was the prince in the cut and thrust of politics 2023. So that was him explaining his intentions for the Nigerian state and why they should vote for him, which they did in mass numbers, perhaps not sufficient enough to get the return certificate, but certainly enough to recognize the message that he was presenting to Nigerians and Nigerians to want to hear more. So hopefully when he joins us, we will hear more from the prince. We're all waiting in anticipation for him joining us. We have his assurance that he will. He's very much looking forward to meeting you guys and interacting with you guys. Let's have another little feel of the prince. Here is the prince in the cut and thrust of our political debate on Arise TV. We just have a few minutes of this as we wait for the room to populate and then the prince to join us.
And himself, ADEWOLE Adebayo, joins us now in the studio. Thank you so much for joining us. Congratulations for emerging the candidate of your party. But let's speak to reality. The SDP currently has no elected office position in the country, in 36 states in the Federal Capital Territory. What are your chances? It's not a dominant party. It doesn't have structures. How do you intend to do it?
Well, thank you. First, we have some elected officials in some legislative houses. That's number one. Number two, the fact that we're not a dominant party is a plus in this season, because the dominant party have been the dominant problems of the country, and the people are looking for a third way, and that's what's leading to what we're doing. And structure, we have a lot of people. We have elected executive in every ward, in every local government, in every state in the country. And with the main structure is the people.
All right, let me pause it there for a moment because there are quite important points being made by the prince on that panel. Let me bring out the people that have joined us. Quite important points being made by the prince on that panel, speaking to the language of old politics versus new politics. Now, the party that the prince straddled for that ticket is one of the oldest parties in Nigeria. I'm sure you know that. That was formed under the Babangida era. And that was the party that propelled Abiola to victory, which you all know, of course, was snatched from him at the last moment. But nevertheless, a lot of prominent names, Olufalaye, just senior names within the Nigerian space, a lot of them, they straddled that party. So quite a prominent party ticket the prince had. As we await the prince to join us, I've got Thomas joining us, Rational Mind joining us, and Babati joining us as well. So as we await the prince to join us, gentlemen, do you want to tell me then what your expectations are? Do you have questions ready for the prince? And what are you looking to hear from him in the course of this interaction? Thomas first.
Good evening, everyone. I greet you now from Australia, Melbourne. I have, I'm even happy Prince defaulted yesterday, coming today, because I'm working yesterday, but today I'm free. I'm happy that he's coming today. I have the anticipation that we're going to have a nice section. I've written down my questions. I'm going to ask him, and I'm just waiting. I have the enthusiasm to see him coming on the platform. Well, man, because he's my guy, you know. Now I can pay for him, my family members.
I know you did. You and Babati. I think Babati was Babati's candidate as well. So Babati, your candidate to join us momentarily. Your thoughts, Babati.
Yeah, good evening, everybody. Good evening to our host, one man, for making this happen. So I really appreciate you doing this. I really my focus, of course, I have some questions, will be to dive in deeper on his manifesto in regards to small scale businesses and SMEs. And with the adoption of blockchain supply in Nigeria, how it can fuse both to help small-scale businesses and to move people into the middle class. So, because one of the
but you do know that he's not going to be the president, don't you? So, but you want to explore the idea still.
No, but because I feel like the whole point is to move people from poverty to at least to lower middle class. So, at least to hear what he has to say and his reaction, or how it can help contribute to what we have. Right, obviously did not win, I know that, but whatever ideas
It's a travesty. A travesty
yeah,
that I did not
trust
win.
me,
It's a
trust
travesty.
me.
I demand a recount. I demand it.
No, I'm not gonna go that far. But I
One
just
man, Prince is here.
I know. All right. So,
Yeah.
gentlemen, let me clear the screen so that we can have a moment with Prince. I know he's really here for you. So I'll be as quick as I can, and then just let you guys in as the room continues to populate. So yeah, you guys stay steady and have your questions ready as we're joined now by Prince Adewole Adebayo, the SDP candidate for the just concluded presidential election, who had a very strong showing at the elections. Prince, up NEPA, your screen is dark. Good to see you, Prince. Hello, Prince. Can you hear me? Oh. Hello, Prince. Oh, I think his system is frozen. Hopefully he'll come back in a moment. All right. Let me bring back the panel as we await the Prince to rejoin us. So
let me just before Thomas really interrupted me. I'm going to deal with him later, but it's okay. But because I have said the Prince has the best policies for small scale business, hands down than anybody else. And I wish he won. But how can he then contribute is not what he knows about that small scale entrepreneurship and moving people out of poverty. How can he help the country, even though it's outside of governance? That would be my focus, diving into helping the poor moving to the middle class. Thank you, woman.
All right, brilliant. Ogbeni joins us from Scotland. So Ogbeni, a real moment in time, a real coup for the platform. Somebody of this prominence joining us. But don't go too easy on him. He has the robustness to take difficult questions, and I think he has the expectations that the questions will be difficult. Ogbeni, good to see you.
Well, man, good evening from Scotland, and to Prince, good evening, sir. Welcome to our program.
All right. I think the Prince lost connection and is trying to reconnect back. So we are waiting to reconnect back. And as we are waiting the Prince too.
And Thomas too.
Yes. As we are. A few words from you, Rational Mind. As we are waiting the Prince to reconnect. Yeah. Rational Mind.
Yeah. Thank you, one man. And greetings to everybody. Thomas, Baba T, Ogbeni from Scotland, Eggy. Is that how they say it in the Ekiti? I'm forgetting. Sorry. Eggy is Ondo.
Eggy is Ondo now. Eggy is Ondo.
Ekiti is just
they used to be part of your Ondo state before now, so I just mixed it up. Anyway, yeah. So my interest with the SDP candidate, the Prince, because he's from my state, Ondo State.
And my wife's state as well. My wife is from Ondo State.
I know you told me about that. So my questions today, not just one question, so many questions I would like to ask him. Everything's going to center around Ondo State. There was a question I asked him when he was last on the other platform. I don't know if you don't want me mentioning the guy's platform or your platform here. Was it last Sunday? I asked him the question in the chat. I remember the manager of that platform highlighted that question out, but he was in the process of answering question by this guy. What's his name? To Nigeria, and they were going back and forth. So I think Rudolph did not quickly ask the question. So there were other questions that were before my questions. So, but he only highlighted mine on the screen, but he didn't ask him because of time. So those questions are what I want to ask him today, and I'm glad he's in our midst today. But the bulk of my question is going to be around Ondo State itself, because somebody of his caliber, I think more highly of him as an Ondo indigene. So let me not let the cat out of the bag yet. So, but then I'm just trying to make you give him heads up. The bulk of my question is going to be center around Ondo State. Yeah.
All right, brilliant. So localized questions. So and I think he has the broadness to take questions outside of politics as well, because as you know, he's a well-read man, so and well-traveled as well. So you can be as expansive. I certainly have a few questions outside of politics that I'd like his thoughts on. We're waiting for him to reconnect. Let's hear from Bishop as we wait for the Prince to rejoin us. Bishop, the Prince to join us momentarily.
Okay, good evening, everyone there. Yeah, it's good to have him. I mean, I was just contemplating. I don't know if you are hearing me.
We can hear you.
Okay, good evening once again. Good evening, everyone. Yes, I was eager, looking forward to. I was listening from the what do you call it, on the YouTube, where I saw that you want a lot of people to be there, and we are still few here. That's why I decided, okay, let me come and join you on this side. I think it's exciting having him, and if I have a question, maybe I will just type it and send to you, or if it's possible for me to get a good connection. I look forward to a good engagement, positive engagement, away from the usual, positive in the essence that engagement that's going to add value to our life and our nationhood, our nation building, which is essentially is my own fault. I look forward to. I know we have challenges. I know we're not perfect in so many ways, but quite honestly, I believe we're making progress, albeit very slow progress, but we are making progress. It's difficult sometimes to be patient, to wait, but we just have to keep moving on. So I look forward to a positive engagement with the Prince.
All right. So the Prince is here. So I'm going to clear the screen so that our guests can come in. So gentlemen, reserve your questions, gather your thoughts, and wait in anticipation as I clear the screen to bring the Prince on. So here he is. So good to meet you. Good to meet you. And thank you for sparing the time to spend time with us.
Thank you. My apologies for yesterday. And even today, the same thing is about repeating itself because we travel a lot. And the flight, we should have landed 2 hours ago. It hasn't landed. So I had to leave to avoid the terminal noise to come inside the car to talk to you. So that it won't be every night I give the same explanation.
All right. So that sounds as though we might not have you for more than a moment.
But the good thing is that it looks like you are on every day.
Yes, we're on every day. We're on every day.
Yeah, so if we don't conclude today, we can do tomorrow.
Okay. Let me rattle through a few questions then, just to squeeze as much as I can of you for the moment that you are here. Let me start you off. I was going to start you off in a slow build-up about the February election and then build it up to more casual stuff. But I want to take you to something that is now agitating the Nigerian space now, the Shehu Kuti situation. Is the privileged overreaching and they're about to be called to order. So what's your take on the Shehu Kuti slap and the subsequent police action?
Well, you see, I already posted a tweet on it. I think we are too melodramatic in Nigeria. We don't have systems. When you see a situation like the case of alleged assault by Shehu Kuti against a policeman, what we should do as a society is ignore the fact that the person's name is Shehu Kuti. Ignore the fact that the person who was said to be assaulted is a police officer. What is the law in Nigeria where one person assaults another? That is the law that should apply. All the other things added to it is not rule of law. It's emotion, grandstanding, and comical relief. So man slaps man on the highway of Lagos. That is what the law should be treating, nothing else. So the law should not care about your name. The law should not care about your status. So, but what the police has done now is to be as guilty as Sheung is, because one broke the law, the other is now breaking even more laws. So it's an irony and also a metaphor for where we stand with respect to the culture of rule of law. A singer who says he's a human rights activist is not supposed to dehumanize another citizen. So that in itself is a contradiction. And the police ought, in all circumstances, ought to enforce the law as if the person who was assaulted is not a member of their ranks. They should give the same reaction they will give if Sheung has slapped a conductor or slapped a Merua or slapped anybody on the street.
Do you think he has lost that moral authority because he's always on a soapbox being sanctimonious every single day, telling us that we the masses are in a fight against the authoritarian Nigerian system, but that slap against that police officer, it then puts him on the side of the authoritarianism. Has he lost that moral authority that he uses to preach every single day?
We don't know the facts yet. All we know is that what we can visualize is abnormal. For example, you don't do that. We don't know whether that's what he does casually all the time. So it's good to reserve one's comment to see the circumstance or the circumstances surrounding that situation. So was that the first attack? Was it a retaliation? Was it a provocation? And if we dig deeper, will we have more people coming out and saying, "Oh, that's what he does at home. That's what he does to his staff. That's what he does to anybody he disagrees with." So there's a lot to unpack there. So it's good not to jump to conclusion, especially as a lawyer. I noticed that he went to court today. So because of that, I think when the court says they've given the police 48 hours to go and investigate the matter, that means I should give myself 72 hours before commenting on it.
That's a promise to come back in 3 days' time. Then your head prince, so it's just promise to come back in. But let me take you quickly to. I'm trying to rush through. I don't know how long we have you for. Let me take you quickly then to February the 25th and the spillover thereafter. Of course, we all know what happened. We followed it live wherever we were, especially on this platform. So we all know what happened. So I'm going to ask you a double-barreled question. In fact, a loaded question, really. So the first one is why you've not instituted a petition, because a lot of people felt, even though you might not institute a petition for victory, you might well want to have done that for the anomalies that we saw in the election. So that's one. And then how do you think the Osun State Supreme Court judgment around the beavers, how do you think it impacts on the petitions that are to come? And then they follow through, people looking to use the court to stop the inauguration. How realistic is that? And then the totality of the petition itself, what is the strength of it? Because we discuss it endlessly here, and we've narrowed it then that the only thing that they're clinging on to is 25% in Abuja, which is a non-entity. But you have a more informed understanding of that space. So give us your thoughts on those questions, Prince.
Okay, I've spoken extensively on this matter, but let me just summarize that one, there's no court in Nigeria, there's no rule of law in Nigeria, there's no precedent in Nigeria that can allow you to stop the inauguration of the president-elect. So that is a non-starter. And those who are saying it are divided into two. Those who know that what they are saying is nonsensical, but they are saying it for the political nuisance value. And The other set are those who are so desperate that they will just hang on to any straw on that subject. But there's no judge of any court that would attempt that because it's against the law to do that. Second, on the issue of the strength of the cases in court, well, we leave that to the court. The court has started sitting. Before the court started sitting, we were all speculating, talking. But now that their lordships are sitting actively on the matter, it doesn't it's not been a very good servant of the Temple of Justice to start to also litigate it outside. But what I can say specifically is that um, my interpretation of the proceedings in court is that one, they would help us one way or the other to bring clarity to many issues. You could see that my party, the SDP, filed a petition in Ekiti, and we pursue it in the Tribunal, Court of Appeal, Supreme Court. It hasn't removed the governor who was returned. It hasn't done anything, but it became a testing ground for the legal meaning of IRF, beavers, upload, and all the rest of it. Overvoting in the context of accredited voters and all the methodologies that you can use to prove the authenticity of any election or to challenge it. And then, based on how creatively the SDP fought against APC in Ekiti through the court, when APC suffered defeat or setback in Oshun, they just learned from what the SDP did against the APC, and they too went to INEC to extract all this information, and they also ended up the same way that we ended up in Ekiti. So in Oshun, what worked against them in Oshun was what worked for them in Ekiti, which is basically that under our jurisprudence, when you file an election petition, it is different from a criminal proceeding and it is different from a civil proceeding. So that's why lawyers use the Latin term sui generis. It's unique, a very unique case. And in that unique understanding, the jurisprudence is that when somebody is returned as elected by INEC and you file a petition against them, at the beginning of the petition and throughout the petition, the court will maintain that the person who was returned by INEC is duly elected. So the burden is on the petitioner to come and show why the court should intervene in this situation that looks regular and lawful. So the burden is now on the petitioner. And if the petitioner slips along the way, makes a huge mistake along the way or a minor mistake that is critical, the court will not help the petitioner. Because the assumption and the instruction given to judges is that do not disturb the election of anybody except you have insurmountable evidence against that person. So that is the rule of law in that. So why I have not filed any petition is because of this same thing I'm telling you, added to 20-something years experience in doing election petition. Actually, this year will make the 21st year that I've been doing election petition.
and I should have learned 21 lessons if I was learning just one lesson a year. So I came to the conclusion that advocacy would be a better way to address the multivarious infringements and shortcomings of the presidential and governorship elections that we had this year. And because under the election petition procedure and substantive law, the grounds for challenging a petition, an election, are limited to four. That the person returned is not qualified to contest. I mean, the definition of that doesn't mean that you tell the court is not a good man, it's not a righteous man. That's not what the court is looking for. The court is looking for basic qualifications, like, for example, he's not a Nigerian, or is not of age, or is not of mental capacity, or it doesn't belong to a political party, or that political party does not nominate him, or the election was void, that is not valid, by reason of widespread malpractices. So you can come to the conclusion also that the person
Yes, we can. Can you hear me, Prince? Are you frozen?
Yes, of course.
All right, brilliant. Prince, if you were going to file a petition, there's a lawyer. Yeah, there's a lawyer that I could have recommended to you, but it's here now to interact with you. So I'm going to bring in my audience in twos, just so that they can put questions to you, if you don't mind. So I'll bring in, some of them are not able to put on their cameras for reasons of that they've already previously explained. But Ogbeni Colley joins us. He's handled several electoral petitions in Nigeria, and he's presently a senior lecturer at a Scottish university. And Thomas joins us from Australia. So Ogbeni, you know the Prince, of course. Put a position to the Prince and interact with the former, still the SDP presidential candidate. Ogbeni, let's hear from you.
Good evening, Prince Adewole. Yeah, the last time I met you one-on-one was, I think, 2006-07. I came to look for a job in your office. I traveled all the way from Ekiti to the Blue House, close to the War College. And yes. And you interviewed me, but unfortunately, there was somebody you picked a week before, and you gave me 20,000 naira and you recommended me for Kayode Ajulo and co. And I went there, I was employed, and here I am today. So my first question is this.
Thank you for such kind memory.
You're welcome, sir. So now, my first question is this. When you say the Seun Kuti issue, you said it's just a man fight man issue and they should be treated such. My question is, I don't know if you have adverted your mind to Section 98 of the Nigerian Police Act. That section, more like a specialized assault against police. It more like takes it away from the ordinary assault that you find in your normal, our criminal code and the penal code. So with this, will you still maintain that what police is doing presently is out of line, and they should just treat it man fight man? That's my first question. I don't know if
okay. Let me just address that quickly. I didn't say man fight man, which police will call two fighting in colloquial terms. I said man assaulted another man, because fighting is a different thing from assault. In the case of assault, only one person is active. The other person is just either defending themselves or just passive. So what the video suggests was that the policeman was at the receiving end of a unilateral use of force by Mr. Sheung Kuti. So it's not a case of two fighting or man fight man. Secondly, the provisions of the Police Act does not attach to the policeman ARM. No, you cannot assault a policeman in the course of duty. So it doesn't mean that if a policeman is your neighbor and two of you met where you are fetching water and there's an argument and you started exchanging blows, that provision of the act to apply. No. If the policeman was in course of duty, trying to enforce the law, and you assault the policeman, that's the protection. But what I can gather from the facts of this case that is public already, subject to what the investigation will find out, was that it was a case of a road rage where they were driving, and it appears as if Mr. Kuti formed the impression that after, I think, a brush of the two vehicles or a collision, he thought that the policeman was reckless and wanted to put his family in harm's way. So that is the clarification I want to make there. So they are just essentially two motorists. So protecting a policeman as written in the Police Act doesn't mean that if the IG of police is my in-law and we're at home on Christmas Day and both of us get drunk and then we start brawling in my grandmother's parlor, then you can now go to court and say you assaulted the policeman. No. That's the distinction.
Okay. All right. One more question, Ogbeni, and then I'll shuffle you for Prince Babati.
Okay. Well, now that you are not in election petition, you've not joined the gangs of the OB and others to challenge Tinubu's victory. Two questions I want to ask in that. Let me say two legs now standing on, two questions now standing on that. And the first is this: I don't know if you are aware that in some quarters, some people believe that you are Tinubu's stooge. They believe that you are there and you have never spoken against Tinubu. I was in a program where they tried to push you by all means. I remember you didn't say anything really against him. You only emphasize that if there's anybody you share an ideology with, I think Aminu Kano, which Concourse, I think it's Concourse now, yeah. And you think they share your ideology, and but you didn't say anything against Tinubu. So the first leg of my question is that, do you think that has not validated what people have been saying about you? Then the second leg is this. Now, in view of, I think it's Dingyadi Awamako, I'm not too sure now, the case from Sakoto. Now that you are not in the tribunal, in case the thing goes in favor of either Atiku or Obi, and they said they nullify this election, would you be able to participate in a rerun on another election if they declared it? And are you ready for any? And won't people say you are taking benefit of what you never worked for? Thank you, sir.
Did you get all of that, Prince?
Yeah, I got three things. One, that some people somewhere insinuate that there is a relationship between Tinubu and me, and maybe perhaps that's why in their own imagination I have not spoken against Tinubu, or that is the reason why I did not file a petition against his election. And then he was citing the case of Wamako Adingia, Chokoto case, which I'm familiar with the case, but I don't know what question that Ogbeni Kole intended to put that authority to. But what I can say basically is this. My kind of politics does not accommodate that pejorative speculations here and there. Anyone who is saying that automatically makes me know that they've not been following my political activities. They've not educated themselves or taken advantage of abundant information regarding my profile and background. And they just narrowly focused on maybe their own candidate or some other issues. Secondly, people assume that every politician should have abusive tongue and should focus on ridiculing, jesting, and heckling. I think that everybody comes to politics based on some reasons. The reason why I came out, I'm an intensely private person. The reason why I jettisoned my privacy, quiet life, and I came out is because I am sick and tired of the poverty and insecurity and unaccountability which are militating against us. And in the explanation of my manifesto, I do not see how mentioning anybody's name is able to make me explain my manifesto clearly. So, and then some of the desperate things that they do in terms of accusing one another of grievous crime, of calling each other names, and all sorts of things. I'm a lawyer. I'm a very careful person. And when we did opposition research, we found out that there are many, or there are some of the presidential candidates that are even apart from Tinubu who have substantial profile of having been engaged in drug trafficking and all of that in recent times, even when he was in the university and all of that. But I'm a lawyer. I will not cease to be a lawyer because I'm running for office. When this opposition research issue came up, for each of the opponents that I had, not all of them had a very bad record, but for those who had bad records, I always insisted on what can be proven in court. I always insisted on, if you say somebody is a criminal, you must show me the conviction. You must show me that this is a certificate from a court somewhere in the world that has found the person guilty and convicted the person, and this is where the person has served the term. You must bring the warrant of imprisonment, and things like that. So I don't get involved in all of these things. And then there's another set. I remember when we were running for the office, there are some meetings of presidential candidates. Some people will come and say, Prince, let me tell you, let us work together to stop Tinubu. I always tell them, I didn't come to stop Tinubu. I came to be elected. I don't hate Tinubu. I don't know him. I've never met him in traffic. I've never met him at work. I've never met him in business. I've never worked with him. I've never been the same. Well, only one time I was in the same political party with him, SDP. And now then I was 20 years old and he was a senator. So, and we didn't interact. I interacted with Jack Onde, other people, but I never interacted with him. So I don't have anything against him. So if your mission in life, the reason why you bought form, the reason why you are printing poster is to come and stop Tinubu, go and do it alone on your own. And then at a later stage, people came to me, let us stop Atiku, because Atiku is coming to steal the chances of the South. So let us all unite together and block Atiku. I always told them the same thing. I don't know what you are talking about. You can go and do it on your own. I am interested in putting together a coalition that can actually bring about a government that will enforce Chapter 2 of the Constitution. All this issue of religion, region, whatever, personality. So it's not my thing. So what I see generally is that if you are in politics and you are not mature, you can become a tool in people's hands. And in Nigerian politics, they are used to tools. So they will ask you, go and insult somebody, go and insult that. In my political party, Anytime when I first joined, I noticed a few things. Anytime people had difficulties, because at the time we're having factions in the party and I was managing it, there are some people who in peacetime are not relevant in the party. Because if you are looking for how to grow the party, how to bring resources to the party, how to identify good candidates, they don't have any role to play. But when these factional issues come up, where you need to insult somebody, write petition against somebody, they are reserved for that. So they come out and say all sorts of things. And you will see that you have many of them in politics. Every election season, they hire them. Whoever hires them, they attack the opponent of that person. And next season, the other person hires them again. The person they were abused last time, then they will abuse their former employer. So with the kind of politics we are bringing is politics of ideas that will work. And if you come to the SDP now, if you the way you find me, I have produced about 30 people who can talk like me, who can run election like me. And if I don't win, if they win, you get the same result. So we're trying to build our cadre. So this thing they are doing, I'm not interested in it. You know, and they are enough. They've been abusing each other for the past 30 years. So I don't need to join them. So I don't have anything to do.
All right. I think the prince froze for a moment. It's at the airport. I think waiting to board a flight. All right. Hopefully it reconnects. So I mean, does that satisfy what you were looking to hear from the prince, Ogweni?
Yeah. So then let me conclude.
No. Yeah, it's back. Yeah.
Let me just conclude that. Also, in politics, if I had a relationship with Tinubu, it would be obvious. Why do I have to hide it? He's a Nigerian. He's a political leader. He has his own followers. It's clear that he has more followers than I do have. So, why would I hide any relationship with him? What has he done wrong? He's not different from the other politicians. So, he has Osama bin Laden, you know. So why do I have to hide? So they are just making a big mistake, you know, in thinking about it. See, if Tinubu comes to my house, I will open the door. If he doesn't come to my house, I leave him. But you don't see me. All these people who keep talking. They cannot see a single picture of me and Tinubu shaking hands, talking, or anything. Not because I'm avoiding the man, just because we just don't know each other. That's it. So, but if we do, I will be glad to know him. He looks like a man who has accomplished something. He looks like a reasonable man. I just think that I'm a better person than him in terms of the challenges facing the country. And I will make a better president on many grounds, for many reasons, which I have already explained. And the voters somehow have intervened in the matter. Whether the election was rigged in some places, it's clear that if the Nigerian voters were not decisive in this election. Because you will see that out of 85 million plus, clear 60 million did not show up. So that is not what you do where you want to run away from poverty and insecurity. So
all right, Prince. I'm not sure if you can still. Oh, yeah. As you can see, the spinning of network issues right there. So the Prince is at the airport, so it's just making do with No, I think it's back. Yes. Prince, let me shuffle Ogbeni for someone else to. There's so many people waiting to ask you questions. And by the way, guys, I'll give priority to whoever has their cameras on. So if you have your camera on, then I'll give priority to you. Although I understand that a lot of you in circumstances where you cannot have some of them are work, so in private situations, etc. But Prince, let me introduce you to another Prince. He's actually a real Prince. So this is Babati. Babati joins us. You are from the Prince's home state, Babati. So you were saying you wanted to ask him a domestic question, Babati.
Right. Oh, thank you for having me, Prince. Thank you for having us. Thanks for taking the time. Yes. In one of your events, I believe it was at the Human Rights Commission with the United Nations. You spoke about the need to implement human rights, and you talked about the Section 2 of the Constitution. And it was like a broad in terms of feeding, housing, and you let me just quote you directly. You said we must implement this right using particular infrastructures. Can you please tell us about those infrastructures?
I think his network dropped.
Okay, all right.
All right. All right. He's at the airport, so hopefully he rejoins us.
One man, I have a suggestion.
Yeah.
I think we still have to bring Prince back. We need Prince in his own house, very comfortable, so we can have more robust conversation. Maybe you can put the position to him. Thank you.
Yes. Yes. Hopefully he's still able to rejoin us. Yes. Hopefully he's able. Yeah, go on,
let me put the quick because I'm having some flooding, some heavy rain down here. So let me ask you that question. So when he comes in, you can put the question in if I'm not able to connect. Okay. So basically, he had this. It was a main speaker at a civil rights meeting in Abuja with the United Nations, and he was talking about the Section 2 of the Constitution that talks about human rights, right? And one of the quotes was that, let me just read out what he said. He said, you must provide certain infrastructures in society, and the government is most equipped to make those changes, to implement that. So my question was like, what are those certain infrastructures to implement?
Oh no, it's here. Hold on. Yeah, so the Prince is back with us. Oh, sorry. Yeah. So yes, let me reduce the screen. So carry on with that question. Repeat it so the Prince can address it head on.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes, Prince Adebayo here, BT here. Prince, can you hear me? Yes, I was going to ask you. You spoke about implementing certain infrastructures to fully implement that Section 2 of the Constitution for human rights. Can you please tell us about those certain infrastructures that are needed and how you can implement that in Nigeria so that can fully guarantee the average Nigerian their civil liberties and rights? Can you hear us?
Prince.
I can hear you.
Yes.
Yeah, can you repeat or summarize the question?
Yeah, condense it, Babati, condense it so that, yeah.
How can we effectively implement that civil liberties, the one you spoke about at the UN in Abuja? How can we implement, because you said certain infrastructures to implement civil liberties, but you never really explained those certain infrastructures. So what are those infrastructures and how can we fully implement that to guarantee people their civil liberties and rights?
Well, okay, basic thing, you see, we need first a school system. A school system that brings civil liberty culture into the country. Because what you learn in your civilization processes will be the dominant value in the culture that we have. Second is have law enforcement that's about the law, and judicial system that is interested in the administration of justice. And the administration of justice will be embedded
Yeah, it's the network. It's the network.
Man, you can put me back in the role.
I'll shuffle you for Janle Koko. So the prince will continue to address what you just said. As we wait for his connections to improve. So this is these are some of the things that the prince could have improved on had we had the sense to elect him as president. But Prince, it looks as though you're frozen. I'm not sure. I'm not sure if you can hear me or not. Prince.
Yeah, yes. I can hear you, but it keeps getting frozen. So I was saying that this infrastructure have to be embedded, because when we are looking at civil liberty in Nigeria, we look at it from point of view of law enforcement and judiciary only. But civil liberty encompasses every aspect of life. When people are born, what rights are they born with? What are their entitlements? When a person is just trying to go to school and you don't give them an admission based on where they come from,
All right. So there it is. Ajale Koko, the prince is with us. As you can see, I did tell you that he was going to turn up, and he has turned up. So I wonder how many Nigerian politicians avail themselves the opportunity to interact with Nigerians. He's certainly one of them. But it looks as though the prince is at the airport. He's actually in his car, communicating with us as he goes about his very busy schedule. So that's what's going on. So Ajale Koko, as we wait for the prince to reconnect with us, a few words from you, Ajale Koko.
It looks like it's still. It appears that it's still frozen. I don't hear us right now. So I have some question for him, but we have to thank him. For honoring us. It's a big honor, to come on the platform. It shows that he's one of the leaders that have respect for the people. Because
hold on, Ajale Koko. Prince, if you can hear me, what some people are suggesting in the comment section is that if we switched on the camera and we only had you as audio, that might well improve the connection. So if you're happy to do that, this is what Adeola Ogunleye is saying. He says, one man, let him switch off the camera to help the network. So I'm not sure if you can hear me, Prince, but that will help. So carry on, Ajale Koko.
Okay, I hope he can hear us. So I think he has demonstrated to us that he is a leader that will never undermine the people. We never look down the people, and we always associate with the people. So I think we have to really commend him for taking some of his time, tight schedule, to come and have conversation with us. So I hope he will join us. But I'm really impressed with what he has done.
Yes, I'm hopeful he will reconnect. I suspect, because I think he still has some time in between his flight. So hopefully he will rejoin us. I'll keep that spot open just to see. Prince, if you're there, I'm going to I'm going to keep a slot open for the Prince because I wanted Zita to put a question to Prince as well. So Prince, right. So Prince, if you are there, indicate if you want to, if you're still able to reconnect. Let me see. I'm going to ask that nobody click on the link. So let's leave that window open for the Prince. If the Prince is going to rejoin us, then we have to leave a window open for him. So let me just let me leave that window. let's see. It says something went wrong. So the princess actually sent me a screen grab of the stream yard. So I'll resend the link because people want to hear from you. So okay. So it says I am told that the aircraft has landed and we will soon board. So are you able to come back? If you're able to come back, let me know. And if you're not able to come back, please, then let me ask him. So Thomas, take charge. Let me just let me find out if the prince is. He is back.
Yes.
He is back. Fantastic. So he's back. So, Prince, I'm quite desperate for you to take at least 2 more questions. Ajan Lekoko is one of the premier features of this platform, so he has been looking forward to seeing you. And Zita is one of the more powerful voices that we have here. So, Ajan Lekoko, do you want to go first, or do you want to yield the space to Zita?
Let me go first.
All right, go on. Yeah,
so, Prince, thank you for honoring us. Coming to have interaction with us on the platform. God will honor you. In another platform, you said that in your community, you give them, is it 200 or 2,000 scholarship every year?
Minimum 2,000. It's never been less than that. Sometimes far more than that.
To what level? To what level? What? To what? Sorry.
They're not the same level. Some are PhD, some are master, some are first degree, some are secondary school, some are in Nigeria, some are overseas, some are professional courses. So they're all over the place. And not only that's for my community. We also give across the country. There are some. If you do a poverty map of Nigeria and you want to give scholarship, I can advise you where to give it. Places like Southern Kaduna, Southern Borno. Some part of Kebbi, Sokoto. There are places where people are extremely poor. Some part of Benue, upper part of Ebonyi. There are many places in Nigeria you have pocket. Some part, if you go to Boki and all those areas in Cross River, there are many places in Nigeria where you can, because you always know where the house boys come from, where the Okada riders come from, where the kind of people come from. You know that it's not because they're not talented. It's a reflection of the distributive inefficiency and the social failure of our government. So if you want to do intervention, you don't do intervention in the city where they'll be clapping for you. You do intervention in those places where they are deprived, actually.
Sorry, Ajale Koko.
Yes.
Sorry, Ajale Koko. Let me add to what you just said. Prince, is there anyone that you have plucked from obscurity to prominence through this scholarship scheme? Is there a name? You don't have to mention the name, but is there?
There are many of them. There are many of them that are bus conductors who are now university lecturers. There are families that are orphans who are now doctors. So, but you cannot use people's misfortune or former misfortune to punish your own career. So you're not the kind of person who say, I bought a sewing machine for one person, you take a picture. I bought an oven for one person. If at my level, I don't buy oven because even my gate man, even my wife alone has over 500 kids that she has in many. She goes to orphanages, pick them up, put them in school. So I gave my first scholarship when I was 15 years old. And the person later came out in life to become a performer and curator at the Royal Theatre in London.
All right.
So he's a prominent man. He's running a school, a very good school in Nigeria.
We can find him just from that information. I'm based in the UK, so we can find out who he is.
Yes. So he travels a lot, and he's running a school in Nigeria now. And he even one time worked as a curator for OBASANJO Library and all of that. So, and it's a very, I believe the way he lives his life, maybe he has even done more good than me since that time. Because this is kind of the way I see him and so many other things he's doing. So this is super to it's not the kind of when we were running for office, people said, oh, bring all of them, put them in your profile. I'm thinking, have you not destroyed the whole essence of doing it in the first place? You know, it's only they themselves decided to come out and talk about it, and that will be at their own discretion, not me, trading on them and trading on their misfortune.
All right, Ajande Koko, land that
Okay,
question,
so-
and then we bring Zita in. Yeah.
So when you say that, and you mentioned further when you mentioned this scholarship you gave them, that during the election you didn't even get 2,000 votes in your
Yes.
community. I felt so bad, and I knew that I don't know how you felt about that, and I don't know.
I felt bad for them, not for me. I felt bad for them because by not voting me, they are guaranteeing that their own children will need scholarship from somebody later. The whole idea of me running is to have a country where no citizen will look for another citizen to give him scholarship. That the system will be there, like in the days of Awolowo, and better than that. Like you find, you have been living in England how many years now? Do you see any family coming to knock at your door and say, "Give my children scholarship"? You know, that's what the Labour Party did for Britain. They invested in the social sector for them.
So, all right.
You live in America, not England, Ajande Koko.
Yeah, I live now.
Yeah.
I think it
Yeah.
was very. It was
Oh,
very
myself. Oh, okay.
Yeah.
All right. Sorry, carry on.
So, does that not tell you what our people has done to be? People that doesn't appreciate any good thing that you do for them, good thing that make meaningful impact in their life and in their, and the future of their children as well. So I believe your wife will not feel happy about it. That look at these people that you are giving so much to. Look at what they. Look at the way they look at the way they responded to you when you really needed them the most. The time you needed them the most to give back to you. Look at the way they disappointed you. You know. So how would you feel encouraged to continue to do this kind of humanitarian or services to help poor people in your community again?
I suspect it's a selfless act. I don't think they.
You will continue to do if you can hear me.
Yes, we can.
Because the original purpose, if you did it in order to collect votes, then you will not do it again. But if you did it to improve the general situation of humanity, read Awolowo's letter, or Awolowo's letter that he wrote to Chief Odutola, when Awolowo was having the vision of his life that he could go to the United Kingdom and the memoir of Nnamdi Azikiwe, how he suffered in order to go to school. If not, these people turn out to be great. So when I see a person of no means or little means,
all right. Network issues, as I'm sure you're all aware. So the princes are trying his very best to interact with us, but connection problems is at the airport as well. So you can imagine so many things bouncing around in terms of the network. But yes, Ajale Koko, I think the prince was about to say that he does it as a selfless act and not really in anticipation of a payback, which I suspect is what you would expect him to say, Ajale Koko.
Well, it's just for what he has just said now. It just shows that it's a man with a good heart. It's a man that loves his fellow human being, and it's a man that will continue to give, to the people. And this person like him is the kind that we should have in the position of leadership. People that have, that, godly heart. People that really want to help their community, help their people, and help their country do so much, put in so much for their country to develop. So it's very touchy to me for his response, and I felt so bad that his community can disappoint him. We were not like that as people. I am talking about us as Yoruba people. We were not like that. But for his community, indigenous people, for that matter, they have, those states, to, not stand up, not stand with him when he is aspiring for something, aspiring to be a leader in that country, not standing with him. I think they should be ashamed of themselves. I wish I can come to that community, have a big microphone, and talk some senses into their head that how do I say it? Somebody that I don't even know what to say, but he's a good person. But is he back?
It's not back. His connection seems to be frozen. That's what seems to be what's going on.
Okay, he might be listening to us at the background, but
hopefully he is.
Yeah, because I believe that to who much is given, much is expected. That is life. Do you know how much he spent on that scholarship? 2,000 people every year in its own community, not outside his community, just in his own community. We don't know how much.
No, I think the 2,000. I think the 2,000 might be nationwide. I'm not sure.
No, he said in his community. In his own it will explain that. But what I heard him said on another platform, I think was in his community, that even in his community that he gave 2,000 scholarship on annual basis, he didn't even get 2,000 votes there. So that to me is so disappointing, and I think those people did not show appreciation for good thing that he has given to them. So. But I have another question surrounding Tinubu to ask him, but maybe when he come back, I can ask him.
All right. We're playing it by ear, this one, because as you know, the prince is about to board a flight. The connection quite poor. Zita. Just as he promised, he delivers. He told us he was going to come, and he turned up. So. I think it gets plaudits for that, at least. This is not something we're used to within the Nigerian space. So Zita, a few words from you.
Yeah, I was. Good morning, everyone. Prince, I must thank you for honoring your words. You seems to be someone that is special, but. Thank you for coming. We appreciate it, and it's an honor to have you in our platform. Again,
no, don't say goodbyes just yet. It's not told us that it's not. I'm hopeful that you'll still reconnect. So until he indicates to me that because what he said is that his flight has landed, but there are no indications that they are boarding yet. So it might still have a moment. Because I'm especially wanting you to put a question to him, Zita. But carry on.
Okay. actually, looking at what happened in 2023, you can see that Nigerians need something new. And when I mean new like people who are new, not any like you, not people that have been there before. But I noticed that they got attracted to lies that they could believe. And then I think that thing changed a lot of things. I'm asking if there is any way we can continue doing this. And then I didn't know you until you came out to contest for presidency. Like, I went back to look into your profile and all you have been doing and started doing a little investigation about who you are. Is there any way we can continue doing this to really project the right?
Sorry, Zita. Can anyone not click on the link to come in until I'm clear if Prince is still rejoining us or not? But carry on, Zita, just to leave a window open for him to rejoin.
Okay, so
yeah, carry on. Yeah,
we want. Is it a mission impossible, or is it what we can achieve? Is there any way we can do this? Is there any plan you have that we can do this and really sell the actual new people that we need? Because for now, we still don't have any new person in that space.
All right. Thank you. So Kenya, you are joining us for the first time, as I suspect, really in anticipation of interacting with Prince Adebayo. Kenya, unmute. Let's hear from you. Kenya, you're muted now, so all you have to do now is speak. Kenya, are you there, Kenya? All right. We don't appear to have Kenya, so let me populate the room then. Kenya, I'm going to have to free up the space if you're not saying anything. Kenya. All right, thank you, Kenya. Join us again. Reconnect. At the Prince is back. So the Prince is back. So Zeta, now put that position to the Prince. Sorry, let Zeta put the position. Yeah. Unless you're going to condense it.
No, my question is just to Amanda. Please, one question. One moment, please. Prince, my question is this. Number one, would you accept appointment from Tinubu if he offered you one? And another question concerning Tinubu. Do you think that Tinubu have that capacity and the plan that can be well implemented to take us as a nation out of the present crisis that we find ourselves to a hopeful nation that we all looking forward to?
All right. So Prince, yeah.
Let me just answer that quickly. One, Tinubu or not Tinubu, I don't accept appointment anyhow. So it's not peculiar to Tinubu as a person. Because that's the reason why you haven't seen me taking in my CV any government appointment. I've been close to many governments in the past. Even Leja Adua was a personal friend of mine. I don't take appointments anyhow. But I want to serve the country, but I don't take any appointment. I'm not looking for a government position to accommodate myself. So, but I will take any job, provided that job addresses my concerns and that I see as a public concern, and that the environment to do that work is purely to serve the people, not to serve the person who is giving you that job, as if the person is doing a favor. Remember what late Chief Afolabi said when Bola Ige took appointment from Obasanjo? They had a little dispute, and he said somebody will call to come and chop. So that kind of mentality of calling you to come and chop, that's the reason why one is careful about that. But if the principle is different, the idea is clear, they know that you are okay on your own, you are only coming to help them, to lift some of their burden, you can do the job. After all, if you don't agree with them, nobody stops you from leaving. Now, with respect to whether Tinubu has what it takes and the plan, the issue is whether he wants to do it. Even if he has no plan, there is no plan in Nigeria. Look at chapter 2 of the Constitution. A guy, even if you have no ideas of your own, if you pick up chapter 2 of the Constitution, if you go around the country and look at the faces of the people, if you travel on the road will tell you, can you repair me, please? If you visit hospitals and see how people are sleeping on the floor because there's no bed, you will know that this is the area to pay attention. If you drive through Lagos, Port Harcourt, Maiduguri, Kano, and see throng of humanity in the morning with nowhere to go, you will know you have to do something about employment. If you fly over Nigeria or you travel and you see farmland everywhere that no human activity is on it, when you travel to other country, almost every square inch of their land is utilized for economic value. You will know. When you wake up in the morning and you hear that a community has been slaughtered in either in Benue, Southern Kaduna, or Sokoto, or if you hear that American embassy convoy has been attacked in Anambra, these things speak to you. So it's not about lack of program, it's lack of humanity, lack of intention to work for the people. People just come to amass wealth. The envy of the elite. The elite have pure envy. So when you hear that Tinubu has bought a Challenger, you too want to go and buy a Challenger. If you hear that he has carved an island for himself, you too want to carve a wilderness for yourself. This kind of thing. If you think that he ran for president with the power of resources, you too, wherever you find yourself, you're also accumulating war chests. Things like that. That's our problem. It's not as if anybody, even Buhari could have done better if only he has the heart to remember the people. He just took care of himself, that's all, and people around him. So that anybody can do it. Murtala Muhammad, who left this earth as a hero, was a villain before. During the Civil War, he was regarded as the discipline officer, and very, very difficult, very dishonest. But when he became president, head of state, something occurred to him, and he started doing very well. So it's possible. So I don't lose hope in any human being, but I don't fool myself. If I see the evidence that the person is not doing well, I will immediately start shouting. But I don't write anybody off.
All right, Prince. I was going to ask you a follow-on question from what Ajan Lekoko just asked you. The news broke today that Kwakwanso was in a marathon 4 hours meeting with Tinubu in Paris as early as today, negotiating his position within the Tinubu cabinet. And the rumors that Kwakwanso already negotiating his way back to APC, that the speculations to that has been ongoing now for about 2 weeks now. There's been murmurings and mutterings of that. So do you see that as a possibility? And if Kwakwanso lands in APC, how do you think that will affect the power dynamics of that space?
Well, you see, I'm not a political commentator as such. I am a politician who wants to be elected, who didn't get elected in this election. And but what I know generally is that in politics, I don't know of any country where politicians don't talk to one another. They're always talking. You will see that Biden was able to defeat Trump, because the Bush family, many of the traditional Republicans who didn't agree with Trump, decided to work with Biden. And if you got the anecdote, during the Biden inauguration, George Bush Jr. came and thanked Biden for helping the Republicans to defeat Trump. He thanked him. So just to show to you that politicians talk across. The issue is whether they are talking for their self-interest or they are talking about how to come together and help the country. That is the difference in the talk. So I'm not really interested in the sensationalism of it. I also know that even those who are shouting that the man will not be inaugurated and that they are brought lawyer from Russia, they too are negotiating with him. So they are negotiating with him as well. And almost every head of state, every former head of state is also negotiating with him. And that's how it should be. So there is nothing unusual there. When you see 2 or 3 politicians gather together, the fear you should have is, are they gathering in your interest or they are gathered to work against you? So if they gathered in your interest, it's good. Kwankwaso is a senior brother of mine. We are very friendly. And I know that he admires Tinubu from time because they were together in National Assembly in the SDP. Tinubu was running for Senate President and Kwankwaso was running for Deputy Speaker. Tinubu, because Abiola became the candidate and the Southwest, according to the SDP principle, could not produce any president and president. So Tinubu had to step down, and his campaign manager, Yoshi Ayu, who was Tinubu's campaign manager, became the Senate president candidate, and Tinubu became the campaign manager for Ayu, and all of them worked together. Kwankwaso became deputy speaker, and they all worked together there. So they know one another, and I don't see anything unusual. They talk regularly, and I'm sure even during the campaign they were talking, and Kwankwaso and I were talking. So around 2 a.m., I will go to Kwankwaso's house. Kwankwaso, his people will come all the way to Ondo to talk to me. So we're talking. So people should know it's not like Ukraine and Russia are talking. Even they are talking. So it's not that complex.
All right, brilliant, Prince.
The war that is going on, the battlefield is Twitter. But outside Twitter, life is normal.
Yes, but Twitter came into... You remember when the Peter Obi thing started and everybody said it was just internet noise, but we also saw the impact of it on February the 25th. So I think we cannot just derisively cast Twitter aside anymore. But Prince, take a question from Zita. So guys, I want you to be as succinct as you can, so that at least everybody in the studio, I want them to be able to ask the Prince a question, so that if everybody asks him a question and if it's still available, we'll look around again. So be as succinct.
Okay, now let me seize the opportunity to make one clarification, because I got cut off on an earlier subject regarding the community. I don't feel bad, and I don't feel hot or angry with the community. Since after the election, I've done other things for that community. So they don't owe me a vote. What we must always recognize is that a voter is entitled to vote according to their conscience. Whether you have been generous to them, you have been kind to them, you build hospital for them, the inalienable right of a voter to choose his leader, his ruler, should be respected. The only thing you can caution people is don't sell your vote for 200 naira, for Omo, for whatever. But I look forward to a time where a father will be running for election and the son or daughter will vote against the father. Or the son will be running for election, the father will vote against. People should vote according to their conscience. So I don't begrudge any community, because the community have been honoring me in many other ways. You needed to be there. Every year, the community comes together to honor me, to thank me, and to do everything. So I don't need now to collect double reward. By coming to run for office is just an opportunity to serve them better. But if they think otherwise, there's no hard feeling at all.
All right, brilliant. Prince, hear from Zita, who has been looking forward since yesterday to meeting you. So Zita, here is the Prince, as I promised. So I wasn't lying. Here he is in real life. So Zita, to you.
Hey, good day, everyone. I don't know if welcome to our platform.
Oh,
have you, and thank you for saying you will come, and then you came. We really appreciate it.
Thank you, Zita.
I don't know if you heard my question before. I was like, looking, when I never knew you until you came to contest, you became a candidate. Then I went back to check your profile, did a little investigation, and I was like, wow. And then I said, why are you not known? Is it that the job is not done well to publicize, to sell you, or that you don't want to be sold because you just have to be sold before you become a president? I noticed in 2023 election, the Nigerians were angry for so many things. And because of their anger, they ended up attracting a lie they decided to believe. Is there any way, now we know one thing for sure, Nigerians want something new. I mean new, not fabricated new like people like you, Showore, people who has not really been there. Is there any way or any plan you have to bring these people together, bring us together, continue doing this so that we can achieve it, even if it is not soon, but it becomes a must that we will achieve it? Or is it a situation that we will just let it run? Just run that way? Or are we going to use them to remove themselves? I just want to know the plan you have, because I was not really comfortable with what happened in 2023. I was not really comfortable with what happened. People like you are supposed to make a name, but I noticed you did not. So is there any plan you have where we can continue doing this and then get the right people to be known, the truth to be known, not lie, that we can believe? Thank you.
All right, thank you. Well put, Zeta. So, Prince. Are you there, Prince? Oh, I hope we heard that question because it was so elegantly put. I hope we won't have to repeat it. Is network. I think there was somewhat of emotion as well. I thought maybe he was driving. And you all know what that means. You dip in and out of a good connection. Oh yes, Prince. Did you hear Zita's question?
I have Zita's question. We parked somewhere. So we are going back to, because I'm told the aircraft is there now. So I'm going, the driver is taking me to board the plane. So I'll just answer quickly. What Zita said is a deep observation and an overview of how 2023 started looking ripe for a change or some revolution. And then we ended up getting distracted. So what I see is that there are many interests. There are many interests in politics. Just as I'm focusing on the poor, the insecure, and the abandoned, so also are owners of oil wells focusing on their oil well. People who have banks and they are committing economic crime and turning themselves to billionaire criminals are also paying attention. International interests, pay attention. All sorts of people. So it's a case of which group pays more attention. Unfortunately, in this season, the people who can make the change decided to get distracted, and they allow a dummy to be sold to them, which in politics is fair game, because politics is war by peaceful means. So if you can sell a Trojan horse into the company of your enemy, then you have won the war. So what happened was what we predicted. that the establishment and their godfather, their visionary, the philosopher of the establishment in Nigeria is Obasanjo. And you will notice that he started talking and saying, if the young people should rise in this country, it will be worse than so and so place. So they came up with the idea to manage the anger of the public and the energy of the youth. And they took lessons from NSAS and realized that before they even choose a leader for themselves, let us sell a leader to them. Then we can now manage it and then end that one. So lessons can be learned, but new problems will come each time. What I can say with respect to being known or not being known is that there are many good Nigerians who are not loud, because those who are making themselves loud over time, they had an eye on politics. So they will attend every wedding, they will be involved in any celebrity, they will insert themselves in any controversy to be in the news. But a person who is working professionally doesn't have the time for noise and doesn't have the temperament for noise, and doesn't have the ethical allowance to project himself here and there. And so it's only when you enter politics that you start giving talk, discussing issues. But I found out that our politics is not a politics of issues yet. It's a politics of personality. So they pay more attention to the personality than to the issues. So, but we had a long campaign season that was sufficient for any listening public to pay attention and know what we stand for and do some background. But some of the cloud surrounding the publicity was not an accident. There were attempts by the establishment to blot out some candidates. So if you give a good speech, if something happens, we do a rally, they will not cover it. So they will be covering someone another person's tweet. So it's like that, because the social media is not as free as you think. People are going there in bundle and clusters. And the same thing with the establishment media. So long and short of it is that we have learned lessons regarding how to project ourselves, but we are not going to project ourselves unethically. Dancing to draw attention, abusing people, clowning on social media. No. We will do it, we will use every means possible, but we will be known for the issues. So that's all I can say. I will learn our lessons, and hopefully the Nigerian people will not regret the outcome of this election. And when we have an opportunity in the next 4 years or whichever time God provides, we will make a better use of it. All lessons learned all across. That's all I can say.
Prince, let's see if we can get in 2 more questions before you leave.
Thank you.
Sir, yeah, if you are able to come back at some point in the future, I think people want a month.
I will come back. I will come back within the next 7 days. Anytime you give to me, I will visit tomorrow. But I want to make sure when I come back, I will be in a settled place with working Wi-Fi and everything working fine. So it's likely to be maybe I will let you know, so that let me not promise what I cannot.
Yes, I think people want a very nuanced, relaxed conversation with you. They do.
Yes.
But if you're able to take 2 more questions, I'll ask them to be very because they've been waiting to. So Prince Daddy, come in and Prince speak to Prince Adebayo. Prince Daddy, you're up next. Prince Daddy.
Thanks, one man, and thank you, the Prince, for coming by. Appreciate it. Because my question is going to be brief and kind of leads to your previous answer to the last question. In the sense about in talking about our election, our politician is all about personality. My question really is about our political system, right? I don't think, especially the major political parties, they have ideology when it comes to their politics or politicking. And for that reason, or in regards to your party, the SDP, do you think the SDP stands for any political ideology? And if so, what would that be?
Well, that's basically what I spent the whole year enunciating. So the answers to this will be found in the speeches that I made, in the manifesto that I published, and in the debates that I had, question and answer and other interviews. But I'll just summarize that the essence of the social democrats, and you will find that social democrats are the majority party in Western Europe. So the idea of social democrats is that they believe that if you invest in the human beings, that is the bridge to the future, and that is the ladder to a higher level. You will see that in some countries they believe that it is not the business of government to be in business. Government needs to just create an environment. That's what Americans believe, especially Republicans, and the conservative, the Tory. They used to believe it in the UK, but I think the Tory are changing now. So the idea was that we'll call it trickle down economics. So you just create an enabling environment, allow people to make money. When they make money, they'll hire workers. When they hire workers, government will just, poverty will go away. Over time, entrepreneurs will come up. There will be with 1,000 Bill Gates, 2,000 Jeff Bezos. But social democrats, we don't believe in that. We believe that the best way is not to raise the highest number of billionaires. It is not how high the ceiling is in your economics, your higher GDP and all of that. No, that it is how low or how high the floor is.
Excellent. Is this still there?
No, I think the system may have frozen, but he'll be back in a second. Yes, because he is driving now to the aircraft. That's what he said earlier. That the plane has landed, the turnaround is ready, and I think he's been driven to the yes. But I'm sure he will say proper goodbyes before he leaves. Because as you are driving, in most instances you dip in and out of good networks. So we've experienced that severally in the course of several sessions. I was going to invite both Simba and Thomas to put questions to him, just so that everybody, or at least as many people, I think he may be back.
I'm actually back, and I could hear you all this while.
Oh, right. We were waiting for you. I was filling in the gap, waiting for you to say something.
Thank you. I was saying, but it looks like it wasn't getting through. What I was saying essentially is that social democrats were interested in one question. If you say you have high GDP, you have productivity, you have billionaires, the question would be, what is the worst that can happen to a citizen in your country? That is our measurement of whether your economy is good, whether your society is sound. If something can happen and substantial number of your citizens can go to bed hungry, can have diseases they cannot attend to, can be found under the bridges, can have talent that they cannot go to school, and then we say, sorry, your economic model is not working fine. So that's basically what we try to do. Social investment, I can elaborate it further in a more relaxed environment, but basically Chapter 2 of the Constitution is an answer to that. Nigeria, it states what the government should do to provide for the people that will lead to the abolition of poverty and give people a sense of security, both physical, psychological, and otherwise, and social security as well, and eventually make the government accountable to the people. That's the ideology, and that's what we run on.
All right, Prince, like you said, in a more relaxed environment, because we have debated endlessly if there is an ideological thrust to Nigerian politics or not. But
there is ideology. You will not like the ideology. The ideology of APC is collect power first, answer questions later.
Do you not see them as left of center, though? Are they left of center? A bit like your politics, but maybe greedy.
No, APC is not left the center. APC is power. Grab the power first. That's the idea. You will see that one APC governor doesn't resemble the other. So that will tell you how. And one APC administration doesn't resemble the other. So Tinubu will be criticizing Buhari's economic policy. So you can see, even within the government, the ideology that they have taken is the ideology of warfare. Grab the power. When you grab the power, things will sort themselves out. And they have many factions within the party, but they have something in common that you should be able to grab power. And they did that and grab power from PDP. PDP has tried to grab power from them, get it back, they can't. Now, the PDP ideology is go into the government and take your own. That's all.
Do you not see a social welfarist thrust to the Buhari administration? Because it's like a social welfare sort of administration that he ran, or that's trader money and all of those sort of social policy. Yeah.
You can say he ran a family fashion of social security that's limited to his family, maybe. So if he treated Nigerians the way he elevated the poverty of his own family, then that would be true. But what he did was to experiment with his family and make everybody comfortable there. And then he didn't even reach Daura. He didn't cover the entirety of Daura or Kazauri, anywhere he has people. He just a few people. So I think that is not how you measure social security or social welfare, because there are indicators. Whether you like Buhari or you don't like him, there are indicators. Indicators are basically 1, life expectancy, 2, effort made towards employment, effort made towards healthcare, prices of food, and ability of people to have nutrition, how many people are literally out of poverty. These standards are objective. So you can't just claim it. You can name your dog Social Democrat, but that doesn't mean that the dog is a Social Democrat. It's just a name. You can name your dog Lion or Champion. Doesn't mean that he's going to win any competition. It is actually to use outcomes. You use outcomes. You can see Boris Johnson is a member of the Tory Conservative Party, and at the time he was the head of the Tory. But he's a Social Democrat. He will spend money on education, he will spend money on welfare. He was stealing Labour's ideas and running like a Labour government, but running on the ticket of Conservatives. Whereas Tony Blair is a Tory who went to hijack Labour. So, but you can't be deceived by their language. If you just look at the end product, by their fruit you shall know them. So I'm using the fruit. So if I go to President Buhari now and say, you are not a Social Democrat, he will not be happy, he will not agree with me. But if I give him the statistics of his own rule and compare to the typical and the general average of Social Democrats, then he will see the gap and then realize that, okay, there's some gap in his ideology.
All right, I'd like to push you on that on a later date, but please take questions from Simba, who joins us from Saudi Arabia, and Thomas, who joins us from Australia. So I'll put the questions together, and then we'll see how much we can get out of it before. So Simba, you're up next. Simba.
Okay. Good morning, everybody. Prince Adebayo, thank you for honoring us on this platform. We appreciate you. I don't know if you are still hearing me, because like
I can hear you well, Simba.
Okay, so I have two questions for you. First one, what's for you to contest for the Nigerian presidency? And then why did you think you stand a chance looking at the way politics is played in Nigeria? That's question number one. Two, I've heard people saying you are the first presidential candidate in the last election to say that the INEC conducted election is in order. And you are the first to also congratulate President Tinubu, the President-elect Tinubu. And you also went a step further to refer to presidential candidate of LP, Peter Obi, as being corrupt, and also his party itself has been corrupt. Why did you hold this position? Those are my two questions for you.
What I've gathered from you is that you pick your question from Uwe Abati. You
Exactly.
didn't. So, but Uwe Abati is a bad example to follow in this season. Maybe he has done some good work in the
Yes,
past.
I want you to see. I want to see clarification on that because
No,
that day I know you are not happy.
No. First and foremost, let's start. What brought me out is clearly, if you look around the country, you will see poverty, you will see insecurity, you will see other ridiculousness. And I realized that the way we have written our constitution, only the president can fix the problem. No other person. You can try, you can have a bad president and 35 good ministers. The government will not be good. And if you have a good president, you will find good ministers for himself. Because the powers are so concentrated in the hand of the president that if you are not the president, you can only be giving advice or taking instruction. That's why I went to run in the place. Now, I didn't say nothing was wrong with the election. There's nothing I did that I didn't do in the open. So when I congratulated Tinubu, the truth is still there up till now. So I suspect that maybe as we are learning more in our democracy, when we want to go and question a politician and you don't want the politician to escape with a clever answer, you will actually do some basic research and go to what he has been writing, what he has been posting, what he has said before, and then you will quote it verbatim. That way the politician cannot wriggle out. But now you are paraphrase and misparaphrase, so you give me window now to just be telling you are wrong and things like that. So clearly you misunderstood it. What I said was that a lot is wrong with the election. I am the most aggrieved of the candidates, and I listed everything that was wrong there, including vote buying, including alteration of results, including other abnormalities. So people stealing party agent of another party, INEC not letting you have your party agent, all sorts of things. And even my own party members, for sake of money, some of them went and worked for the establishment parties, and whether they collected money or something, but that's what they did. So now, so it is not right to say I said nothing wrong with the election. No, but what I knew was my duty was that one, we signed the peace accord, and all of us agreed that if you are not the person declared, don't scatter the country, don't burn down INEC, don't do anything. Congratulate the winner, and then if you feel of you have any lawful ground, go to court and go and pursue it. And that's exactly what I followed. We all went there to sign the peace accord. Secondly, the report I was getting from the coalition center, the way they were mounting pressure on SDP to join them, to work out, to cause trouble, to go. There are so many other things that I don't want to talk about that they were planning. So I insisted that our agent must not walk away. In fact, they put in the press that, oh, SDP has walked out. I had to call Channel TV and say, how can you say so? And things like that. And then when you see what people like, if you know what people like President Obasanjo were planning, you must have noticed Obasanjo came out to be reading some speech, like reading a cool speech on TV.
All right. Yes. So yes, connections again. So there it is. So as you can hear from the background noise, the prince is driving. Are you back?
Can you hear me now?
Yeah, we can. Carry on.
Yeah. So you have noticed with all the telephone calls and pressure, so they were all pressuring. Let us go and do interim government. Let us do this, and I said no. So that was the reason why I said, look, for them to leave me alone, let me congratulate the man. They know I'm not part of their game anymore, and that's exactly what I did. Now, with respect to Mr. Peter Obi, I don't know what people are talking about. What happened in the interview, which I suspect is the reason why is the beginning of all this misconception. Peter Obi did a truly, or Labour Party did a truly dishonest and fraudulent act. On the eve of the election, they went and told everybody that I have stepped down for Peter Obi. And they made video of it, they circulated everywhere. People were calling from all over the world. So some obedient people saw me at the airport. They came and grabbed me. Thank you, sir. Thank you. You have stepped down. I said, no, it's not correct. My party people, some of them were angry with me, cursing me out. So you took us to the last minute. Then you went and chicken out. Even in my community, when I came home, they were surprised to see me. They said, are you seeing the election? How that you step down? So I made an effort to contact Arise TV, Channels TV. Many of these media have been settled. They kept carrying that story without carrying the rebuttal. So it was in the course of using self-help by tweeting on my Twitter page that I did not step down, and I call on Peter Obi to stop that fraudulent misinformation, which he didn't respond to. In fact, he fire it more. So I hired a digital auditor to be monitoring those who are carrying the story. It happened that it was carried from Peter Obi's headquarters, and they were giving people money buying data for people to retweet it. So that affected us massively all over the country. So that's that. Otherwise, then towards the election, I was getting feed operation. The way APC was behaving in some places, that's how PDP was behaving in other places, and that's how Labour was behaving elsewhere. The same buying vote, the same cordoning of a whole community, and say nobody come and vote for any other party here. And so they did the same thing. So when they were crying, and I didn't stop them from crying.
All right. Another connection deep. But he'll be back very shortly. As you know, it's the drive-through. You know, when he's driving through.
So you can see me now.
Yeah, carry on.
So I now said to them that I cannot cry with you because you, even though you didn't win, you did everything exactly the way PC did it. You did exactly the way PDP did it. So it's not only the winner, it's like three robbers invading a bank, and one came up with $1 million, the other came up with $100,000, the other one came up with $10,000. The three of them are still robbers. So it's not that we should call the one that got the most the only armed robber there. That's the whole idea.
All right, Prince. Take questions. Take questions from Thomas and then Princess Rosie next. But before those questions, a message to you, Prince, from Jafar, who super chats. It says, "Thank you for your service, Prince. Whenever you speak, it gives hope for a better Nigeria to the downtrodden. Hopefully, you will continue to give patriotic advice to the government and the country." So that's a message, super chat from Jafar to you, Prince. So Thomas.
Thank Jafar.
Yeah. So Thomas, to you.
Prince, you're welcome to our platform. I think you still remember me.
Yes, they're from Australia.
Yes, yes. I'm your big fan.
From
Thank
Melbourne.
you for. Yes, yes. I will start my comments and my questions there about. If ever.
Look at that. Yeah, wait. We're pinning it down at the last minute. Princess Rosie.
Oh no, no, no. I'm here. I'm here. I'm
Okay.
here.
Carry
Yeah.
on.
Yes. I hope you come back, then give us more intel about your audio at the election. Just my question, very quick question, so that you can go. What are you
No, it's not
concerned
going.
about
No,
Tinubu?
don't encourage him to go now. So it's
No, but
carry on.
it's right because
Carry on.
it's right because we are now. I'm now back to the base, as you can see. So any moment from now, they can say I should come in. So,
All
but
right.
my people are.
So sorry, Prince. If Thomas asks his question, I'm keen to have Princess Rosie ask a question as well, and then combine
No,
them
no
with something
problem.
else.
I will take the two questions.
Yeah.
I think that so that when I come next time, there will be less questions.
All right. No, it'll be more, but carry on.
All right, no problem.
We
Carry on,
want to
Thomas.
enjoy you. We want to enjoy you more. My simple question is: are you concerned about Tinubu's health? Thank you.
So that is the business of Remi Tinubu. He has enough family members to be concerned about his health, and I don't know what to say about his health. The little I know about health is that a a a 40-year-old who goes to the gym every day and die before his own father, who is 90 years old. So when it comes to health, you don't know anybody's health. So you can talk in terms of stamina. Younger people tend to have better stamina than older people, but it doesn't mean that my good friend, my bosom friend, blessed memory, includes Caesar, president of Burundi. He will play football from morning till night, jog everywhere. Unfortunately, it's late now. So, and he died in his early 50s. So, it doesn't mean anything. All we can say is, we can't play God. All you can say is that older people don't have the stamina that the job requires. So, even if they don't die, they don't fall down, they will have to slow down the job. So, it's like giving a delivery van to somebody to distribute medicine or food across the community. And the person is so frail that he will be driving at 10 kilometers per hour. He will still get there, but the people who need the medicine will suffer. The people who need the delivery will suffer. So it's better to give it to a dashing young man who will be driving at 60 kilometers, 100 kilometers per hour and will get the job done faster. So President Buhari has had to cut down hours, has had to go and retire on time, has had to go and do a simple thing like witness the coronation, and then spend 13 days to witness another person's coronation because just for going there, part of his teeth were already trying to fall out. So, so that is the problem of old age, and it's like that. And all of us will be old one time or the other. Then, secondly, some people, even if not based on old age, bodies have type. There are some people whose body get older than their age, you know, and so everybody has that different. Those who are in the medical science, they will know physiology. That physiology is different. You will see somebody who is close to 90, like Obasanjo, he will be jumping up and down. But you see another person who is 60, he will look like older than Obasanjo. But sometimes some people are physically strong, but they deteriorate mentally. And some people are not physically strong, but they are mentally strong. So there is no judgment call that you can say about another person's health. The most important thing is that even if I was a medical doctor, unless I have examined the person and I've clocked the person and I have the person's medical record, even a doctor cannot comment on the health of another person. And if you look around, if they gather the top oldest people in community, doctors tend not to be among them. So it shows to you that even doctors who take care of our health, they cannot even guarantee their own health. So sometimes the patient will outlast the doctor. So I let us not be too categorical in that respect.
All right, thank you, Prince. Princess Rosie, you're up next. So Princess meets the prince. Princess meet the prince.
Greetings to you, woman, and to everybody in the platform, and greetings to you, Prince Adebayo. Thank you for honoring us.
Princess, welcome.
Thank you for
you.
honoring our invitation to come to the platform. Before I ask my question, I just want to comment on some answers you gave concerning the if Tinubu has a plan. And the answer you gave is that even if he doesn't have a plan, if he gets to the hospital, he will see people sitting on the floor with no hospital beds. If he goes on the road, he sees some roads that saying, fix me, fix me. So even if he doesn't have a plan, there's problem everywhere that he's going to be able to fix. I'm really impressed about, the way you answered that question. And also, I want to commend also because I'm into healthcare. So I also like the way you answered the question about health. Because one thing about health, I mean, you can have somebody that's 10 years old that has all sorts of health complications. And you can have somebody that is 50 years old and doesn't take any medicine. Is very strong and healthy. So, and then as long as Tinubu has not come out to say he's terminally ill, he's on hospice, I think we shouldn't be so much concerned about his health. And then I'm going to go on to ask my question because I'm very interested in healthcare. I'm into that profession. This is concerning what's your take about the healthcare situation in Nigeria? Because to me, if the healthcare situation in Nigeria has been very okay, I don't think what happened to Ekoremadu would have happened. And then what's your take about what happened to Ekoremadu? Thank you very much, sir.
Okay, thank you. First and foremost, what I will tell you is that I'm highly interested in the health sector. In fact, I'm an investor in the health sector, if you read my profile. And even today, I hosted the Allied Union of all the health workers in Nigeria, doctors, pharmacists, lab technologists, therapists, every spectrum, every field. They were with me for a couple of hours today. So I'm always, and I'm going to be the chairman at their annual conference. So I've always been highly interested in the health sector because, and I will send you, maybe next time, I will send you the long video of my speech to them. They will play it when next I visit here so that you can understand their whole idea. And if you study how Britain recovered during the Second World War, after the Second World War, because until the Second World War, the British did not regard the Labour Party. They saw them as, they didn't go to Oxford, they didn't go to Cambridge. So they didn't see them as the elite who could rule them. They usually, people who you will find typically in Labour Party will be dock workers and other people who they thought were not educated. But when the so-called educated people, Oxford graduates like Winston Churchill, all of them, took them to war, and Britain wasn't defeated, but was devastated. And then they tried the Labour Party, and Labour Party gave them many things, but the longest lasting legacy was the NHS. And today, out of every 10 professionals moving to the UK, 6 of them will be moving to go and work for the NHS, National Health Service. So, and the health is where a society can show that it has become civilized. Remember that life expectancy is one of the measurements of human progress over time. So as we age, as the world is going, you discover that people live longer and longer and longer. So if life is still short, nasty, and brutish in Hobbesian way, it's because most likely you don't have a good healthcare. Secondly, health is an equalizer. Healthcare is where society shows that they care. Because when the prime minister's wife wants to deliver a baby and the bus driver's wife wants to deliver a baby, two of them will meet in the same maternity ward. So it will show to you that this society cares for them equally. And that was how it used to be in Nigeria. If you went to Lud, UCH Ibadan in those days, you go to Adebayo hospital in those days, you go to a Health of Ife teaching hospital, ABU Zaria teaching hospital, UNTH in Enugu, all these other hospitals, as the akara seller is bringing their child to the casualty ward because the child fell down, you also see a minister's daughter coming there too. But we've destroyed all of that now. So healthcare is very important. It's also a sector for employment. So if you go to state like Minnesota, Connecticut, in America, Florida, healthcare is a major component of their GDP there. So healthcare is very important. And these are the things which a country must have. And it also implicates GDP, because when you can only have more mobility when you have reduced morbidity and reduced mortality. That's where you can have mobility, either upward mobility or horizontal mobility. So, and even occupational efficiency requires a good healthcare. And there's no sector of life that doesn't need healthcare. Even at war, the army and the armed forces have medical corps because you need doctors to go to war. Without doctors, no army will last, because a little cut.
All right. I think that's a network glitch right there. So yes, we have to, and of course, you've heard the Prince promise that he will join us within the next 7 days. So he said it, and I'm going to hold him to that and push him on that. He was going to join us in a more relaxed environment when they can have a more nuanced conversation with us. But he's in transit at the moment. I think he's actually been traveling. And there it is. I think he lost connection. Oh, he's back. Yeah, so he's back. Yeah, carry on, Prince.
Okay, sorry. What happened was that I got to the airport and I was entering the lounge, and then the Wi-Fi intervened, so I had to come back to stay in the car because the Wi-Fi there is conflicting with. So long and short of it is that healthcare manifests itself in sports medicine, manifests itself in occupational therapy, occupational healthcare, every field. So healthcare is the window to the future. So we must get that right. And with respect to Kerimadu, it's most unfortunate. Healthcare is one of the reasons why they went there. But what really undid them was just a culture that we have developed here. A culture of the end justify the means. And our I say, we take license with things, and so we will learn from that. But I agree with you that if we had ability to take care of renal failure in Nigeria, we have enough urologists in Nigeria. We can do, if they had a donor here, they will as well just get a urologist and a surgeon, and then they will do the surgery here. But we also have to learn a lesson regarding how the British care not only for their own citizen, but for another foreign citizen brought to their own country, an alien or Commonwealth citizen brought to their country, and they still use their law to protect the person. So I think that we can all learn from it. So to improve our situation in terms of healthcare, and also to improve our ethics, so that we also learn a lesson that even though you need help, even though you want to do something that's important to you, you should also think very hard and make sure that you follow the rules, and also you have a sense of fellowship that this other person is also a human being like you and deserves credit, deserves to be protected, and not to be taken advantage of. And if they are doing anything for you, that you actually make sure they are doing it freely, not under the duress of poverty or economic stress.
All right, Prince. I know you may not be able to answer these questions, but I'd like you to take, because these next two guys, they are two of our deeper thinkers on this platform. So I want you to hear their questions. You may not be able to respond to them, but hear it and then hold thoughts until when you join us next, or if you're able to address it, then please do. But I'm quite keen for them to put a position at least to you if you're not able to respond to it. So Rational Mind, the first one, and Kulata, the next one. So, gentlemen, the Prince promised to join us, and he's lived up to his words. But Rational Mind, you were quite excited when I said it was coming. So here he is. Rational Mind, let's hear from you.
Yeah, thank you so much, the Prince. Thank you. We appreciate your presence here today. The last time I saw you on one of the platforms, I asked a question, but I think the moderator of the platform only highlighted it, but he did not ask you because of time. I think you already had 10 hours in already on that platform. So anyway, my question is, you
go to other platforms. What's going on? But carry on. I will talk about that later.
You and I happen to be from the same state. I'm from Ondo State. I'm from the creeks of Ondo State, from Okitipa area. Ever since the time of visionaries like Adekunle Jackson, we've never had visionaries ever since who are governors of that state. I've seen your CV and I've heard a lot about you. I've heard you spoke on many forums, and I kind of like, wow. I mean, this is one of those brains from Ondo State. So the question I asked, I put to you that was never read was, which I want to ask you is that have you at any point contemplated to become a governor of Ondo State? Now, hear me out, please. This is the reason. I haven't seen your CV, I haven't seen your international exposure, and even listened to some of your debates, presidential debates. I just come to that conclusion that, why are people like this not, ever since Adekunle Jackson, we've never had people who can think right like this. Why are people like this not really contesting for that position of Ondo State? But I think you answered the question somewhat when you said the reason why you contested for the presidential election. But I still want to hear from you. Have you at any time contemplated running for governorship in Ondo State?
All right, Kulata. Okay, sorry. Do you want Kulata to append this question as well, and then you see how it goes?
No, let me just address this question of Ondo State. I have thought about it that someone like you should go to Ondo State and then represent us there. While I look at it from a global point of view, I can't be everywhere. So the most important thing is to identify other people like me. And I'm sure that people are far better than me. Even in my family, I'm not the best. My wife is even 10 times smarter than me, if you meet her. So there are other people other than me who are around, so who can go and handle Ondo State. And I think someone like you should consider that, so we can interact more. But I'm more interested in focusing on the issue of Nigeria as a stepping stone to try to help the black man to fix Africa. So what I'm trying to do is go beyond Nigeria. But I know that once Nigeria gets it right, black people in the world will get it right. So that is where my target is. But I'm starting with Nigeria.
All right, Kulata, come in.
All right. Thanks, one man. Prince, great Ife. I hail you. I think we were in school roughly around the same time. But my question is this. You ran for the presidency. Unfortunately, you did not win. But outside of your political life, you incubate businesses. Correct me if I'm wrong, if I mistake anything. You incubate businesses, you run businesses and all. So from an entrepreneur and from an incubator of entrepreneur, what are the specific policies that you think this new administration will do that will help you get more people into entrepreneurship and also expand your own business? Because as it is, there's some policy position that we all know, like fuel subsidy, arbitrage, and all. But can you give more specifics that it's realistically achievable that this administration can do? It's unfortunate you're not the one going to be doing it, but tell us, in your own opinion, what this administration can do that will expand jobs across the country, because it's not just government providing jobs. The private sector provides jobs. And I think you play a critical and pivotal role in that. So if you can answer that question.
Okay, what I can say is number one, let us get one thing clear. One, when people win election like this, you can't be selecting policy for them, what they will do, what they will do. Since after the election, I've been reading their renewed hope. Because during the election, I didn't have time to read it. The first, from Perusa of it, we were accusing them of plagiarizing our own, even the name. They changed from what they were doing before and changed to Hope. Because we're running with Hope again. So the press made some fun out of them, laughed at them that they were plagiarizing SDP. So, but after the election, once they said they are the winner, I started studying their renewed hope. And the discipline of criticism is that when somebody is contesting an election and they're contesting against you, and you have your manifesto and they have their own manifesto, once they win, don't criticize them from your own manifesto, because you are not the one who won. Use their own manifesto to criticize them or to guide them. Because your idea is not the only idea in the world. So judge APC and Bola Ahmed Tinubu by what they wrote in their renewed hope. And if you look at my criticism of President Buhari, I never joined anybody to criticize General Buhari or President Buhari based on what I thought I would do if I was there. I criticized him only based on what he promised that he would do. So, and that is the tradition I'm going to follow. I would only criticize or interact with them or engage them based on their renewed hope. So, any person here who has not read it, please take your time. You may not like what you find, you may like it, but take your time to know it so that when you are criticizing them, they don't look at you and say, look at this ignorant person. He doesn't even know what our plan is. So you will know their plan. So based on their plan, even if they follow the renewed hope, they will still have certain problems because fundamentally they have some wrong beliefs in their. If you read the renewed hope, you see some wrong beliefs there. However, if they pursue it faithfully, it will not be as good as an SDP government, but it will be 2,000 times better than the current government that is there now. It will be far better than the Buhari government. Far better. If they just follow their own renewed hope. The problem they may have is that they may not follow it, and they may now be doing other things, but only time will tell. But there are many ideas already of what you can do to grow the economy. You have to lower factor costs. You have to handle the issue of government not creating jobs, not investing in job creating opportunities, not investing in infrastructure, even making the rule of law work, where if you get a government contract, they pay you on time, they're not trying to collect bribe from you. There are basic things you can do that are not even ideological, that are just ethical, just mere ethics. If you go to the Corporate Affairs Commission to incorporate a company and they do it within 24 hours as they promised, if the airport works better, if the the NCC doesn't collude with telcos and ensures that they put more cell sites and make bandwidth better, and now do basic uh, uh, enforcement of regulations. And if they collect the taxes as they should collect it, not give waiver to all their sponsors and run politics based on waiver. Because when the government gives waiver, what they are doing is that they are raising money for the next election. Because the person who refused to pay the tax is warehousing the money for them to give it to them to do election. So you have that cycle. So if they do any of these things very well, when last they do see a competitive tender in government contract and things like that. So if you do all of these reasonable things that people do all over the world, they are not even ideological things. They are just the modern reality of good governance. So if you do them, the economy will take a life of its own.
So at best, 2,000 times better than Buhari. At worst, how many times better than Buhari?
I don't know. I don't know. I mean, I hope and I pray that President Buhari will have the permanent title of the worst president. Because somebody may come now and say, no, I want to beat him to it. And I don't want anybody to beat him to it. I want him to go away with that. Not because I don't like him, but a good country always has a better leader, or usually has a better leader than before. If all your glory is in the past, and everyone that comes after the other is worse than the one before them, then the country is going down the drains. So I hope and I pray. So I don't know. I wish them well. And from the little I know, Tinubu is not a dullard. He's a highly intelligent person, but people can use their intelligence positively or negatively, but he's a highly intelligent person. So he's a first-class accountant. And I knew when he was working in Mobo that he was regarded as a top accountant there. They respected him. And then when he was governor, it was contrary to what his opponents are saying. If you look at the class of 1999 to 2007, his colleagues respected him as a person who did well, and he was the only governor who survived many years of no federal money coming to local government, and he was able to manage. So if he does far better than that, because Nigeria will need more than that in this situation. If he does more than that, and he attracts the best of the best, I don't see any reason why he will not succeed. Nigeria, we're not under a curse. It's not as if you pave a road in Nigeria, some spirit will come and pave it for you. If you do calculation in Nigeria and say 300 times 400 divided by 14, you get the same answer in Nigeria as you get in Germany or Russia or USA. The law of gravity works equally here, and the sun shines on us, and we are rotating around the sun like the rest of the other continents. So we're not under any curse. In fact, we are even under more blessing than them. The situation here is that we don't attend to our problems. So when we attend to our problems, the problems will be solved.
All right, please let us hold on. Sorry, Akim is here. It's not spoken. Akim, come in just so that everybody on the screen at least has put a position to. So Akim, Akim joins us from Ireland, Prince. So keen to put a question to you, Akim. Mr. Prince. Yeah.
Yeah, thank you very much, one man. Thank you, the Prince Adewale, for coming to the show. It's an honor to be at your audience tonight. For somebody like me, I always want to look forward. So I want to ask you a question as to looking ahead to 2027, and you being someone that I've listened to on different platforms, and kind of liked a lot of your ideas and a lot of the things that you say and your personality as to speak. I want to know what will be your position under that same political party, because you know the way it is right now. For somebody like me who may be interested in joining the SDP just because of somebody like you, would you still be a member of that party come 2027, or will you be somewhere else? Because for us, we are politically, our politics is ideologically based. So I personally am more like a center left leaning person. So your party and your policies are things that I supported, that I believe that could move Nigerian forward. So going forward 2027, what are your plans?
Well, the plan, number one plan is to try to stay alive, because that's one duty the one owes himself and prays to God about. So keep yourself healthy, keep out of harm's way, try the best you can. Number one. Number two, uh, try to see that right things are done now. Because if you are thinking of 2027, do you know how many children will die of infant mortality between now and then? How many mothers will have maternal mortality between now and then? How many people will be kidnapped between now and then? How many people will lose their job or lose hope and commit crimes between now and then? How many accidents, preventable accidents on the highway are we going to have? So only politicians think in terms of, oh, okay, I've finished this election, I've lost. What am I going to do the next 4 years? I'm more interested on day-to-day basis. Even if I don't have anything to do, I'll go and plant trees. I like to take immediate action. Well, with my community is one of the programs we do there, paving roads, getting young people to pave roads. If you come to me and say, I'm unemployed. Oh, you're unemployed. Okay, carry a shovel. Join me. Can we pave roads? So if you go to Ondo, you will see many. We are patching roads all over the place. We are planting trees. We are doing things. So I don't want to think in. I want to walk. To start working now until that 2027. So not just be plotting and strategizing for that alone, because on a daily basis, problems that we can solve are slapping us in the face every day that are easy to solve. So that's what I'm focused on. And I believe that a lot of changes will come. There's a constitutional amendment that has now crystallized, waiting for President Buhari to sign. Now you don't need a political party to run for office. Now we have independent candidacy under the Constitution now. So the last state to ratify it has ratified it. So it's now waiting for President Buhari to sign it into law. So if you have that, then the landscape will change. The godfathers of political parties and all of those things, they have to find employment for themselves. So all the trauma of bribing delegates, doing all these things might come to an end. Because why would you use your money to go and bribe delegates and do all of that and lobby godfathers when you can just run your race? And so we'll throw more candidates up. But I'm just giving an example that even in 2023, the landscape's already changing. Imagine what will change. And the way you discover me now, I believe between now and 2027, God will bring more people. God forbid that we should be the best people in Nigeria. There should be people better than us. So between now and 2027, more people will be available to be thrown into the basket. So I was probably the only presidential aspirant who was going around encouraging others to come and run. Encouraging them, encouraging Moralu, I was even bringing Pat to tell me, come and run. I wanted Nigerians to have a surplus of people who they are satisfied with. And that is the fallacy of obedience. It comes with an intrinsic illogicality that one man is the embodiment of the solution of Nigeria. It's very asinine. It doesn't make any sense. Because inside my political party, I'm not even the best person there. I'm just the person they like the most. There are other people who contested against me. All the people who contested against me in the SDP primaries, all of them were involved in my campaign. Professor Femi Olufemilade, Khadija Lamidi Okunu, many other people like that who ran against me, Dr. Daudu, many of them. So you see talent everywhere. So let no man create a political career for himself and start saying only me, and then you'll be eliminating other people. I'm ready to run, I'm ready to serve, but if between now and 2027, I'm on about an airport, and I come across a Nigerian whom I didn't know before, and I started studying the person, and I discovered that this person is far better than me, I will be asking my party, go look, before you, I'm here, but go and consider that other person as well, because that person is very good, you know, because we want the country to have the best. So that is my attitude to it. So those who are there now, if they are willing to listen, we'll be talking to them, giving them policy options and all of that. And so that is my spirit. 4 years, look far, far away.
Prince, there's a conversation that I wanted to push off the back of what the conversation Zita was trying to draw you into. Because what Zita was saying was that she was not especially impressed by the field in 2023, and she was inviting that the people that she identified to pin hope on was yourself and Showore, and what she was inviting is how we're able to craft around the sort of narratives that are you especially and that space, left of center, social, people-centric sort of space, how we are able to progress that. She was inviting that conversation. But before we get into that, ASAP is also here. So let him sneak in his question, and then we'll see just how much we can still get. ASAP, quickly, whilst we still have the Prince.
Thank you very much, one man. Thank you very much, sir, Prince, for honoring our invitation. I will make my question very brief, sir.
Make it brief, as you can see. You can see where I am. You can see the airport.
Yes, sir. Yes,
You can see my screen. So you know that I've asked my detail. So it's watching them and communicating with them. Once the captain sits, I go. Go ahead.
Right. Yes, sir. So you mentioned some in your last discussion about the constitutional changes, and my question actually borders on that. There's been a lot of hula bula about the issue of the section 134, section 133, and I just wanted to just seize this opportunity to pick your legal mind on that issue, sir. I wanted to find out that based on the ongoing electoral act and all the electoral tribunal drama, the issue of the federal capital territory and the clause that's actually the and clause that's there, I wanted to find out what your mind is on that. That's number one. Number two, I also wanted to ask that paraventure in the future, if you become president, I was thinking, what would you, because it appears that our previous presidents have, they've also talked about, they understand some of the concerns that Nigerians have raised in terms of the gray areas in our constitution. But somehow many of them have not managed to really address it when they get into the seat of power. So I was thinking, sir, what would be your position? And would you consider addressing some of these constitutional amendments, some of these gray areas, such as we have in section 134, so that we'll not find ourselves in situations.
All right, bring it home quickly, so the Prince, yeah.
It's not a gray area. It is just a further for argumentation. That section is clear. But people who are looking for something will always find something. When we say we are trying to make our constitution better, we are trying to amend our constitution, it's not to correct English language. It is to create a better framework for ourselves. For example, before now, no state could develop railway by itself. It has to go and meet federal government. No state could.
All right. I think a network glitch. I'm sure you're familiar. If you think of the so many electronic stuff bouncing around in an airport, then it's really testament to technology that we don't get more network glitches. I wonder if we still have the Prince. He will try and, because he likes to finish his thought. So I think he would like to probably reconnect to finish that thought at least. So there it is. So that's Prince Adebayo. So this is just an aperitif So he has promised us the main dish within the next 7 days. When he will be in a more relaxed environment with better network to take on all your questions. So yeah, there it is. He may come back, he may not, but as you saw, he panned the cameras to his to the flight that he was about to board. So I think he has really put in a trooper's effort with this one. We wait in anticipation. We wait in hope rather than in anticipation. If he is able to still rejoin. So I'm just talking on just trying to fill in the gaps. But nobody click on until we're clear that we don't have him anymore. So let's leave that window open for him as a. No, Ekene, I'm going to remove you, Ekene, only really because I want to be clear that the prince is not coming back. But I'll let you back in. Apologies, Ekene. But I'll just remove you just to be until I'm clear that the prince is not able to join us. Nobody click on until we're clear that the prince is not able to rejoin us. Sorry, Kene, I'll let you back in just as soon as I can. So Rosie, there it was. What did you make of the prince? What did you make of that? Our interaction with the prince, Rosie, Princess Rosie. Oh, okay. Who wants to go first? So what did they make of our interaction with the prince? Or have you lost me? Am I still on?
We can hear you. I can hear you.
All right. So you go then, rational mind. It was a bit hurried because for reasons that we could visually see,
It's
he was
obvious,
is a busy man. So yeah.
He showed us that he was about catching his flight. So I mean, as somebody said in his comment section, I think it was easy. He said, "This guy is a real politician. In fact, his politics is even above that of Obi. I mean, he answered questions like a politician would normally do. Even by his profession, his training, law as a lawyer. They're very evasive with the way they answer questions.
I thought it was quite frontal in his answers.
I mean, it's in a way it feels. I mean, even on the other platform when I saw him, some of his questions were he went around those questions, and I mean that could be taken as an answer to the questions too. But sometimes you're still left hanging, kind of like still wondering. Maybe there's still more. Like you still yearn to hear more from him, but I can understand because he feels he still has a political future. He doesn't want anybody pinning him down with whatever he has said on one platform and then coming back and asking him in the future. But you said this some time back. How come you now? So he has to be very, very careful what he say and how he say things on platforms. So I would say I really enjoyed his discussion with us. I just wanted to put my question that I asked him because he was hurried. Like you gave the impression that he gave the impression that he was going to leave. That's why I made it like one question because my question is two packed.
Because I wanted to make sure that everybody and I think we somewhat succeeded. Yes, everybody on the screen, everybody on the screen got me. I know you wanted everybody wanted a more robust engagement, which I think he has promised to come back and do. But
we look forward to seeing it. Maybe if he's able to come back, we'll look forward to seeing it. Yeah. But by and large, it's he did a very good time with us answering our questions. Yeah.
All right.
I got a satisfactory answer for my question.
Oh, you got a question. Okay. All right. I know
It wasn't evading. He told us.
Really?
He told us what is hopeful about renewed hope. It's left for you.
Rational man, they did not answer your own question directly. They did not answer your question well.
Hold on now. Not really talking about me again now. I beg, let's just move on. I mean,
he answered the question.
Hold on now. He said he had thought about it. He said he thought about it, but he said there are other people.
If he didn't say Tinubu is a fraud, then it's the wrong answer as far as rational mind is concerned.
I was expecting rational mind to jump out of his seat when he said he's a brilliant accountant.
He said what?
When he said Tinubu was a brilliant, was a first class accountant. I was expecting you to jump out of your seat.
I mean, there are so many things he said here that is just his own opinion. So I don't really quite agree with him. So it's just his own opinion. So yeah, but I mean, I really enjoyed his company. Yeah.
As for me, also,
to me.
this is Rosie. As for me, I'm really impressed. I mean, he has like a vast knowledge, like in almost every area. I'm kind of very impressed, you know. And to me, some of the questions, he was very diplomatic about it.
There you go. Yeah. So and then
hold on, the prince is back. Hold on, I'll remove somebody. The prince is back. Hold on, let me remove somebody.
Okay.
Hold on. Let me remove somebody. I think we have the prince back. I dare you, rational mind, to tell him he didn't answer your question. Sorry, Prince. I'm removing somebody now. So let me remove.
You can put me in the background.
Yes.
To say bye-bye, I need my plane is leaving now. My plane is leaving now, so I'm leaving. So I just came to so that it won't be like I took a French leave. So we'll continue. When I come back next time, we'll be more relaxed. I just came back to say bye-bye.
All right, Braden. You're a real gentleman. I imagine you will come back to. I imagine you will come back to say proper goodbyes and everything. So thank you. Have a safe flight. And
thank you.
I'll contact you offline to arrange because people are not sad. They want more, as you know. So they want more.
We'll be back.
Yeah.
Thank you so much. Great.
Thank you. Thank you. Great.
All right. Have a safe flight, and we'll see you later. So there he is, a real and proper gentleman. So that's how it's done. Then you leave on a. So Ekene. So let me send this link. Ekene, this is for you. Apologies. I was just and you see I was right then to open that window for him to come back. So Ekene, please come back. So carry on as you were. So yeah, let the conversation carry on. So the prince, what you made of it?
Can I make a request? Because I wish I'm first of all, I would like to thank you for bringing him on, and I only just wish I had enough time for him to answer those questions. So I was wondering if he might have opportunity to address them when next is, because I think I would like to hear his take on that area.
Yeah, I'm sure he will, because when he does come back, I suspect he'll be at home in a more relaxed environment. He's not hurrying to catch a flight and all of the logistics. So yes, because usually he likes a rounded conversation where he really gets into the heart of what he wants to hear from him. So hopefully, and he did say within the next 7 days he will want to be back to take on the question. So we'll try and arrange that. And you say he's a man of his words, a real gentleman. So yes. And I think Kulata wanted to push him on economic policy to say where's the money and all of that. You know, so still a lot of questions.
Yeah, I have so many questions to ask him too. It's just that I just have to go local for me because I think, like I said, it's somebody from my state. So I just want to, yeah. Well, let me reserve my comment here when he comes next time. Yeah. So, but I think his answers on Tinubu when he was asked, "Would you work for Tinubu?" Because on the other platform, when he was asked that question, he was evasive. He did not answer the question. The way he answered it, but today now he said here that he would.
He was afraid of the mob. He was afraid of the mob.
Well, yeah, don't worry about other platforms now. Worry about him in here.
No, that's what I'm saying now. That was why I said he has to be very careful what he says so that he doesn't just keep contradicting himself. That's what I'm saying. But the way he said it, the other platform, it was open-ended. It's neither here nor there.
Don't worry about other platforms.
Can I ask the question, rational mind?
No, what man? We have to take him by what he has.
Can I ask the question, rational mind?
Why must you ask me a question? I mean, I'm not the guest today.
What do you expect in that kind of environment? that platform you mentioned, what did you expect him, if you were in his shoes, what would you expect him to do?
Did you hear what one man said? He said he's a man that can hold his own ground. He can
Okay.
he
So
can defend
he
his own
hold
self
he
now.
hold his own ground there.
Well, I mean, he did hear that at least.
No, all right. Well, it's an open space for you to put.
The rational mind, I think he answered the question very well. He didn't say yes and he didn't say no.
Which question is that?
The one when he was asked about Tinubu, whether he was going to work for Tinubu.
No, he said he will. He said he will.
No, he didn't say he will. He said
now.
under he mentioned conditions.
Yeah, that's
under
what I'm
which
saying. He will. So he said no. Listen. When you get condition, it means you accept it, but under one condition. Yeah. But in the other platform, he did not even say anything.
To be honest with you, Rational Mind, I would prefer that we wrap conversations around his appearance here, so that it's fresh and innovative to the experience, rather than
I would like to even remind you. I think you had some plans of sanctioning a Rational Mind for duplicity. And double
what do you mean by that? What do you mean by that now?
For going on Mayegun's platform.
Did you ever see me? Have you ever seen me there? I don't know what you're talking about, dude. I mean, have you ever seen me there? That's the question, Kulata.
Not today.
You see me come on there and talk?
Don't worry, they go there every time.
This guy, you are so funny. I mean, so guys, have you heard about what Matawale said about DSS and everybody should be on the lookout for Emefiele? That they should be on the lookout for him. They should not allow him. So the other day we were talking about it here. Say that I think one man read that story, and somebody was saying that if it's Sahara reporters, man, Sahara reporters broke that news, and now look at where everybody's all talking about it today in Nigeria. So we should not always be too quick. I mean, Bishop, don't get me wrong. I'm just trying to make reference to that. But then everybody's talking about it now. A governor of a state, not even just a governor, other people are talking about it. I mean, like, Emefiele wants to escape. He wants a study leave, So, which means there's a truth to that story. And Matawale is saying that they should allow him to stay behind so that he could give account to Tinubu. So I don't know. I mean, a thief calling somebody thief. I mean, Matawale himself, what he needs himself, at least. He's going to lose his immunity very soon.
What is even more interesting now, Rational Mind, is this a headline about Kwakwanso having this marathon meeting with Tinubu in London, trying to negotiate himself into this incoming administration. What are you making of that?
Yeah, I saw the headline, but I'm not really gone deep into the substance of the whole meeting. But some people say he has not. They said he gave condition too. He gave condition too as to why. I don't know how true the condition is. Maybe if you have a story on that, you can read it out. I only just had it on the platform.
Here it is. Let me just skim through it. Kwakwanso holds 4-hour meeting with Tinubu in Paris. May join cabinet. Bola Tinubu, the president-elect, and Rabiu Musa Kwakwanso, who flew the flag for the new Nigeria People's Party NNPP in the February 25th presidential election, met for 4 hours in Paris, France on Monday, correspondents report. At the center of the discussion, correspondents understand, was the potential involvement of Kwakwanso in the incoming administration as Tinubu plans to form a government of national unity, which means giving certain positions to opposition parties. The meeting also discussed issues around the election of the legislative leaders ahead of the June 13 inauguration of the 10th National Assembly. The All Progressive Congress APC has zoned the top 2 positions in both chambers, but some of its members are kicking against the formula and threatening to go into an alliance with the opposition to torpedo the arrangement. Whilst the APC has 59 senators and 175 members of the House of Reps, NNPP has 2 and 19 respectively. A simple majority of 56 senators and 181 reps are needed to elect the top 2 leaders in the respective houses. So in the Senate, they have the majority anyway, but in the House of Reps, I think the Kwakwanso's numbers will take them to the majority. Tinubu's representatives have also been meeting with key figures in the People's Democratic Party correspondence report. The Paris meeting between Tinubu and Kwakwanso started at 12:30 p.m. and ended at 4:45 p.m. Insiders told correspondents. Femi Gbadabiamila, Speaker of the House of Reps and presumptive Chief of Staff to the President-elect, attended the meeting, whilst Abdul Mumin Jibrin, an NMPP representative and former leader of a Tinubu campaign organization, accompanied Kwakwanso. Oluremi Tinubu, senator and wife of President-elect, received Kwakwanso's wife, Salamatu. Last or Salamatu. That used to be those sort of motion type names, isn't it? Correspondence learned that Tinubu and Kwakwanso reminisced on their relationship dating back to the National Assembly in 1992. Tinubu was senator, whilst Kwakwanso was deputy speaker in the House of Reps. Correspondents understand that Kwakwanso, in principle, agreed to join Tinubu's government, subject to consultations with stakeholders on both sides. Tinubu is expected to brief Kashim Shettima, the vice president-elect, APC Governors Forum, and other party leaders, whilst Kwakwanso will do the same with his party leadership. Correspondents learned that Tinubu expressed concern over the strained relationship between Abdullahi Ganduje, outgoing governor of Kano State, and Kwakwanso, and promised to broker peace between them. Ganduje was deputy to Kwakwanso when he was governor of Kano State 2011 to 2015, but they soon parted ways, etc., etc. So there it is. So there it is. Then the machinations of politics are the crossover of Kwakwanso to APC. There's almost an inevitability to it.
Yeah, I mean, we've seen all this all along, that this guy doesn't have any pathway to that presidency. You know, even people like Ovi and the rest of them were all, and what's his name, Jafar. They were all championing him like he's the other messiah of some sorts. And we saw what he did. He only had a million plus. The person that they were calling for, people tweeting in the room, the people that came up with more than 6, if not more than even that self. So and then you can imagine. So for me, it's just this guy is just you've known him, you know, from PDP when they formed APC cross carpet. He ran against Buhari. He did not clinch the ticket. After that, he moved back to PDP. Now again, he ran out of PDP, go and form his own NMPP. I mean, like this guy, what's your political, what's your philosophy, for goodness sake? You know, you're a Kwakwasia, you are kind of political brand. I mean, and then you went to go and join PDP. What does PDP have to offer you with Aminu Kano? Suddenly now you realize that Aminu Kano, Kwakwasia. I mean, like you kind of like that's some people. So people don't even get shit. These politicians, they don't even have like our guest today. What's his name? The Prince said. Yeah, some of them they just don't have. It's not about ideology. It's about what is in there for me. You know, look at him now. He's going to meet Tinubu. He's trying to make a pally with him, trying to like grab whatever he can grab from him. And I'm sure it's not to any benefit of the so-called Talakawas that it's for their own aggrandizement. You know, how they could strategize for the next election and become, have political position. You know, so like when you look at all these Nigerian politicians, it just tire me sometimes. I just don't know what to say about them.
I just realized we've not actually had a real proper post-mortem of the Prince's appearance. So let's actually do that. Let's just do.
Yeah, we can do that. If you want to do that.
Yeah. No, let's do that before we actually move on to other topics. So let's just do a round robin on that to land on Ogbeni, and then we'll move on to other deeper topics. So yeah, we start off with my ASAP. So the Prince joined us and he spent the most time he could given the circumstances. My ASAP.
Yeah, thank you, one man. I think I really enjoyed the the discussion, and I'm so happy that I came online at the time when he was speaking. One of the things I was able to take away from his discussion and his answers was the part where he said he was talking about Kwankwaso and the rest, and he was talking about all his political colleagues, and then he made a statement and said, "I visit them regularly. I go to them. They come to my house. They come." I was like, these people. Okay, so Kwankwaso in the north comes to your house regularly. You are in the southwest, and then he went as far as even saying that, look, there's no problem between us. We talk on a regular basis. Their team comes to me every time. I visit them in the night, and there's really no problem. Then he also talked about that maybe the problem is online on Twitter. And so one of the things I could take away from that is that perhaps the media has really played a very, let me say, unfortunate role in painting the political space as as in a way that is not really doesn't really reflect the actual situation. And I think we as as regular citizens should also pay attention. There's no need if these people can come together and discuss. You just mentioned now that Kwankwaso was in a marathon meeting with Tinubu's camp. I don't think we should now take things personally. When we are even dealing with ourselves, we should always remember that in politics, there's a case of permanent. There's no permanent friend. There's no permanent enemy. Only permanent interest. And what our guest today has already highlighted, at least it echoes those sentiments. And going forward, I know now even hearing from the horse's mouth is it comes with a different undertone, and I think that will really inform my outlook when it comes to political matters. I think that's one of the things one of the main takeaways from his discussion here.
Sorry. All right, brilliant. Thank you. So let's hear from Ajane Koko. So Ajane Koko, the prince's cameo appearance, I called it a cameo appearance. It spent in excess of 2 hours. I found it quite engaging. How did you find it, Ajane Koko?
Yes, one man, very engaging indeed, and he, I believe he impressed everybody with the way he answered all the question clearly. He didn't beat around the bush. He, one after the other, every question he answered them to the best of his knowledge. So, and I hope that he will come back next time to have a longer time with us so that more people can pose more questions to him. And it's just unfortunate that we are where we are today. We, particularly those of us that are well educated, are not doing the right thing. We are not pushing for the right candidate. We are pushing for candidates that base their political, they are politicking on the basis of religion and tribe, and not on issue that affect Nigerian people. So this guy and the like him, like Shewure and some other young ones, if we don't take that courage to support them, do everything to make that campaign an orientation of them to our people, we continue to languish in sufferness and futureless country So, but maybe we have to start to have a rethink of the politics that we play and start supporting person like this guy and Shure that are well knowledgeable, well intelligent, and smart, in tune with modern world. That is the only way out. APC, PDP, and all these things, they don't have it. They cannot do it. So we have to look for another option. So Tinubu is there now. Let us see what he's going to do. But nobody pray that Tinubu fail. If Tinubu should fail, Nigeria will fail totally, completely collapse. So, but on the way forward, we should start looking for new set of leadership like him to replace all these old cargo and brainless politicians that have destroyed this country for the past 23 years. You can't see us in the world map. We are not playing any role in this world anymore. Nigeria as a state is not playing no role, no leadership role, nothing. So they are the one that fail us. So, but this guy is offering alternative. We should start looking towards him. We should start looking towards Sowore and other young ones for the better future of our country. So thank you, and coming generation as well. Thank you, Mama.
Oh, all right, brilliant. So thank you, Ajale Koko. Kulata, you're up next. It's really to gauge what sort of experience we just had with the prince. I've always found him good copy, any and everywhere. Because when I knew he was coming, I started to go back through old reels of him. Either he's engaging with Ruben Abati or with the Sultan of wherever, or the Emir of, is always an engaging character. But you came in latterly, Kulata, but I'm sure you were still impressed by his performance.
Yeah, I came in very late, but this is the third time I'm engaging him. I mean, he's a great Ife now, so I can't say he's intelligent. All the great Ife people are smart.
But you went there too now. You went there too. Yeah. Look at this guy. Yeah.
By osmosis. Anyway, I mean the prince is a. I mean, jokes apart, no longer tongue in cheek. He's a very intelligent guy. He's a very smart guy. We will lose if we don't have someone like him as president eventually. I mean, that's our next generation. Like after the likes of Tinubu and Co. I mean, that is the next. That's one of our next guys. If I mean, I don't know how his politics, the future politics will play out, but we definitely need someone like Prince Adewale, either ruling us or serving the nation in one capacity or the other. I will advise him, if he's given the opportunity to serve, he should serve, because we need to pick his brain. He has a lot to offer. And with regards to his answers to questions, he's a lawyer, so he's trained to answer questions that way. You can't, like, lawyers are like eels, they're slippery. You can't just grab them and catch them like that. But he supplied sufficient nuggets, depending on where you look, to get the answers that you need to get from his responses. So I look forward to engaging him in a longer conversation, like maybe when he's seated and settled, like was settled in Dr. Damage's, we can engage in much more deeper conversation, because I think there will be a lot to learn when we get to probe this kind of brain. So please make sure he comes back. And I'm sure he's going to appreciate this platform. We don't antagonize people. We just want to know the facts. We want to learn. And he's someone that has so much value, so much to share. So I look forward to talking to him again.
All right, brilliant. I'm sure he will come back, because he said so. He said within the next 7 days he will be back in a more relaxed environment. And judging by the antecedents, you know how it actually happened. The whole thing was set up within 3 days. I was just able to get a window to be able to access him. And then I communicated with him, and I said, and then I gave him my page, and then he said, and I said, anytime of your convenience, and he said, how about tomorrow, which would have been yesterday, and I said, okay, why not, but then of course that is scheduled. So it's a man that is able to make an instant decision and stand by his word. So I'm certain he'll be back here. But Akeem, so there it was. Don't say I don't do anything for you. I've facilitated now an interaction with the toppest, most echelon of Nigerian politics. So how did you find the Prince, Akeem?
Yeah, thank you, Oman. Yeah, I think he was very articulated in his response to those answer to the questions that he was asked. I don't think he was being politician with his answers. I just think he was being realistic, and I think that is the right way to go. I think he is one person that I've always listened to, and whenever he's talking, you can never see this guy with any form of emotion or sentiment. He just lays it out the way it should be. It tells you this is how it should be, this is what it should be. It's up to you if you want to accept it or not. But he has to lay it out there. So for me, I think he was very eloquent as always, and it's just a pity that the likes of himself and Showores and the others who the youth and the so-called NSAS movement could have gone for, they chose somebody else. Anyway, the election is gone. My own thought going forward is like people like himself and people like Showore should hopefully be accepted by a huge followers, a huge followership from the Nigerian space, so that I always believe that if we truly want to change Nigeria, we need somebody completely from outside the system to bring about the level of changes that we want. And I think this guy has all the resources, all the minerals to actually do what is right by the country. It's good, Mama. Thank you for bringing the Prince here.
Oh, sorry, I keep talking when I'm muted. So Zita, that was you were looking to progress him at Zita to ask then that now that he has come into the national consciousness, what is it going to do with this momentum? Because we're all dissatisfied with the status quo, Zita.
Yeah, woman, I must say, I don't know. He's not hypocritical. He went straight to the point. He answered the questions perfectly well. I would answer questions like that anyways. And again, most of the things we battle in this platform over the weeks and over the months, I think he clarified them. He made a comment that struck me and I was rolling on the floor. He said, when Obasanjo came and made a speech like a cue, he said the phone calls were going on, the engagements were going on, that he quickly, to remove himself from that thing, interim government that we are planning, he made a phone call. He quickly congratulated Tinubu. Again, he made a comment because when somebody think, I listen very well. He said, even those planning to do the interim government, they have started going to visit Tinubu. And I thought, one man, that's what you would have bring that for today, but that's by the way. I've not really listened to him before because I've only once or twice during the campaign, I think in Channel Television and in one other channel, I listened to him. But all these so-called platforms, people say he's going to, I never listen to them anyway. So, but he's a very smart guy. I'm very articulate. I really, really love the way he answered those questions. Because when I ask you a question, you answer me. it makes me know, at that point, I will conclude whether you are smart or not. He answered everything we needed him to answer. He gave us all the answers, all the questions we asked him. Even the one I asked him, he answered me.
I wanted that conversation to because I thought you were asking him how he's going to post the Buhari's Tinubu, all of these sort of people, how he was going to try and seize charge of the future politics and make himself somewhat central to him. Was that not where you were guiding him to?
That was the question I asked him, and he answered me.
Yeah, but I wanted it to be because there's a lot of conversations to be had around there in terms of ideology, in terms of the players, so yeah.
He answered me. What he did was that he gave me the, what I would call the hitches, like what is stopping it to happen. That's the part of the answer he gave me. What is stopping it to happen? Maybe when he come back again, he will tell us how it's going to happen. I asked him a very broad question. It's a big question that we have to lodge into. But he quickly gave me answers on look at what is making it impossible to see people like them, like Showere, like Kachuku, and all those ones. He said, when politics come, the people are ready for, these people are ready to, the people who are ready to save their area wells, these ones are ready to save this thing, these ones are ready to save this thing. None of them cares about the masses. He has given you what the problem is. He answered it. So maybe next time he come, we can talk about the next plan.
All right, brilliant. So let me come to you next. There's a piece of news that is coming through, but let me do the rounds on Prince, and then we get into the thickness of our conversation. So Simba, you delighted in it, of course. I could hear it in your tones, Simba.
Yes, thank you, one man. But I want to be a little bit different from what everybody has been saying. Yeah, I could see that, yes, he has a great idea, has a very sound intelligence. But my reservation is that this guy has never been tested. And I would have advised him to have started from the grassroots. Because it reminds me of the question Rational Man asked him, why didn't he start from his home state? You know what it takes to be a leader or to govern a country is more than idea and being intelligent. You know, when he was talking about
was Trump a good president?
Yes, Trump. Yes, he did well. He did well to some extent.
So that answers your question, doesn't it?
No, not in a country like Nigeria. America has an established institution that can help anybody to do well in that country. So you cannot use American listing to judge what is going to happen in Nigeria. In Nigeria, just like you are just starting afresh. So to me, and you know, when he was talking, he mentioned the cabals, the owners of the oil, whereas Madam Sita mentioned the billionaires of bank, the billionaires bank owners, the international interest. You know, those are the people that we mitigate against his ambition. You know, I asked him a question which he did not actually answer. I asked him, why did you think you stand the chance looking at the way politics in Nigeria has been played? But he didn't answer that question. You know,
he did.
But I can't really figure out what he says.
I will remind you when you are done.
Okay, so you know, in governance, that okay, he mentioned something about there are some people that also has been grooming that so those ones can go to states like Mundo State to go and govern there. That means he's not interested at that level. He's only interested in becoming a president. And well, it sounds very intelligent, but you know when you look, because we kept on saying something about Nigeria, that we want the youth to come on board, and if you let us search our mind, the youth have been getting involved in politics in Nigeria. As just mention one that has really performed very well. I can't figure out anybody in that country that the youth that have governed, at least that have opportunity of being a leader in that country. What have they done? They're even worse than these old cargoes that we are condemning every day. And so you look at, it's very easy for people to say good things, and people they become a praise singer. People will be praising them, but when the push comes to show, is a very difficult task. And to me, I don't want us to get carried away by the succinct deliverance and all these things. That it takes more than that. Yes, it takes more than that to be a leader and to govern a third world country like Nigeria. So to me, when Babajayoko was talking about people like Showore, even to me, this guy is better than Showore. What has Showore done? I can't figure out anything that is. And Babajayoko also asked him about the people that is sponsored in his own community, because every interview he has granted has been mentioning this thing. But when he asked, did you feel slighted or depressed by your performance, even because he lost his own polling unit during the election, and he said no, it doesn't. It's not that. Let me tell you, for him to have been mentioning those things for any opportunity that he has, the thing is still, he mentioned it several times. His thing is still is affecting him. So it's like he's feeling that the people that he has done a lot for.
Categorically, no. You can't say categorically. He might be mentioning it for us to know what kind of people, Nigerian people, or the nasty people in this community are turned to. Irresponsible people.
It's not fair for you. Excuse me, Baba. It's not fair on your part to be castigating people based on what he says.
What do you mean?
You are not living in the community. You are not. Baba, be careful. The life is not like that. Life is not like that.
Life is like that. Deserve another. How would I give so much to you and you don't give back when it's my own turn for you, for when it's your own time to return help to me? You don't give to me, and you think that that is normal? It is not normal.
In fact, I agree with you, rational mind. We are very fond of that on this platform. We just see something and we won't be able to go deep and think and look at it. Look at it on the other way.
What do you want to look on the other side? You said he has repeated it. Hold on. You said he has repeated it several times. You said you have heard him said it several times. And nobody ever from his community came out to debunk it, to say this guy is a liar or this guy has not done anything to the community.
We are not disputing that. We are not saying he didn't give the scholarship. But you are busy now just because he says that you are and he even said it. What you are saying, even the person that spent the money did not castigate the people like the way you. As I see you, I'm very sorry to say, with all due respect, you'll be a very bad politician. You cannot be a good leader because the way you are talking, you cannot.
He was a politician.
I am a straightforward politician. Let me tell you.
If you contest, we can never vote for you because the way you are talking, you don't look like somebody who's going to be a good leader. I'm very sorry to say, because you are just being moved by emotion and you start castigating people. He even said it on his own that every year they organize some things for him, they recognize him, and you are here just because of that. You busy abusing the people and start castigating them. The person that even spent the money did not feel the way you are feeling. I don't understand you.
Look, but you are the one castigating that guy now.
I'm not castigating you. I'm just letting us to look at it in the other way.
You said it's lying. That
I didn't say it's lying. I didn't say it's lying.
No,
don't misquote me.
Okay,
don't misquote me. I didn't say it's lying.
Okay. You said he has consistently said it, that this is what I did for my community and they didn't vote for him. Meaning that he's not happy with what they have done. That is the way you
Yes, I didn't deny that.
Meaning, yes. And I said you cannot say that categorically. Why are you so sure that he's not happy? And that's the reason he's saying this on every platform that he attends. So, but what I am saying,
carry on,
yeah. What I'm saying is that at least if people in other places did not vote for him, his immediate community that he has given so much to should be able to vote for him. And you cannot and you can't tell me that the guy is not good to his community. He has said it. Nobody ever came out from his community to say, oh, this is a bad person or he's not a good person. Look, when we don't start to tell our people that they are bad, it is their misbehavior. They are bad. They are bad action.
Now you agree that we have the problem of followership now. But before you always castigating the leader.
Now it's the bad action of our people that led to them voting for useless politicians that never done anything to them. But we, from this side of the world, pity them so much that, oh, look at, we fight, we say a lot of things against politicians, but these people are bad people too. The politicians represent who they are as people because they are not good people too. They don't vote. They will see person intelligent, knowledgeable, good character. They will not vote for that person. They will go and vote for criminal. As long as that one can give them money, bribe them on election day, they vote for him, and they will come back later to complain. Oh, we cannot see our councillor, we cannot see our representative. We see we have voted for him. So, but this guy gave you money. He gave you money. You voted for him. The guy that did not give you money that you know quite well is a good person. You didn't vote for him, but you want to come and blame the person that paid for your service. So, look, when our people are acting with all this bad behavior, it is good to call them out. That is what I'm saying. I don't accommodate nonsense like that. It is not good for us as people. We can't be acting like that, doing things against ourselves and killing the future of our children. And you said, oh, we should tolerate it. No, it is not good.
But I support you. That what his people did was very wrong. It's very wrong.
All right. There's some breaking news. It looks as though a whole bunch of our consular staff of the United States have just been shot up in Anambra State. Several casualties, as you're seeing on your screen.
Prince mentioned it during his discussion. He mentioned it during his discussion here. You didn't catch it. He mentioned it.
No,
when he was talking.
I didn't catch it. But I didn't catch it.
He mentioned it. He mentioned it passively. Yes.
Yes. So it says White House says none of the casualties in the Nigeria attack were U.S. citizens. 2 Nigerians working for the U.S. consulate were killed and their bodies set on fire in an attack on a U.S. convoy. So this was in Anambra State. White House says none of the casualties in the Nigeria attack were U.S. citizens. Local media reports U.S. embassy staff killed. Police confirmed 2 Nigerians working for U.S. consulate were killed and their bodies set on fire in an attack on a U.S. convoy. However, the attack was, however, this was an attack on a U.S. convoy. No American was injured. More updates to follow. So that, but it's something that's just grabbed the whole headlines. Attackers gunned down U.S. Embassy humanitarian mission in Anambra State, leaving 4 dead. So there it is. And on it goes. It's a story that is fast evolving within the space. 4 killed as gunmen attack U.S. Embassy officials in Anambra State. So what does this mean? What does this mean? Who has thoughts on that? Hello?
The headline says they were being shot by Fulani herdsmen.
Did he say that?
So he said, "Gunman."
Is it autopilot?
No,
You make fun of the dead, please.
I'm trying to drive at something. You know, before now we used to hear about Fulani herdsmen. Now it's about gunmen. Who are the gunmen?
It must be unknown gunmen. I mean, that's what usually that's how I refer to them now. Unknown gunmen, or gunmen.
But guys, this is serious. So
it is serious. It is serious.
Because if they're shooting, I mean, I know there are people related to U.S. Army. So I mean that sympathy that people, I mean that some folks there, especially the Simon Ekpa and Co, are looking for internationally. That's kind of like shot. That's dead, because I mean, this is severely escalating the issue, because an American could have died, and if an American died, you know how that is. So this is closest to an American dying. So the government really needs to deal with this. I mean, I'm going to say, go on a limb there. This IPOB and Samuel Ekpa situation.
Saying IPOB now.
Let me give you a quick speed through. 4 killed as gunmen attack U.S. Embassy officials in Anambra. 4 staff members of the United States Embassy in Nigeria on a humanitarian mission in Anambra State have been shot dead following an attack on their vehicle on Tuesday. The incident happened late on Tuesday in the Amiyi Eke, something or the other community in Ogbaru local government area of the state. No reason has yet been ascertained, but a source in the area said the assailant ambushed and immediately gunned down the victims. But a source said the assailants caused panic in the area as they invaded the arena where some of the residents in the community had gathered and were waiting to receive medical treatment from the UNICEF officials. So they were UNICEF officials. The source said they were ambushed and about 4 of them were gunned down, whilst others sustained various degrees of injuries as they escaped with their vehicle that has the inscription UNICEF. Amongst the victims were white and black officials who were on a medical outreach to the rural riverine areas. However, reacting to the development in a statement following an inquiry by correspondents, the spokesperson of the Anambra State Police Command, DSP Tochukwu Ikenga, said the Joint Security Forces have embarked on a rescue/recovery operation in Ogbaru local government area, following an attack on a convoy of staff of United States Consulate today, May the 15th, 2023, at 3:30 p.m. along Atani Road. The hoodlums murdered 2 of the police mobile forces operatives and 2 staff of the consulate and set their body ablaze alongside their vehicles. Also, the arsonists/murderers, on sighting the responding joint security forces, abducted 2 police operatives, the driver of the second vehicle, and took to their heels. No U.S. citizen was in the convoy. The command, whilst reacting to the situation, regrets that a convoy of such or any related will enter the state without recourse to police in the area or any security agency, are assured that the battle against the insurgents in the state is focused and will remain sustained until such a time security stability is fully restored. Further details are to be communicated. So that last paragraph, somewhat passing the buck already, exonerating themselves from blame that they were not notified, but this has the potential of an international incident. In fact, it is an international incident, isn't it?
It is international, and this is not the time to be playing ostrich. We know this doesn't look like some Fulani herdsman narrative or whatever. It sounds more like the unknown gunmen, IPOP, autopilot shenanigans that's been going on in that area. And we need to call a spade a spade. At what point in time does this become, I mean, they're now killing the UNICEF, they even burnt them. The UNICEF could be a bunch of like foreigners that will just further escalate issues. So, I mean, the government needs to start dealing with that space now. We can't sustain this.
Kulata, I blame them for going there.
Why?
You know, I don't think the way people think. What are they going there to do?
To help
That's
the
a red
community.
zone.
That's
a red zone. That area is a red zone. I have said it here time and time again. But will anybody listen to me? No, they won't listen to me, because you know why? They don't want voices in the Southeast that will make Southeast be missed. Like when they want to discuss Southeast, they say, no, they're not all like that. So when I speak, people want to chichi me because they want to give Southeastern a particular profile. That's the way they are. I said it over and over again. That place is amber. Why did they go there? It's amber.
But you can't say why. No, you can't say why did they go there now. They were there on a humanitarian.
That is what I am saying now.
There cannot be a no-go area in Nigeria now. What are we?
No. I think we should listen to Zita.
Nobody.
What Zita is telling us is not a safe area. It's just like you saying you want to go and carry out humanitarian this thing in Zamfara State.
Or is Zambisa Forest?
When Southeast now Zamfara left now.
Hold on
Zamfara is even secured now.
Who told you that Zamfara is secured?
Secured than Anambra.
Do you know how many local governments that are under the control of banditry in Zamfara? Only about 15.
But we haven't heard any casualties there lately.
5 that is under the control of government. So look, we have
Can I speak?
Exaggeration.
Oh, okay. Exaggeration, the man saw. But every day, look at what happened here now. When Zita is talking, we want to say, why mustn't they go? Why must humanitarian this thing go to the danger zone where it is not safe?
Ajale, since when the Southeast become a danger zone? That's the bigger problem.
It became a danger zone. Kulata, let me answer you. It became an extremely dangerous zone when a particular set of humans we declare sit at home, and the governor and the administration that has the authority in that state tell the citizens, go to your shops, go about your normal businesses, and the citizens are so scared to come out. That area, it simply means that the area is extreme, not just no-go area, but extreme no-go area. Because what it means is that what the citizens are telling you, that even the government cannot save you. It's as simple as ABC.
But who is doing who now?
What?
I said, who is doing who now? They're doing themselves.
Well, I don't know about that. But what I'm saying is that I am blaming those people, not only that they are not our race, they are another race. Not only that they are another race, their car has something written on it. All these things are something that attract you to being a target. What kind of humanitarian is you are going to give people who don't want you to come? I don't know who planned that, but whosoever planned that should be prosecuted. Whosoever gave those people that signal to go to that area should be prosecuted. Because I've been screaming on this platform for a very long time concerning my area. Nobody is listening. I told you people how my cousin was shot. I told you people
We are
everything that
listening to
happened
you,
in that.
Mrs. Sita. We listen to you.
But,
We know.
but it seems as if people come and shishi me. What did they go there to do? I hate losing life. What did they go there to? Which humanitarian? For what? That
But
somebody you are coming to do
Zita,
something. Not only that they killed them, they set them ablaze.
Zita, though,
And we sit
like,
down here and say, when did you know that Southeast is a no-go area? When
Zita,
every
Zita,
Monday and Tuesday is that way.
Zita, take Kulata's interjection. Yeah.
Zeta, we know there's some skirmishes in the southeast, but I don't think anybody has the mind that it has escalated up to like terrorist level. Because yeah, there's Monday sit at home, there's unknown gunmen, but
Killing UNICEF staff
UNICEF, like
is a bold move.
that's international, and that will affect the region
No.
badly because the news will go international.
That's the end of Biafra, by the way. That's that move.
The news is already international. That's why I'm surprised. Because it's a similar thing to what happened in OD. Before OBASANJO intervened. When you start killing your own people, a stranger should not near that place. It's as simple as that. You are saying UNICEF people are strangers. If someone can kill his own people, set their houses ablaze, bomb a whole village, kill everybody in the village, then who is a stranger?
No, hold on. Hold on, Zita. Let it be conversational. What we read in that report, what we read in that report was that the UNICEF logo and name and yes, it was quite emboldened on all of their vehicles. And internationally, because those are humanitarian people, internationally there's the recognition that they're not touched. That's an international. Even in Afghanistan, you go to Sudan right now, the UNICEF vehicle will drive through the bullets. Nobody will shoot them. And where this pins on his head is, these people say they are agitating for a free nation, and they are saying they are David fighting Goliath. But with this move now, that international sympathy, if there ever was one for the Biafran narrative, it ends.
No, see, one man, you still don't understand what is going on there. I used to make a sentence here, Iba Meze. We don't actually really have people who speak to us. When you have a society whereby the Oba can send his council members to go talk to the village after the meeting they have done, the emir can do so. Do you understand? The Amayana body, Amayruwi, it becomes a very closed environment where everybody understands what is going on. In the Southeast, we don't have such a thing. So this UNICEF logo and UNICEF non-logo, I don't think they down the road they know all these things you are talking about. All they know is that strangers.
These are international symbols. They are international symbols.
I understand perfectly well what you are saying. I understand perfectly well what you are saying. We understand each other, but do they understand us?
And white people were killed as well, though, which are, whether we like it or not, it adds an infection on it.
I hope so.
You know, when you hit the honest nest, this is what is going to happen. They're killing an international reputable organization as UNICEF officials. There's going to be a repercussion, I can assure you that. But the point is, I said something earlier. I said they did involve an herdsman. And everybody was laughing. It is the people of those unknown government lives in Anambra state, not somebody from another state. But I hope the federal government will be able to, fish these people out. But in my head, I was thinking,
But they can't they? They've been at it for a very long time. They've not been able
this sometimes some cases are politically motivated, but in a senseless killing like this, I don't see is how it impact the community. I mean, they're coming to help the community, and they are being gunned down. So there's no political attachment that I'm trying to rationalize in my head. However, I was thinking, I mean, in armed forces, we have, I think, almost 500,000 personnel. I said 500,000 or more than 600,000 armed forces personnel. Why can't federal government declare emergency in those troubled states and, station the military officers there for some time to cool things down? Maybe that can help.
Can I
Adewale,
explain?
sorry, Adewale. No, Mrs. Zita, you talk. Adewale, do you
Go ahead.
remember sometimes ago, not even sometime, maybe sometime last week, when Ekenen and the likes of Dex came on and they were saying that the Southeast was militarized. Why are they doing that? Why are they, sometimes when even the government has good intention, we have a way of actually malign them, give them bad name, and this thing that is happening now, it has been there for some 2-3 years now, that they have been killing people. They will go to villages, burn them. Just last week or 2 weeks ago, they killed about 5 policemen in that same Southeast. We didn't talk about those ones because we have been carried away by the electionary matters that I've been discussing. That place, as Madam Zita said, is a dead zone. And this is the same Anambra that somebody is painting for us as being the one of the best states in Nigeria that it has ruled. The whole of Southeast is a no. They want to carry all this shenanigans to the South. And Wike said they should not come down to South.
Yeah,
he was
right.
one that warned them that they should not bring this shenanigans. Yes. He didn't allow them. They wanted to carry it down to the South so that they would want to.
Where are we going with this topic again now? Are we doing South? Are we doing Southeast again? Or what are we doing here? Are we talking about?
Yes, that's what we are doing. Rational mind.
That's what we are doing.
Are we talking about?
Because
No,
the
guys.
incident happened in the Southeast.
It's Southeast. It's not South now. It's not Southwest now. It's not Northeast now. What are we talking about? Let's talk about the Southeast and then let's move on. I mean,
what we are discussing, is it different from South? We are talking about what happened in South. You say which one are we talking about?
We know where you're going with this topic. We know where we're going.
No, I'm not going anywhere. What I'm just saying that the earlier we condemn these shenanigans, the better. We cannot be talking.
Yeah, well, that's what we're doing. We condemn it and then we move on. And, they're going to.
Yeah, but the repercussions, though, does this incident, whether he's involved or not, does this incident bring Simon Ekpa into focus?
Well, man, let them. I trust United States government. I mean, can I just say this? Okay, go on, please. Go on.
Please. Repercussion from where? Is this Samuel Ekpa that directed them to go and kill?
But it is
UNICEF official. Look, criminals are all over that place. They are everywhere. I mean, we are sounding as if it is happening for the first time.
local government chairman in what do you call it?
Enugu State was beheaded.
No, the governor of what do you call it? Governor of Anambra State.
I can say same Anambra State there. That was what happened.
Governor of Anambra State is local government. The local government.
It was an Abga, maybe an Abga chairman too.
Yeah, the chairman. They roasted him alive. The one happened last week, maybe Enugu or this thing. They beheaded him. One politician that was
just be mindful of the language, but carry on for YouTube.
They even took money from the family. They took like 10 million, and after that, they eliminated the man. It is those that we had in the news, people that are known, the politician, and the notable people that this thing happened to, that we are hearing. What of that woman that was former minister, the husband? What happened? Look, like Ms. Zita said, the governor of that state should be held responsible for this barbaric act. He should have provided those people with security.
Yeah, but
enough security personnel while they are carrying out this.
Hold on, Ajale Koko. What they are saying, because I did read. Let me give you the paragraph again. It says however, reacting to the development in a statement following an inquiry by correspondence, the spokesperson for the Anambra State Police Command, DSP Tochukwu Ikenga, said the joint security forces have embarked on a rescue and recovery operation following an attack on a convoy of staff of the United States Consulate today. The hoodlums, it says, the command, whilst reacting to the situation, regrets that a convoy of such or any related will enter the state without recourse to the police in the area or any security agency. So what they are saying essentially is that they never told them they were coming.
Okay.
Oh, how did they get the police escort? Hold on. How did they get this police escort that followed them? The police that were mentioned that were also
one man. Let me say this. According to the Nigerian security when he went to Amber, they said if it is an expatriate, it's going to be lead and chess. Now, the question for companies like Shell, Mobil, and Ajib that follow it to the latter is supposed to be 4-man police officer in the lead with the driver. That is making it 5 behind. That is 1 vehicle in front, 1 vehicle behind. And then they will be in the middle. That was the security instruction that was given by Nigerian police as at the time I was. I don't know whether it has changed. So saying that 2 policemen were killed, I'm beginning to think, is it that those people, the other police people in the car ran away and they shot the driver, the 2 drivers, and killed those people? But actually, if they're coming from outside Anambra State, they give them the lead and chase. The place they're coming from, we give them the lead and chase. It doesn't necessarily have anything to do with Anambra government and Anambra.
Well, did you listen to what he read? Did you listen to what he read?
Yes, now that's what
he said. He said they were. Hold on. There's no point doing all this longer. I mean, what he said is that from that what
we
he read,
dwell on it very long. Rational mind. We are talking about lives that were wasted.
What am I talking about? Am I talking about a life that's not wasted? I'm talking about the same thing too.
Good. We dwell in it longer. We should dwell on it longer.
No. What I'm saying is, I mean, you are just doing a long giving a long essay to this. But what we're saying is that he said that because you were saying something that they were just passing by. They were not passing by this. They went there for humanitarian. So somewhere in Anambra.
That is not what I said.
Okay, go on, please.
I said when you are coming from another state, The only thing they would have done is to stop at the police headquarters in Anambra to report themselves. But most times they don't do it. They just go straight. It's from their take off point. That's why I'm just trying to confirm what the police people said, that they are not aware. Probably they are right. They not necessarily, if they're coming from outside the state.
Mezita,
That's
you
the
know
point
that
I'm trying to make.
police lies all the time. Oh. You can't believe what they are saying now. If they probe this issue further, you will discover that police are lying now. So because I believe the UNICEF, I believe they know that area is a danger zone. They have to be very careful to travel around. I believe they are conscious of the insecurity in that area as well. So, but all in all, this is not the first time. So, if, as one man was saying, the EPA will get into trouble, this is not the first incident of barbaric act like this. It's not the first time. The fact that it happened to UNICEF now does not make the difference. Life is life. Human life is human life. Those that were eliminated before their own, they are human life. UNICEF officials doesn't have two heads. So, look, it just the reaction from UNICEF is just going to be the denial of their services to that region. That is what is going to cost them, period. And that is what the criminal wants. The criminal doesn't want any good thing to come there so that people can be pressurized to rise up against the government official. It's a strategy, that's the strategy they've been using. That's why they go after every politician. I mean, there's one politician from the north, we forgot that they eliminated too. A lot of people have been eliminated, and many have still been eliminated to today that it didn't get to the news. So it's just, it's a danger zone. A lot of people will travel to Nigeria. They will not even go there. They will stay in Lagos. They will not go.
I think if these people know what is good for them, especially this guy from Finland, if he knows what is good for him, he should just come out and just denounce it quickly. Because
yes, I think he should.
Yeah, because if he doesn't, this is going to rope him. Because this whole thing.
Well, whether he's involved or not, yes.
Well, the thing is this: I don't expect any government. I mean, when I mean government, apart from Nigerian government, any U.S. government or even Finland government, the Finnish government, to want to arrest him if they can't find any link between him and those people that perpetrated this. But if it's not, yeah, he needs to come out and denounce it and vehemently make it clear that it's not for all of this. Because the way this whole thing is just going, to me, it's making the Southeast ridiculous. I mean, people are complaining about marginalization. Now, when would if anybody comes in there, maybe it's Tinubu that comes in there now, he wants to develop that area, and they are afraid of sending construction people there to go and work, or send people to go and work because they're afraid for their lives. And how would that development come there? So I think they need to just sit down and have a rethink. This whole IPOP thing, they need to sit down and talk to their head, and because this way the sort is just
there doesn't appear to be an underpinning ideology or any real want or demand, or it just the whole thing just oftentimes it seems just like mindless violence.
Yeah,
that's what.
Yeah, that's what
just for its own sake killings, because it's not as though they're fighting for anything or doing anything significant, or it's just, of course, you're not going to. God, it's
very insane.
Roman, please, can I interject, please?
Yeah, come in.
You see, there is something I called controlled chaos. Having criminality in any society is not having them is practically impossible. However, there should be a group, a person that can be negotiated with, that has a kind of control. Most times when people talk of like this MC Oluomo in Lagos, I don't absolutely condemn him. Sometimes I see him as a useful idiot that when other criminals want to move around, there is someone you can talk to. Unfortunately, it seems there aren't people like that in the Southeast. So every criminal is just running around, running its own ring, and it's become so uncontrollable. I think that is the problem with the Southeast. There are no regions without problems. Every region has its own problem, but there are people you can talk to. I think that is just what I see in this issue.
Woman, can I just
Can
please
I come
interject?
in?
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Madam
You
Zita,
you can come in, but before you come in, let me do a bit of administrative stuff. Just mute yourself. There's a woofing sound coming from you, but just for a micro moment. Let me do a bit of administrative stuff. The super chats that have been coming in. Adeola Ogunleye, his super chats. He really brought his wallet today, as has always did Ayo. The person instigating the super chat, of course, always Alexander Gomez. So thank you. To those. Alexander Gomez continues still with the super. So those ones were essentially. So this is a super sticker from Alexander Gomez, matched by Ayo as ever, and in this instance supported by Deola as well. So thank you. But this one now, a super chat by Alexander Gomez. It says, what a kind-hearted man, ensured he honored his promise. We need more patriotic folks of his generation and wherewithal in key positions. So that was to the direction of the prince who joined us earlier. Another prince says thanking the other prince via her super chat. So that's Prince Daddy. Alexander Gomez continues with the super chat. Prince is a man of honor. I salute you. So there is Alexander luxuriating in Prince Adebayo. Alexander Gomez still Babati. You are so yes, Alexander wanting Babati to make available how he can be contacted. I think Alexander Gomez has been trying to reach Babati for a while now. So Babati, make yourself available so that Alexander, if you have an email or something, if you want to drop it in the comment section next time you call, in the private chat next time you come in. And Ayo, as ever, he always double dips, and he double dips with the buy the coffee thing. So that's Ayo clocking in. He did it yesterday, which I left before I could acknowledge. So that's Ayo from yesterday. Not deterred by not being acknowledged. He does it yet again today. So that's Ayo now double dipping right there. So thank you, Ayo, for all that. So thank you for all that. Keep the super chats and all whatnot coming as we go back to the conversation as it was. So back to it. Who wanted to come in?
Woman, can I step in real quick?
I wanted to say something.
Yeah, before you say it, let's hear from Prince Daddy, who hasn't spoken yet. So Prince Daddy, come in.
Yeah, thanks, Moment. Okay, I don't want to be off topic, but I just want to revisit the conversation we were having earlier in regards to Angelico's comment about the prince's charity and how he doesn't get a reciprocal support from the people that he supports. I think I do agree with Angelico 100%. Okay, but with the prince Adewale, I mean, of course, it went on the high ground, but it's response to.
Hold on, Prince. If you agree with Ajan Lekoko, then that act of charity is not an act of charity, but an act of business. If you are if you are through charity expecting a payoff or a payback, then that's an investment and a business, not charity.
I can explain. Well, I'm glad you brought it up, as you did earlier. Well, because here's the thing, though. Adewale, the Prince Adewale, was not demanding anything of these people. Keep that in mind. That's quite important. Given that he's not demanding, nor is he requesting them to do anything extraordinary. But nonetheless, the people that he helped, okay, they were going to vote anyway or support a candidate in case of the election. So why not support the person that supports you? It's not asking them to do it, but
Okay.
the work.
Yeah. What if they felt Peter Obi was a better candidate? What if they felt or Tinubu? What would they do in those circumstances? If Prince Adewale had supported them from primary school to PhD, but at that election, in their hearts, they really thought that Tinubu, Kwakwanso, Peter Obi, any one of them as a better candidate than Tinubu.
Well,
What would they?
sure.
And
Yeah,
then Prince Adewale, yeah.
Yeah, well, I don't expect absolute 100% of the people that he supports or they supported should vote for him or see things his way. But this is, I think it's what Angelica was alluding to. I mean, sometimes, believe it or not, people are good, but they need to be told what to do or be reoriented or oriented, perhaps, on what should be done or what is right or wrong. Okay, there's a verse in the Bible, I think it's in the book of Jeremiah, that says, they have wisdom to do good, but they have wisdom to do good, but have no knowledge. Okay, they have wisdom they have wisdom to do evil, but to do good, they have no knowledge. These so-called people, if they can extend their ends, okay, and collect favor or accept favor from Prince Adewale, they should also see it in their heart. Okay, sometimes we have to go the extra mile for other people. Okay, when somebody can bring you up or train you or support you all the way to PhD or become a doctor, whatever, you have to see it in your heart also to reciprocate. That's just life. Let's not lie to ourselves. See, Adewale's response was okay. Well, of course, he doesn't expect anything from those people, but that's just a high altruism. That's high altruism that does not really exist in many quarters or many places. When somebody helps you, you have an obligation. That's just reality. You have obligation to reciprocate to the person that helps you, regardless of if you think my Peter Obi or Tinubu was better. This person did something for you. But
then with that statement, you are removing help from the realms of a selfless act, which is what helped you be a selfless act. But if you are introducing reciprocity into it, then it makes it then a transaction.
No, because in this case, again, it was not a direct reciprocity. It's not direct because at the end of the day, the Prince Adewale is not asking anybody to say, "I helped you since you were a child. Now it's the time for you to reciprocate."
But you are suggesting an implicit expectation that is implied in expectation that are quid pro quo. So even against their conscience.
One man.
Yeah.
Táwọn Yorùbá bá sọ pé ẹni tá a ṣoore fún tó dúpẹ́ bí ọlọ́ṣà kò ní lẹ́rù lọ. What does that mean to you? Ẹni a bá ṣoore fún tí kò dúpẹ́ bí ọlọ́ṣà kò ní lẹ́rù lọ.
What it means is one good tongue deserves another.
It means some of the Yoruba adages are not in tune with contemporaneous times.
What do you mean by it's not in contemporaneous time? When you see you people, downtrodden people in Britain continue to vote for good governance, or parties that show responsibility to give them life, to give them future, to give them better education.
What are we
talking about?
Yeah, we're all downtrodden, don't worry. I'm driving a 2-year-old car, if you want to know. I'm not the latest. I don't have the latest of the latest. So I'm not. Yeah.
So let us think Yoruba. Let us bring Yoruba concept into this. Don't let us be speaking this nonsense grammar. It is not transactional. Ẹni tí a bá ṣoore fún ó ń láti dúpẹ́, tó o bá dúpẹ́ bí ọlọ́ṣà àánú ò lè ní ṣerú oore yẹn fún mọ́. That is what it means. You don't appreciate when you don't appreciate what I'm doing to you. I'm giving you life. I'm giving you future. I'm helping you out of poverty. and it's your turn to return to give me vote. When it's time for you to stand with me to show that, mo ní àwọn èèyàn. We are talking about vote. When your people stand with you to give you vote, they showcase you. They sell their community to the other part of the world or other part of the country that, look, we are good people. This man is a good man. Okay, we stand with our own man. That is what it means. But when it comes to them to do that, they chicken away. And you are saying that what they have done is not wrong. I mean, it's barbaric. They should be condemned.
Agree.
They should be condemned. They are bad people. And when you're buruku ló ń ṣe bẹ́ẹ̀, èèyàn burúkú, just say it. Èèyàn burúkú ni wọ́n.
Even in the Bible, it says the Christians should help Christians first. It says so in the Bible. I mean, so the notion that, okay, you know, it's not reciprocity or it's not, no. I don't believe in that. And I believe, though, if you do help somebody, do it and move on. That's what I believe personally. But in this case, we can almost say the vote they were given is free. Adewale was not asking that they're not compelled to give their vote to him, but it's an opportunity to show their gratitude to a certain degree. It's not going to cost them much. So this is the problem with people in society, and this is the problem with us in general, if we want to put it that way.
You know what?
We have to invest in places where we live from. It's just a natural law. It's a natural law. It doesn't matter if you're Christian, Muslim, or a Jew. We have to invest in the places that we live from. We have to do that. You can't tell me Adewale is going to spend a bunch of money to raise somebody to a PhD level and then turn around and go be obedient. That's nonsensical. I don't accept that.
Well, that would be a violation of what democracy is all about, right?
No, rational mind. Nobody, they're not being compelled. Nobody's compelling anybody to do anything.
Like you're compelling them. That's what you're saying.
No, we're not.
Like you're compelling these people.
No, we are. Did Adewale say he wrote a letter or sent an email or called them to? Even said it. Even said it.
This gentleman never said. Hold on. This gentleman never said any of this that we're all arguing about. Even though some people read his body language or what did he not say to mean that maybe he's really bitter about it.
Well, I didn't say it was bitter. I'm not suggesting that. He
sounded like it in some of that platform that I've heard him.
No, but it was trying to it was talking more to democracy. I've heard him on other platform also before, talking about somebody, a young lady, I believe, that worked for him, told him directly that she was going to vote for Peter Obi because why is her pastor has suggested that to her, and he said it was okay. He didn't feel bitter about it. And I didn't think he held the ladies, the young girl's wage from her because she didn't vote for him. No. But he had to say. If he doesn't say, who's going to say? Is it me or you that know nothing about it? He has to talk about it. I don't think he's bitter about it. He's just being frank about it.
Well, I get you. I get it. I'm not saying he's bitter, even though, like I said, it sounded like from the way he's talking about the whole.
No, I disagree.
Well, fine. It's not bitter. It's bitter. It's not bitter. But let's leave that. But the point is, you guys are making it look like these people that he has helped. That they are obliged. They're obliged to reciprocate.
Let me say something, please. You know, one
they're
thing
losing. Sorry, guys, you're losing us.
Okay, please. What I want to say.
Yes, have that interjection, and then I want to gravitate back to the topic on the screen, which Zita wanted to voice an opinion before the Prince came in.
Yeah. What I want to say is this: every one of us does this favor to somebody at one point, but over time, I've also concluded that favor is an obligation that the recipient is readily and willingly seeking means of discarding that reciprocal, responsibility. They don't want to reciprocate favor. So we should all have that in the backs of our mind. It's a burden they are carrying and they are willing to discard it. So most times we should only do things that doesn't really take too much from us. with that, I think we'll live with.
I don't think he has complained about.
Kulata,
No,
what we were
no,
talking. Hold on. I think some people may be out of the loop of the conversation now. Kulata, what we were talking about was what the conversation between Prince and Ajanle Koko. Prince was saying because they were looking at Prince's polling booth and he did not get sufficient enough votes as he should have. And some of the people that he had helped, he gives out scholarships to 2,000 people every single year, all the way through PhD, if that's what you want. But that did not reflect in his votes. And Ajanle Koko was insisting that there's somewhat of an ingratitude in there. And the counter argument is saying that, the fact that he helped them does not oblige them to vote for him. So that's the back and forth.
Oh, okay. I wasn't there. But you can't buy someone's vote by charitable action. I mean, I have the mind to vote for whoever I want, regardless of what you do.
I'm sorry.
To vote for you.
Prince, I do want to say since he was 15 years old, he's been helping people doing charity. Okay, I don't think it was waiting, contemplating that it was.
If it's charity, you should expect nothing in return. That's what.
See, okay, I want you guys to come to reality. This is the problem. We're just talking like textbook stuff. We're not talking reality.
But you just
then it's not charity. If you're expecting something in return,
one man. I've been waiting. You sound like a preacher yourself. Can I just address
this argument is shocking.
Yeah. Well, let me quickly just say
somebody
this.
who do something for you, there shouldn't be a thank you. Really?
Well, they can thank him, but then the thing is,
you don't know what is
Madam Zita, you're right. Voting for him just saying is like saying thank you, and that's it. There's nothing more to it.
No,
it's more than that.
In terms of
girl that
Madam
went
Zita,
to him, they wanted to set him up.
Okay,
so he said, "Oh, are you going to go to this set of me?" It would have been all over the social media. I had a question for Madam Zita in terms of the issues that are taking place in Anambra, and I want to put my question across to her so that she can address them with her own new position about that. But not because she made mention of the issue of thank you. Let me just weigh in on this. This matter is more of a philosophical matter. It means that we will never be able to come to a conclusion on a moral ground on which, because people will have this argument and we will never have a consensus on it. Some people will feel that, okay, it was done out of a selfless act. So I think the best thing we should do is just follow what the man himself has, the conclusion in which he has come to himself. The man himself said that the thank you that he was expecting, the people on the land have done it already for him. That every year they call him, they have an occasion for him to celebrate what he has done. If we keep hammering on this thing, we're not going to leave this place today because there will be valid arguments on both sides of the aisle. So I think we should just agree with what the man has finally, come as his own way of justifying the perceived reciprocity that he was expecting from his own people. And then maybe we should move on to other topics.
All right. Hold on. That's a brilliant way to wrap up that space. So now put the question regarding Anambra to Zita Adebayo.
Thank you very much. Madam Zita,
well done.
Yeah, Madam Zita, I have a question for you because I've thought about the Southeast for years now. And this question is coming from a very deep place. It's similar to the issue that we're talking now, that in such a way that is a kind of chicken and an egg situation. You mentioned, and I understand where you're coming from. You talked about the fact that there has always been a red flag in the Southeast, and you articulated your points clearly and as in a way that is clear, that people should have known that from the time when the governor could not, say for a fact and say, put his foot down and say, we don't want this in this place, that should have been the sign that this place is a no-go area. Okay, that I understand that. But then, we have cases like the Ohaneze in Indigo. We know how this kind of issues can be politicized. I think Rational Mind mentioned a few instances. Okay, let's look at them, the Iwanyawus of this world. They will come and then they will say, oh, the Southeast has been marginalized. Oh, this has happened. They've left us to our own selves. Those we have those camps. Then we have the people in the international community, like the Chiamamandas of this world. By the time they will write about the marginalization of the Southeast. Nobody will consider the nuanced factors that play in this. And you know, I think, like I always say, that somebody's made a statement that that when you begin to take certain position, you know, the narrative will be different from the way it's played out in the media. So my question to you is this: what would you advise the federal government to do? Because it seems as though if the federal government doesn't help, there will be cries of marginalization. But if the federal government or any other organization like the UN now wants to intervene, then at the other side too, people will say, okay, they should have known this area is a no-go area. Well, how do you think the government should actually maneuver within this kind of tricky situation?
You see, when I listen to most Nigerians discuss issues about Boko Haram, about Nasarawa, and about Southeast, that happens to be my area, I noticed that what happened in OD, the militancy in the South, were not actually known to Nigerians, because as at the time and the space it happened, the social media was not that elaborate. Today, the social media is elaborate. For most of us who happen to witness the Ebesu, the Odi saga, and the Niger Delta, there are some issues that is so bad. When I mean bad, it's so bad that as a government, if you don't go brutal, you will never get results. That is actually what happened in OD. I blame OBASANJO, but I don't blame him. If you people go back to study what happened in OD, I don't think he had another choice. I don't really think he had another choice. Well, he had another choice.
Don't let Izon hear you say that, or he'll come running. But carry on.
He let him come running now. I don't speak without facts. I will tell you what I know. I'll make you reference to go back, do your investigation. You will come back to tell me I said the truth. But giving you evidence, I don't give people who don't make use of information, my information. Let me continue with what I'm not scared of anybody when I'm talking about what I am very informed about. So, you see, he had two options. I won't say he doesn't have another option. He has two options. One option is what the federal government is doing in the Southeast now. And the other option is to go brutal. Sometimes people will say, bring people, discuss with them, discuss. You see, something that happens, it will start later. Start as a movement, start as an agitation. That's why you say, do not even try to breed the monsters in the first place. Before you know it, the criminals around will hijack it. It will become a case of blood sucking. It will become a case of money making. It will become a case of hate. You hate somebody, you just kill him. So I think.
Yes, if you try and navigate it back to this particular incident regarding the U.S. consular officials, do you have the expectation that the police will move very quickly, and maybe by even as early as tomorrow they'll start to parade people who they tell us that they are apprehended suspects?
It might not even be the suspects. It might not be the suspects. They might get somebody, maybe from the prison, tell you they are the ones that killed those people. And the case ends there. Maybe probably kill them. Maybe people on death too. So it's a very dicey situation. That's why I said, what were they going to do there in the first place? Now, back to your question. You said, how will the government handle it? I've just given you 2 instances. He said Ohaneze. Ohaneze doesn't speak for the Igbos. I keep saying it here over and over again. Igbo Amweze, they don't have somebody to speak for them. They don't. Somebody who will say them, stop, they stop. It's okay, let's do it this way. They don't. They don't. It's a very, very dicey situation. Because the person that will do the negotiation with us outside of Igbo land, Igbo people will not. I keep saying this. Igbo people will not like it. And you people know I am saying the truth. But you people want to shut me up.
Nobody is shutting you up now. You speak freely here. But Zita, Zita, do you think this incident, do you think is sufficient enough for a state of emergency to be declared in Anambra State? Buhari steps down at Charles Soludo and puts in a military administrator there, because we've seen something similar under Obasanjo's administration.
They have killed more people. If you think killing will make them declare state of emergency, they have killed a lot of people now. Military personnel has been waylaid and murdered. I mean, army, foot soldiers. How many? So why didn't he declare state of emergency? Because he's going to declare it.
Yeah, yes, but because the Americans are killed this time around, and we all know what that means internationally. It's not something that is not a sweep under the carpet incident, and not the Americans, but people under American influence. Hold on, people under American influence under essentially under American protection. So it's not something you can sweep under the carpet. So the Americans will insist on a result. So this might well be that tipping point to declare that place a state of emergency and put in a military. For however long, they put in a military administrator to go and sweep up the place.
That's not going to happen. If that is the state of emergency you are talking about, that's not gonna happen, because when Obasanjo did his own in OD, he did not remove Alamesi and Goodluck Jonathan. They were still the governor when he did what he did in OD, and OD was in Bayelsa State.
But he removed the Plateau State governor now. What's his name? Solomon Darie.
I'm talking about OD. OD was the government.
Someone is making reference that he has done it before. He removed.
That's what I'm saying. You don't need to, because just as the last speaker said, he said sometimes he has political undertone. Why would you remove Soludo? What if their target is to remove Soludo?
What one man is asking for, is calling for, is unconstitutional. You cannot.
It's unconstitutional.
It's unconstitutional. So
we know it's
Obasanjo did it now.
You can declare a state of emergency now. Why is that unconstitutional?
No.
It's not in the constitution, but he has another thing he can use. He can use national security matter.
Yes, but he cannot remove the governor now.
He will not. That's if he go say make a step aside.
He will carry the title, but not the authority. He will put in a military administrator there.
It's not, people did not vote for military administrator.
We know all of this.
People did not vote to be killed either.
People did not. Did the federal government provide enough security to secure the state in the first place? Is the security, is the control of the police or policing system under the control of the governor? Why do you want to remove the governor when you are the one that's supposed to have provided the security in the federal failed? The federal government that failed.
Yeah, but the same security complements that the government provides in Anambra State is the same for every other of the 36 composing states. So why are they not aflame the rest of the country in the way that Anambra especially and the wider Southeast is?
governor responsible for the security failure in the state.
How come Oyo State is secure? How come Ekiti State is secure? How come
you don't have criminals there? You don't have criminals there.
Of course they have criminals there.
Yeah, you don't have unknown gunmen there. You don't have gunmen that are killing people, that enjoy killing people. So the difference is clear. So you can't ask federal government, you can't take out the governor that the people gave the mandate to govern the state, and you want to put the military that doesn't even have idea on how to govern anything, that is not trained to govern, that is trained to fight war.
But we remember there was a time there was this Operation Python dance that we are talking about when they started this thing. Every one of us, we were condemning them that they militarized the East. And the federal government were forced to remove them because they said they were targeting their people. Now, the same federal government that we are now still blaming for not providing security.
Ask me.
No, so I want, let us see, let us define what we want. I think that's what I want to say.
You don't have a federal government
some people
that have the understanding on how to fight insecurity in that country in the first place. And that is why you see this insecurity worsening under this federal government for the past 8 years. They don't have the strategy. They don't have,
I want to ask you a question.
They don't have the intelligent know-how. They don't have the strategy.
Okay. I have a question for you. When Obasanjo removed Darie in Plateau State that time, if it happens to be in the southeast, do you think it would be easy for him to just remove a governor in the southeast like that?
Obasanjo would have done it if Obasanjo wanted to do it back then. He would have done it because Obasanjo is a man that doesn't care. Whatever he wants to do, he will do it, and sometimes he doesn't respect the law. Even the Supreme Court ordered him to pay Lagos State when the money that he owed Tinubu, he didn't even pay it.
So are you praising him now, or you are condemning him?
If there was a need for Tinubu, for Obasanjo to remove a governor or Darie at that time, he would have done it. But he didn't see the need. He went straight to those people. He leveled that village that were harboring criminal. He leveled it, and then the whole place, and restore peace there. And he restored peace, and they never mess up again.
Okay.
I'm not supporting that. I didn't support what Obasanjo did. It was illegal. It was brutal, illegal. But what I am saying is that no government, federal government, is not in the position to take out any governor and then put military administrator.
They can if it's a national security. If it's a national security risk, which the situation in Anambra State is, then the federal government has that leverage. And if they feel that, yes,
it should have provided enough security.
But are you not hearing that they say that the space is over military, too much military there? And they've tried Python dance. So really, what they need is a military administrator in Anambra State.
I think you are just trying to hype this thing, woman. They don't need military administrator. People don't know. We are not under military government. Military must not have a place in government in Nigeria, so we cannot encourage them. So if you are saying that they should take out the governor of Anambra State, so they have to do to Zamfara, so they must do in Kaduna and the other part of the northern Nigeria where they have insecurity. So what are we talking about?
Okay, what about social
even they have killed more people up north than than in Anambra State. And yet, nobody ever recommended that military administrator should take over the state. The governance.
Baba, I have a question, sir. I thank God that you referenced the northern states, sir, because to me the way this discussion is going, Mama Zita, you can see what I was trying to point out. It's as though there's nothing federal government can do that they can never be right. If they do it in one
You're
way,
very right. You're very
we'll
right.
have a problem. If they do it the other way, we'll have a problem. I understand this is a human issue and the rest. Now, Baba, you know that there's one thing that, as you mentioned, that issue of the North, I was very happy because, unlike in the case of the North, sir, I don't think I've heard a prevalent voice that has come out to be saying the measures federal government has taken in terms of security in the North is tantamount to over militarization the way we have it in the Southeast. You know, in the Southeast, by the time the Python dance that Mr. Simba mentioned came up, we started hearing voices both internationally and locally. Ohaneze was complaining. Samuel Ekpe, they were complaining. Nnamdi Kanu camps, MNK, they were complaining that they have over militarized the Southeast. Meanwhile, in the northern aspect, in fact, they are even calling for more security measures to be taking place, which is completely different and removed from what we have in the Southeast. So
they
it's as
even
though
formed local vigilante to join the soldiers.
yes, I remember. That's what's this called? Is it not JTF task force or something like that? They have that one as well.
JTF.
Hello, my brother.
So,
you know one thing.
I
The
think we are
security of the security of any society starts with the residents of the place.
Thank you.
When Boko Haram started, initially there was this public sympathy by the northerners until they realized that this is a monster that is going to consume them. The same way, I think the option left to the government right now is to reorientate and de-radicalize the minds of people in Southwest. I remember those days when we were in school, in the university in Nigeria, when we were doing this kind of valuta, we'll be singing, how many soldiers to the Mopo go kilo? What that something of defiance is saying is like, we don't accept this. The people in the region have to show this. If some group of people is telling you don't go to the market on Mondays, and you as a society, you are living under that, it shows your kind of passive agreement, support to them. Because sometimes people don't have lordship over you, except you support it in a way. Because no matter how much military, no matter how much intelligence is fitted into the place, if they don't have the support of the locals, it's not going to work. America ran out of Afghanistan. The greatest power in the world presently ran out of Afghanistan in shame because they don't have the support of the people there. So I think the people of the Southeast ask this to themselves. A lot of Easterners cannot go home in December to bring in what they've made abroad. When they come, they stay in Lagos, they stay in Abuja, even depriving the benefit of traveling out. Until when the local people make that decision that we are no longer doing this radicalization. Because someone like Samuel Ekpa, I live in Finland. I'm talking from Finland. Samuel Ekpa is just another normal person living in Lati. If he is from there, commanding millions of people in Southeast, sometimes it goes beyond what I can really understand. Like, who is this guy? This is just a normal guy on the street here that is controlling millions of people, telling them we are not doing this because it plays to their emotions. So at some point, they have to make that decision like, hey, we don't.
Can I say something? Hello, are you?
God
Can anyone
bless
hear
you,
me?
the last speaker, but let me
Can I say something,
expatiate on what
Zita?
you
Can I say
said
something, please?
before I go.
You see, let me just say something, please. You've been talking. Let me say something, please. You see, we've been talking about using force, brutal force, like the one Obasanjo did back then. You were saying there were two possibilities. See, Zita, you said there were two possibilities. I mean, two ways of maybe resolving it. It's either they use the brutal force or they go the way the Southeast has been going. No, I don't believe that. You see, Soludo and some other Southeast governors, they've said they've looked at the problem, the challenge they're having in that region, and they prefer solution. They've told Buhari, even the Ohaneze and some other Igbo leaders, they've gone to see Buhari, say, Buhari, we know what the problem is. Now the problem is this guy in prison there, release him for us. And let us see how things goes from there. You cannot solve a problem by using somebody just give an example now of what happened in Afghanistan, because they could not get the support of the locals. So you need to nip it in the bud. You need to nip it at the very core of it. What is the very core of it? It's this whole agitation thing. Why don't you approach it in a different manner? Why don't you?
I'm sorry to differ, please. I'm sorry to differ. Listen, rational mind, please. You asked me. I was not speaking. You should probably let me continue what I was saying before you came in.
You dropped off now, but I was talking.
No, you didn't allow me to complete my
You
thought.
cannot complete because you were talking.
Because I was talking. I cannot complete because I was talking. What's the meaning of that, my bro?
You dropped off. I said you dropped.
No,
off.
you interject what I was saying, and I asked for a second to land my thoughts.
Listen, I didn't.
So you didn't allow me land my thoughts. That's the truth.
My friend, I
didn't
didn't
allow.
You dropped
Please
off.
let me. No. You interject, and I was telling a second. Let me land my thought. Yeah, people can hear you.
Oh my.
Everybody can hear.
You dropped off.
Go
We are
on,
not
go on.
hearing you. You dropped off.
Okay.
Your
Okay.
speaker went off. That's why Rational Mind came in.
My brother, also don't forget that you also interjected me and I didn't complain.
It's not complaining. I was just saying. I was
no,
saying
your
this.
mic went off.
You know,
my mic went off.
I was still explaining my thoughts before you came in. You know that.
No, your mic went off.
No,
it's
a different person that's talking, Mama Zita. It's a different person that's talking now. I'm trying to address the fact that I was also talking when he interjected.
You know what? Let him
so interjection is allowed.
Hold on. Let him continue.
Man, can you take charge?
I don't think he's around. So can you the guy from the Finland continue your talk, and then we'll go back to Zita, and then we'll go back to go on, please.
Okay, what I was about to say before you came in was like, even with the greatest intelligence, if there are no local support from the people there, it's not going to work. That was what I was trying to explain. Please, you can have the floor.
All right. Are you causing trouble again? Rational Mind, are you causing trouble? I could hear.
I understand. I understand what the last speaker was trying to say. What I was just trying to point out.
Rational Mind, let me address what you have said. Because I tell you something, Nnamdi Kanu is going to be released. And this thing will continue. I'll come back to you. When he's released and this thing continues, I'll come back to you. You see, I said it here that when you breed a monster, criminals use that opportunity. What is happening in the Southeast now? They have iPod, they have autopilot, they have ESN, they have a Tobago, they have this. So it's a lot of different groups that within themselves alone, they don't even agree with each other. You get the point? They don't even agree with each other within their group now, that to the extent that if they say, that's why they decided to be calling them unknown gunmen. I ended there. Let me go back to the
you go. Hold on. Madam Zita, hold on, please. Let me just say something. I see to your point. It might not resolve it, but which one is better than we have to go there and bring in the military people and start just killing people?
Listen, let me tell you.
Hold on. You land now, Madam Zita, please. Let me just land my point. Let me just land this part. rather than going there and just start finishing people up, both innocent and the criminals, than you going in the way of, okay, let us do it piecemeal. Release this guy. Let this guy talk to his people, the Igbo leaders. Nnamdi, talk to your people. Talk to Ekpa in Finland to stop all this crap. Talk to other groups that are within your iPod 4. Because I know they respect it. Talk to them.
This
To
guy is not
just
understanding
hold
what I'm
on
saying.
now. I know you might sound like, go that way first. If that does not resolve it, then you can now bring the brutal force. Rather than just going with the brutal, because I tell you, that will not resolve it. Because I'm not trying to raise my voice. I don't know if you people hear me. I'm not trying to raise my voice on you. If we go the way of brutal force,
Rational mind, can I push back a little bit?
we might see what happened in Iraq, and what happened in Afghanistan happening, because they continue just doing that. It will drag on for long. Like what is going on in Borno State too. It will just drag on for long. So go that way first. And if it's not, I know that by the time they release Kanu has told some of his own people that is under his control to pipe down. Whoever is now being the criminal, then I know they will deal with them. Then we can see how that will be resolved at that point, rather than just going full brutal without me. You don't resolve matter that way. That's just
Wait.
Rational
Let me say what the last speaker said before
yes.
I go.
All right. Go on, Zeta. Yeah.
See, the last speaker says something very fundamental. Maybe most of us did not get it. Before you say you can use a security apparatus or use anything to calm a region down, you must get the support of the people. No security that we go into that place that we get the support of the people. Let me tell you one thing. Igbo people are the people that stood up and fought the whole of Nigeria without fear. Although they lost a lot of people. And you think that same people, if somebody or some group of theirs start giving them headache in that land, without their support, they can't fight them off. Is that what you people think? That means you are getting
you can't kill an idea. People have an impregnated idea in them.
I said it in this platform. If you meet a 5 Igbo person, out of that 5, only one will say no to. Somebody who is an Igbo person too is in this platform now. Only one out of that 5 will say no, I am not for iPod. I'm not for secession. 3 will say they support them. One will give you a reason. Wait, let me finish now.
Okay.
One will give you, maybe 2 will say they support them. One will say, it's not that I support them, it's not that I don't support them, but the thing is that I don't know where you get it. Then the 4th one will say, I support them, but I don't like the way they are going about it. So when you have these 5 people, I'm talking about represented, how do you handle such situation?
Well,
you think they will give you your support?
Can I answer your question now? You just give an example. 5 people, 3 people, which is the majority. They've had this idea in their head. They're still fighting that Biafra thing in their head. So why don't you go the way of appealing to them? Use the person that you have, what you are having, the government is using as a leverage now over them now, which is Kanu. Kanu is the main man here in this picture. The Igbo leaders are saying, release this guy to us. Okay, release him to this guy. Now, let them take care of that part. Tell Kanu, talk to your groups that you are under your control. Call EPA to order. Or give the live broadcast. Tell them, say, okay, no more EPA. I'm the one in charge now. And please, everybody, let's just call for the peace. We want the peace and development of Southeast. Everybody pipe down. And then let us now see what happens from there.
If they ever said that,
rational mind, I think the rational mind is
that they have given him money. Another person.
All right. Sorry, guys. Give me a short window. Let me just. I want to ease myself out to let Thomas in to carry out the session. Thank you to Adeola, Ayo, Alexander Gomez, severally, Prince Daddy, of course. That's Prince Daddy documenting himself here. And thank you, Ayo, for the coffee as well. And thank everyone. I'll keep the conversation going. Let me ease myself out as I let Thomas in as the conversation carries on. Now, back to you.
Okay, rational mind. Something I wanted to point out. I think Mama Zita mentioned something. She said that the way the Southeast is set up, there's no one unifying voice. that carries everyone. That if that voice says something, everybody
There
goes
is no
along.
one universal, but there's one person which is
Hold
at
on.
core.
You know, you tell people to hold on.
Okay, but go on.
You didn't.
Sorry.
You should let me
Go
even
on now.
articulate my point. I'm not going on, but I'm also just pointing out what you point out. So let me point it out, please. We're not fighting each other, just pointing it, just having a dialogue. So, like Mama Zita was saying, and what she articulated is she's not the first person that would tell me that. There's someone very close to me, back when I was anyway. Okay, so he also mentioned those same thing, and he said it that he's Igbo, and he was saying this. I'm not saying, please, this is not my thought. I'm just reporting what an Igbo person told me, that they don't have one person that will speak and everybody will listen. That there's this kind of autonomy that everyone has in the Southeast. So now, if we are now bringing, if what she says is the truth, I don't see how would one man now come and then speak to one person, to speak to the people, and then you think that they will follow. That's number one. Number two, there has been precedence about this same Nnamdi Kanu. Back when he was when they were doing Operation Python Dance, the same propositions that you are offering also came then when he was initially apprehended. And I remember one senator, well, we all know who the senator is, came up and vouched for himself and said that he will stand as shorty and they should release Nnamdi Kanu to him. We all know what ended up. We all know what happened. So if that has happened in the past, are you now telling? Please, this is not my thoughts. This is just a question. Are you now telling federal government to go back? And you know Buhari is a man that doesn't even like making mistakes. Now, let's even assume that he has made that mistake first. You are now telling him again that the mistake he made by releasing Kanu based on someone shorty, that I will handle him, don't worry, just release him to me. Now, we know what I ended up with that. Are you not telling that same federal government, the Buhari-led administration, to also release Kanu, given what had happened in the past?
Can I answer your question now?
Yes, you may.
Okay, all right. Now, so I think you've asked two questions, but I can't remember the first one. But let me see if I can remember. Now, I'll take them as I remember them.
You can answer the second one.
Hold on. You need to understand the whole thing around this whole why there's this what we just described happened to this UN unfortunate incident that happened to these UN aid workers. Now, the point is that they've been doing sit at home. The first sit at home that I remember they did was in remembrance of the fallen heroes of the Biafra. Now, when they captured Nnamdi Kanu, they now started another sit at home, saying that release Nnamdi Kanu until you release Nnamdi Kanu. If you don't release Nnamdi, kind of like civil, kind of like a disobedience, that they want Nnamdi Kanu released. Now, some of the things you said were not actually correct. Well, I can't remember too well how you said some of them, but I will just try and see if I can explain them. Abaribe stands shorty as guarantor for Kanu's release. And Kanu was in Nigeria. We understand those things that play around is the condition of his bail and the seeming violation of that bail and how they started the Python dance and they went to his house to almost kill him and he escaped. Which ordinarily I know he wouldn't have escaped. He would still have been in Nigeria, probably by now. Now, that is not exactly as the way you said it. That's not exactly what happened. There are things that happened that development there were events that surrounded that his eventual escape or running away or kind of flouting that bail condition by running away from Nigeria. We know what happened there. Now, the issue of the sit at home, which is the civil disobedience, and this unknown government that came as a result of first of all, the sit at home, and then we started seeing people killing, let me use the word, people doing away with other people, like what happened, these unfortunate incidents, trying to prove a point to the federal government that we will make this place ungovernable for you because you have Nnamdi Kanu incarceration until you release him. Now, there are other elements or criminals that are also hijacked this for their own whatever, even some politicians usually that come on the guise of IPOB or whatever to doing all of this. Now, the point is this, knowing that this is the situation, which is the best, which is more better for you to do. Send the military there and go and destroy your citizen as a part of your citizen of one part of Nigeria, or you go the way of this pacifying in a way, or like somebody was saying in the comment section, stick and carrot approach. Now you dangle a carrot before them, and then you can hit them with the stick later. But then dangle a carrot first, come them, okay, release Kanu. There was this man, former finance minister, I don't know, I've forgotten his name. The man is late now. He personally went with other Igbo leaders to see Buhari. He begged in his whole day, even when that man was very sick, he went to beg Buhari, release this guy to us. We know what is going on. What is it? Go on. What is it? What is it, Madam Zita? Am I saying what is not right? Yeah.
Let me explain again, because I have explained before. You know, when you talk like this, rational mind, you are right in your submission, because you are not an Igbo person. Okay. I am Igbo. Even when most people don't believe I am Igbo, I am a core Igbo girl. I said this in
Madam
this
Sita, you are not a Igbo. You are Adeola from Yoruba land.
I said this before in this platform, and I will say it again. Nnamdi Kanu come out of that place and dare tell the Igbos, to his group anyway, to stop and let peace reign. He will lose all his accolade instantly. And he knows that, and he wouldn't say that.
Is that what you're saying?
Yes.
All right. Well, let me
finish.
This is just an if situation.
Let me finish now. I'm from Southeast.
Okay,
we are discussing our problem.
So I can answer his question, please. Go on.
You are making a suggestion. Me, I'm telling you what is going to happen.
What you're also saying is it's not set in. I mean, you can't really.
Let me finish. It won't make sense to you because you don't come from the Southeast. But the Southeasterners who are here listening to me, it's making a lot of sense to them.
So why would you? Are you saying you know more than Igbos and the elders? Are you saying you know more than the Igbos elders?
Listen, let me finish.
Rational mind, rational mind, hold on.
It's not a monologue.
They are saying, listen to me.
Let her land then now.
What they are supposed to say as an Igbo elders. They are saying what they are supposed to say. Some of them are not aware that that is what is being sold to them. Getting Nnamdi Kanu, it will stop. That's a lie. Nnamdi Kanu, they speak to them to stop agitation automatically. Have you bothered to know how Nnamdi Kanu started? Was it with Wazirike? When Wazirike fall out for peace, Nnamdi Kanu took over. That's how it goes.
Okay,
this is something the
can I address
people
you
want.
now? Can I address you?
This is something the people want. So if you are not in line with it, they will leave you and go for somebody who is in line with it.
You see, Zita, I've heard you spoken many times on this platform, and sometimes I just wonder, I mean, what do you want?
I will address that thing today. You see this thing you are saying.
Please,
I'm going to address it today when you finish.
Yeah, please, I would like you to address it. Now, the point is this, that we want peace. Like of what happened recently, just happened a few hours ago, it touched my heart. Even though I was laughing initially, not because I was laughing because people die. I was laughing because the way they named those people that does those crimes, non-gunmen or non-gunmen, that was what was just laughable about it. Don't get me wrong. Now, my point is this. I will not assume that you know more than the Igbo leaders, the likes of that was that man's name that is late now. That was formerly secretary of whatever to federal government. Anyway, let me not make this man in his sick bed or whatever, however he was sick, he went to see Buhari. Not just him, other Igbo leaders, they went to beg Buhari to release him to them. They must have known what they know. Sometimes people say in my language, he said, a child might sit down on the mountain. What old man that sit down under in a valley will see is bigger than what a child that is on the mountain can see. So the point is that they know what they are talking about. Give it a try. If it doesn't work, then you apply the stick then. But then trying to say, oh, he's not going to be able to walk, people will not take him serious. Let them not take him serious then. At least they've released him. Let us not see what they are going to use as. I understand that it's an idea that is burned deep into their head. The Biafra thing, the struggle is still in their head. They are still bitter about it. But we understand that, and justifiably so. But the point is, the very thing that brought about this sit-at-home and this killing that we're seeing is because Nnamdi Kanu is incarcerated. Now, the Igbo leader said, when they saw that, okay, let us allow this guy, ask for this guy to be released. Release him to us. That's what they said. Release him to that man. That friend that said, release Kanu. Hold on.
Let me answer you. I want to address.
I'm not
before
done now.
I start getting ready for work.
Okay, go on.
Okay, first of all, you have given me an opportunity I'm looking for to address this thing you said now. What I say about the Igbos. I am an Igbo girl. We are not robots, and I will continue proving that to you. Igbo people are not robots. They are not meant to say the same thing about their tribe. You are a Yoruba man. You say you are from Ondo State. You come here, you show distance in the things about the Yorubans you don't like. What you say about Tinubu, I cannot even say it about Obi. I know if I say it, you will say you are getting irritated, but you say everything you want to say. I understand that Yorubans has this thing about them they carry. They say we are civil in the way we do our things. You know, we are allowed to vote who we want to vote. We are allowed to say what we want to say. We are allowed to castigate whatever we feel we don't like about our land. My neighbor, the next duplex while I was living in Port Harcourt, was a Yoruba boy. I know the things he used to say. He said, okay, when you want to say, go and meet a, he will tell you how their people behave. In a public forum, in a meeting, sometimes he goes all out quarreling with them. He is a different voice. There are the core traditional Yorubas who believe in everything about Yoruba. But you people, the way you talk, the way you behave, the way you vote, Nigerians has come to the time to call you people civil. Yorubas don't behave like that. They're allowed to behave like that. But Igbo people are the ones you don't want to hear a different voice. You want a situation whereby anytime anybody wants to talk to Igbo, I have listened to so many people who jump into the platform for 1-2 days, they said the same thing about the Igbos. What is wrong with these people? Why is it that, and you want a voice like me that is different from most of the voices in Igbo land is getting you angry? How dare I speak like that? That I don't like what they're doing. So you want us to continue singing praises of what we're doing so that you guys will continue condemning all of us.
Don't mind them, Ms. Zita. They are
Wait,
hypocrites.
I am not done. Johnny Coco, wait, because he has said it several times. I want to correct it today.
They are hypocrites now.
Today be the last day he's going to say it. Igbo people have very intelligent people who don't like how their people behave. Chinua Achebe, I have not written my own in paper. I'm just saying it in one-man platform. Chinua Achebe wrote hold on, let me finish.
No, but he didn't allow me to finish now. I was talking
in
before
black
you
and white.
me, but I allowed you.
That he doesn't like the way he's
rational man. Let her speak now.
Let me finish.
I was the one talking now. I had listened to her when she talked now, and I was talking and she interrupted me.
Chinua Achebe wrote his own in black and white. The way his people behave, that he doesn't like it. Soludo has spoken. Uzodinma has spoken. One lady from Ebonyi State put her own in social media. I have not put my own in any platform. I'm just registering my voice. That my people are loud. My people are stubborn. And that thing is taking their life. I have concern for them. They should stop. And I will continue saying it. Because Igbo people are not all the way you people think we are. We have people who are trying to correct that thing. So rational mind, I will say this for the last time. Don't you ever say that you don't like the way I speak about my people. I want to register it now for you.
Hold on. This is your warning you are giving me. I don't even, this misplaced. Hold on. Don't give me warning I did not give to you.
It's not only in Yoruba.
Guys, there are other people on this platform. Do you guys want us to leave two of you?
What did you say?
Should we leave two of you on the platform? There are other people here. Why is it just two people back and forth?
Hold on.
Let me finish.
We had a conversation that was going on.
Listen,
so please, you just have to be patient.
You
Thomas,
are a Yoruba man. You say everything you want to say
about
Yorubas.
You are insinuating what I did not insinuate. I said what I said.
Listen, you say everything you want to say about Yorubas. And
you are giving me warning now. The warning is not warranted.
You are civil. Please allow me to say everything I want to say about my Igbos.
So you cannot be saying everything you want to say because I did not say anything you.
Don't interfere. Next time.
Interfere what? No,
rational mind. Can I say something?
I'm not trying to be complicated. We're having a conversation around what is going on in South, but the way you're sounding, you're making it sound like maybe I want to.
Rational mind. This is what I want to just say. See what she has said as this. She sees that from this angle that she's saying.
Oh, hello. Hold on, please.
We can't hear you, Thomas.
If you can respect Madam Sita, he said he doesn't like it.
Yes, that's just it. Just see it from that angle.
Can you hear me now?
She said she doesn't like it. So just see it from that angle.
Hold on, guys. Hold on, please. I'm not a child that was born today. Please. What I said to her was that we're talking about the release of Nnamdi Kanu, and she said it's not going to work. I said, okay, now how do you expect this problem of this killing in Southeast? How do you expect it to be resolved? What do you even want? That's what I said. Get me? I said that. What do you even want? I don't even know what you want. That's what I said.
Before you said.
Please.
Let me said you don't. That's not what
you. Let me land.
There was a statement you omitted. You omitted a statement that you made. Okay, you said that you know when we talk, you have to understand that people also have the way of listening to what.
Okay, what did I say? What did I say?
You said that before you said that that you've been saying this for a while, and you now said like it's as though it was in a derogatory manner, to be honest.
Oh my goodness.
Before you now and no, hold on. If somebody says they don't like something, at least the least you can do. If no, I want to see. That's what you said, sir. That's what you said, sir. I heard you. Now, if somebody says, hold on, rational man, I want to ask you a question. If you tell me this is something you don't like, is it in my place for me to tell you that what you don't like, you should like it?
No, I'm not forcing my opinion on it.
So if she says that she doesn't want her Igbo-ness to be called in question, I think the best we can do is to just abide with what she has said, and we just attack the issues and leave her Igbo-ness to one side. By the way, you glossed over my question. To me, this is my response to you. You did not answer my question. You did not answer my question.
Would you please listen? You asked me a question, and I was trying to answer your question. She interjected me. And you asking me, I didn't answer your question.
Sorry, you had a lot of time.
Everybody, hold on. Everybody in rational mind. I said, guy, who's that? Settle down. What's going on?
Can I answer your question?
No. I just handed to over Thomas, and all I heard then was just rowdiness and what's going on.
Yeah. This guy, what's his name? My ASAP asked me a question. We're talking about this kind of matter when he left. So I was answering the question. And then when I was answering the question, she was Zita was interjecting me, and he allowed her to speak. And then the other guy came back again. He was asking the same question. And I was trying to answer the question. And Zita said, because when I was answering the question, I said something like, Zita, I heard you when you were saying, he said, Kanu should not be released. We should take status. Is that what you want? What do you even want? And then when Zita will now repeat, she's like, I've been saying it on this platform. You always question my Igbo-ness. I was like, dude, what did I say that? I did not question your Igbo-ness. I ask you, what do you want? If you don't want Kanu released, you said the Igbos, you know your people very well. They will not abide by the whatever terms and condition of the release. And she just went and was like, dude, I never said all of this. I only asked you, how do you want this problem to be solved? That's what I mean by what do you want? And then the whole thing just started escalating.
I don't know. All I could hear was voices cascading over each other. So
yeah.
Rational mind. Let me be loud. You take charge for Thomas to come back in, but just let it be orderly. That's all. But all I could just hear was a wave of voices. That's why I came back in. But let me bail out. But let it just be orderly. That's all I ask.
Zita, if you want me to apologize to you, I'll apologize to you. I don't mean it in any way you might take it. I'm not questioning your Igbo-ness. I understand you're an Igbo woman. All I'm saying is that we're talking about these people, this killing. I'm sick and tired of hearing people killed. These are human life. Life is sacred. So we want it resolved. But if you're saying we keep putting this wedge that, oh, my people don't listen. I speak that for my own Yoruba people too, that they don't listen, that this, that. I mean, okay, what other way do you want us to solve this matter? Because you said there are two things that could happen. It's either they use the brutal force or they maintain the status quo, the way it's going, it's continue going like that. But I said that doesn't solve it. There should be another way to solve this matter, which is that would be the top option, which I'm bringing in now. Why don't you use the stick and carrot approach, as somebody was saying in the comment section, which is, okay, release Kanu. There were these Igbo leaders, like I said, I don't expect you to know more than the elderly people. I can't claim to know more than my father, even though I have exposure than him. Their experience, Yoruba people says, I forget about what it simply means that a son might have many new clothes, but he cannot ever have rags like his father. So that means that they have wealth of experience. This is a former statesman before he died, and he consulted with other Igbo leaders. He said they went to meet Buhari. Please release Nnamdi to us. Just release it to me. That's what he said. Release it to me. I will take care of it from there. And if he does that, and it doesn't work, this killing does not stop. This old agitation, whatever. I mean, the old killing does not stop. People staying at home, economic sabotage it does not stop. Then you can use the carrots. I mean, you can use the stick on them.
But they already did it before now. Didn't they release Nnamdi Kanu to Barry Bay?
That is what I was telling
the thing became worse now.
In what context was that?
They released him to Barry Bay and he created the whole problem that came up later. And you are telling them to release him again so he cannot turn Nigeria to Somalia.
In what context was that?
In what context? What are you talking about? All your analysts, when I asked him the first time, all people were doing is people were not even the people were not even. Let me laugh. The analysts there, Barry Bay, all of them started flush. Release our son. They released him to them, and the guy, with the moment they released him, the guy started the problem right there, making speeches, inciting people saying we go and cut Buhari's head in Abuja, provoking, and then the soldier were driving by. They will be attacking soldier vehicle before the soldier finally shoot back. You know, soldier they will shoot you back. When the soldier shot back, now everything escalated. Where were the leaders? Wait. We are watching the news. We are watching TV when this guy were attacking soldiers over and over, and the same leaders that asked for his release, they kept quiet. They didn't even condemn or even caution him until and they even helped him to escape. Now he created ESN while I was outside Nigeria. This killing you're talking about, this reason that you stop. He started before they even arrested him in Kenya. They killed Gulag, a northern politician. He was making speeches to fighting crazy violence to the point where northern youth gave Igbos quit notice in the north. If it wasn't Osinbajo that intervene and do everything, the guy was already he's determined to turn Nigeria to Somalia like he claimed. It wasn't Somalia. He was so they finally got him now. Wait.
You know you are wrong.
Listen. Wait. Let me learn. Wait. In fact, the kind of violence the Kanu was pushing before he got arrested now was even beyond Igbo land. He was calling for the answers to burn down Tinubu Street, burn down Lagos, calling for Igbos to carry violence outside of Igbo land, which was happening. But now that he's arrested, his violence is not limited to only Igbo land. At least that reduced. So for me, I'd rather have it like that. Because this guy was pushing his rubbish to Yoruba land and other places. Now it's limited to Igbo land. Now, just like people are telling you, if the Igbo people are ready to end the problem in their land, now they will start working with the government and work with the rest of them, come and help them. But if they're not ready to eliminate the problem in their land, leave it.
But don't come here telling us release Kanu to come and start another, to come and push another problem to my land. Are you crazy? You think if Kanu was outside when this election happened recently just happened, do you know how much you would have pushed his people to go and start war in Lagos with Yoruba people?
Did you just say
come on, man? Are you kidding me?
Is that what you said, Mike?
Rational mind. Can I quickly just say something to buttress what was said? Now, this is the thing. Rational mind. Don't be offended, though. What I want to say, but I want to just use what the same principle you've used. I want to now also switch it back and apply it to you. Is this today that I heard for the first time when you mentioned that you are from Okitipupa, that it actually occurred to me that you are actually Yoruba?
No, the rational mind told us it's half Igbo, half Yoruba. The first time I was coming on this platform.
If I were to go by the speeches you've made on this platform, let me leave it at that. I won't say more than that.
So, dude, what are you talking
I think I will just take my. I think at this time
Let me say one thing, please. Let me just say one thing to you.
Guys, let's talk about
people are not attacking you, rational mind. It's not attack. This is the situation. Let me give this example. It's like you are my friend. I bring my son to your place. You keep on giving him candies. The boy is happy, but I know that this candy will eventually give him stomach ache. You think, oh, you are just giving, but I'm seeing problem ahead. What Madam Zita and others are saying is what I call tough love. Like, if we don't face our people and tell them and be very brutal, we won't have an homeland. That is what they are saying. Because you said this releasing Kano, this thing did not start just. There was this Nwazirike, there was this neighbor of mine around 2005 that carried this old Nwazirike thing on his head. He had to go and resign at a place of work and return to the east, and later he died out of misery. So this thing, when Nwazirike got like peace with the government, another person brought this thing out. So this approach of carrot and sticks is a bit difficult, and we, not the Igbos, we have to allow those Igbos with genuine love for their own land to really figure out a permanent solution.
So what's the way out? So what's the way out? Your own opinion.
Okay, in my own opinion, I think
just have people dead.
Okay. I think, wait, can I say one thing? I think the way out is de-radicalization of the East. A lot.
How do you de-radicalize people? That's the question.
Public orientation. This is where.
No, you make an example of the roots of their problem, which is problem among them. Those that are carrying out the brainwashing, those that are carrying out because I have to blame the Nigerian state. We don't do justice. They don't know how to. For example, after the Biafran War, the Nigerian government compensated Ojukwu for taking his father's house, and they restore his rank as a colonel, and they were paying him what they call it, pension until he died. Whereas the Igbos that suffered, they lost their limbs in the East. They became handicapped. They didn't do anything for them. And they say in the name of keeping peace, because not to start another war. Which is the same sense Rasunama is making here, that we should pander Kanu and ignore the actual people. Who was really started his own, the government paying money to stop. He bought a house. Now the guy's living rich. He's buying hotel everywhere. We pander to the people we are supposed to punish, and then we punish those that we're supposed to actually help. You understand? So when the government goes there, I mean, killing the soldiers have killed so many innocent boys in the southeast, and someone like National is saying we should release Kanu. Isn't Kanu supposed to be killed? If they want to, why were they killing those boys in the southeast when the man has really the root of the problem was one supposed to kill? You understand? So
Mike,
the way they take your
problem,
Mikey, hold on. I don't even know how you guys get to Nnamdi Kanu in the first place. I step out from my computer for some hours to one man to take over. Can you please make that comment? Yeah, finish that comment. We have topic of today. And I haven't seen Nnamdi Kanu in the topic of today. But make that comment that we.
Are you blaming me for this? I just walked in here and I walked into
Do I blame you?
No, I just
I
walked
didn't
in here and
blame
I
you
walked into the
now.
topic and you're
No,
asking
no,
how
no,
did I
no. I
make your show?
didn't blame you. What I've said
No, I'm
that you
not saying you
can't
blame
blame
me. It's
me.
okay. So I was asking, are you blaming me for that? But it's okay.
I said I'm not blaming you.
Okay,
I'm
that's fine.
just saying let's move the conversation. Land it, then we'll move the conversation. Thank you.
Anyway, what I was saying. So, if you want to tackle problem, you tackle it from the roots. You don't start tackling it from the branches. That's what the problem is. The roots of what's going on in Southeast, we all know, is those people, misleaders, people that are. I don't even want Nigerian government are recognizing these people as their leader. When the people like Madam Zita said it, there are a lot of very decent human beings like Alan Oyema, people like Madam Zita, people like Patu Tommy, decent Igbo people that have sense that will never brainwash their people. Why can't the Nigerian government engage those kind of people as the leaders of the East? What do they have to approach bigots like Abari Bay? Even they have some and they say that man that had long beard always when he comes to speak, he's speaking on the tribal ground rather than when they call him to China TV to come and talk about the problem in Southeast, rather than talking about criminality and talk about the problem. We start talking about Igbos, ethnic jingoists. Those are not people that we regard as leaders of a people. So the federal government, if they want to engage leadership of the Southeast, find real people that are what regarding as leaders, that are educated, smart, and not ethnic bigots, and talk to them as leaders of the people, not some kind of character, and engaging them to become and be speaking on behalf of their people. So I think the Nigerian government, they are the real problem of all these things in Nigeria, to be honest. But anyway, Sean, that's it.
Oh, thank you, Mike. I just want to know who has spoken and just to know how we're going to series it. And I want to check who's with us and who is not with us. Do we have Ola? Just to do some housekeeping. Ola, yes, Ola is there. Yeah, Ola is there. Yeah, fine. Ajale Coco, I can't kick Ajale Coco out. Ajale Coco is there. I know Ajale Coco is. Yeah. Rational mind is there. My Asa.
Thomas,
yes,
yeah.
let me just take my leave now.
Hold on, please. I'm not saying you should take your leave.
No, I
just want to do something. I want to go. You want to go?
Yeah, I already told my one man I will be going. Yeah.
Oh yes. What are you eating? What are you eating? Is that chicken?
Thai house fried rice.
Ah, there you go.
I love Thai food now.
I like that. I always go to their restaurants here as well, and I love Indian's food as well. That's by the way. I think we have progressive in the house.
All right.
Sorry.
Try
let me say food, not masala. You will like it.
Thomas, allow me to say this to
they do see low sheep oúnjẹ yẹn sí ẹ.
Thomas, let me just say something to Madam Zita. Madam Zita, just sit there, please. I just don't.
Hold on. Let's see. Maybe she's there. Madam Zita, are you there?
Because
she's on the screen, but I don't know. Maybe she's.
Yeah,
I want her to listen when you are.
I'm here.
So,
Madam Zita is here.
I'm taking my leave now. I just want to say to you, I have no personal issue with you, please. I don't want you to get it wrong. Whenever I challenge your view, it's because I'm challenging from your view of what is the solution forward. That's what I'm saying. I'm not challenging your Igbo-ness. I don't want anybody doubting anybody's ethnicity or Igbo-ness or Yoruba-ness. People attack me here of not being Yoruba. I just laugh at it because they don't know who I am. So they can't tell me if I'm Ondo, I'm not Ondo, I'm not Yoruba, I'm half Igbo, I'm half whatever. It's up to them. I can appear however I appear. So, but the point is this, please. I just don't want you to take it personal. I don't have any personal issue with you. I just want you to understand me that I'm always trying to probe your view as to what is the way forward. What is the better way to think we can go about this matter?
You always spin. That's what.
Mikey,
all right, guys.
Rational, my friend, about you, soldier. Look at this man.
I'm not going to show you
this one will be This one will be
we don't care about soldiers here now. Soldiers will be our here.
US soldiers.
I don't think Kuti's topic is that guy. That guy need to. They need to lock him up. That guy is just. They need to put him in the cell beside Nnamdi Kanu. There, they should be eating beans. That guy is a nonsense guy.
Baba Johnny Coco.
I don't get it.
Baba Johnny Coco, the concern I have is
yes.
this man has caused the death of almost, let me not exaggerate, 60 Igbos. I know it's more than that. The other guy is the other place causing his own problem. People are dying. And on one occasion, they have released him, he didn't stop. This thing is not done because it's him. Just as the last speaker said, he said, the locals has to help the security apparatus. They cannot do it without the locals. In a state, a governor will tell you, bring out police, state capital, say, go to work. Natives will sit in the house. That somebody in Finland has commanded them to sit at home. Is that possible if they don't support it?
But Madam Sita, that sit at home is who is affecting? Is it affecting Nigeria or affecting the Southeastern?
You see, you know why I come to this one-man platform? I say these things about my people. I noticed that anytime Igbo were mentioned, there's a way other tribes categorize the Igbos. Most of them don't believe that most Igbos still speak on how we behave. And they say, no, we are not supposed to be behaving like this. And I say, what is wrong with those people? And they think I like it. Yorubas are enjoying the name civil. Anytime the Yoruba man can say anything about his tribe, it can cut anybody. Even the Oba mess up, they will sit in their corner and say, this Oba self. But then you, as an Igbo girl, you come out and say, these people, what rational mind says about Tinubu in this platform, if I just say it about Obi, I don't even talk about him, they fought me. Not to talk of
they
when
will
I
stone
talk
you.
about
They will
him.
stone you at the ADEWOLE Square.
So we should have other voices. That's just what I'm asking. I want to let you people know that Igbos are not actually totally the way you people see them. They are not. We have enchanting people, very intelligent people, articulating people who even know the political space. But is this chiche, when they want to speak, the Igbos are shutting them down, the non-tribes are shutting them up. Look at what happened to Soludo. Look at what is happening to Uzodema. Ife Jirikanko, the other lady from Ebonyi State. I mean, you can't talk. You're scared of talking. Your people are shouting at you. People like Rational Mind too will shut you up. Even when he has the freedom to say, you won't believe Rational Mind is a Yoruba boy, a Yoruba man. He says whatever he wants to say about his people and anybody in his tribe. And they call it civil. So why, please, you people should allow Igbo people to be called civil. I beg you. We too are civil. Thank you.
Oh, thank you so much. I think I don't. It's as Ajali Koko shared this around. I think Ajali Koko has spoken.
Yeah, I've spoken.
You've spoken. Madam Sita, have you spoken? Or you just make an interjection?
I'm about to leave.
You're about to leave. Oh, thank you so much.
But I've not spoken on any topic of the day. It's only on.
Yes, there's topic in Imonso. I'm talking about the topic of today. Yeah. Let me start here. About interjection, yes. I'm talking about
you can go to another person like Ola or new people that just came on.
Yes, I'll bring Mike in. Mike just joined us. Yeah. Then let me bring Mike in. Yeah. I'll come back to you, Ajali Koko. Mike, are you there?
Yeah, I am here.
Yes, yeah. I think the topic of today, we have Prince ADEWOLE today, and he promised to come back in the next 7 days. So that's one is done. The topic of today, there's a rumor, maybe it's true. Everything in Nigeria now is we have to check very well. Even sometimes I have to check maybe Buhari is still the president of Nigeria. Sometimes about all these rumor we hear on social media. They said Kwakwaso is having a long road meeting with Tinubu. What do you think? What do you think they are talking about? Is Kwakwaso trying to go back to APC? Are they liaising with anything? Because, APC, I can say they need Kano. I can say Kano is in the pocket of Kwakwaso for now. So what do you think? What's your take? Thank you.
I mean, was the former APC and PDP member? I think he was in those parties before.
He has been everywhere.
So what is the shock there, then? I mean, wants to go. I mean, won't it make sense? Why would you be surprised? Does he have a future? I mean, does NPP have any chance of winning presidency anytime? I mean, he has to. Of course, you should expect. Man, it shouldn't be a surprise. I mean, even if it's a rumor, I wouldn't even consider it a rumor. I see something as inevitable. If he has to go back to one of those king and parents' party now, PDP or APC, to have a future in politics outside of Kano or in Nigeria. So of course he's got to leave NPP and go to, unless the only way. I mean, to me, if he wants to start something afresh, he has to. The only way he can do it is to do emergence with maybe the SDP and the Oshowari, all of them. They form like they merge, and form a new party. But if he wants to, if he's not, other than that, he can't stick with NPP and think he's going anywhere. Thinking that party will become a party that will produce presidents one day. No, we just continue to win Kanu, and maybe in the next 20 years, it might extend to maybe 5 other states in the north. But as far as becoming a force to challenge APC and PDP anytime soon, no, not in his lifetime, especially if he's already over 60. He'll be 90 by the time he succeeds there, So the only way, 2 options he has is to form a merger with those other smaller parties, or go back to
Do you think he will use Kano to negotiate himself back?
Negotiate himself to what?
Back to where? APC.
He don't need to negotiate, just need to say, okay, I'm back. That's it. That's how they've been doing it now. I'm doing all the ones that have been switching. They have
he
to
doesn't
negotiate.
need any negotiation.
Exactly.
No.
Even Fanikayo, they didn't negotiate. He just woke up one day and say, okay, I'm back. Fanikayo, look at the things Fanikayo does have Buhari, insult APC. He even swear that if you ever go back to APC, you should kill him. That God should not forgive him. I mean, he did all that, and he just woke up one morning and say, it looks like APC will win the next election. Let me join them. So he doesn't need Kwankwaso doesn't. In fact, APC gonna be the one begging him. He doesn't even need to be the one to.
Mike.
If APC need him more than he needs APC, to be honest. Like they need each other, in fact, because for him to be that strong in Kanu, if any party will beg him,
I want to ask you a question, please.
Yeah, let's hear from Simba. Simba, yeah.
Do you think it's a good move for him, looking at his political ambition, for him to join APC? Do you think he will have his stake in that APC? Maybe comes 8 years time, God willing, if Tinubu spend 8 years as president.
You mean like to become the guy to carry the party flag for presidency?
Definitely, we know that it will be moving to the north in 8 years time.
Yeah, we're moving to the north. Yeah. Yeah. See, he has enough time. 8 years is a long time for him to build himself within a party. You understand? To challenge who will be the next northern guy, whether he's the vice president. What's his name? The guy Shetima and El-Rufai. Yeah, he has 8 years to put in the work. So 8 years is a long time. I mean, you are looking at it from the lens of today. Like, okay, right now it looks like El-Rufai is standing, Shetima. Well, 8 years is a long time for him to, create. Look at OBASANJO now. You want to tell me if Tinubu didn't put money in that primary, OBASANJO wouldn't have, been the one to win that APC. So he has 8 years to put in the work. 8 years is a long time, and the fact that the guy's already a big name in the north, in Kano alone. You understand?
But I have a different opinion to that. I think that it would be better for him to join PDP rather to join APC. He will stand a better chance in PDP rather than APC. He will have less force to contend. He will have less force to contend with in PDP rather than APC. Atiku cannot come back in 8 years' time. So
I know what you're saying.
OS will now be more powerful than him if he joins PDP. I think it will be easier for him to be in PDP rather to come and now be content. Because let me tell you, vice president, God willing, if they stay there for 8 years, it will be very difficult for him to depose Shetima.
But Simba, PDP is not the ruling party now. Now, why will you go and join the loser?
No, even if it goes to PDP right now, those guys are already in line. They're already been battling. You think they're just giving ground like that? And second of all, I don't think PDP 8 years from now they'll be looking at the return of the North. I don't think so. The next two presidential elections, the PDP guys are not giving a Northern guy a chance to become the flag bearer because Atiku, I mean, it's been not in that party. You understand? So those guys, they're already guys waiting in line. They won't give him that. Well, at the same time, I want to look at it like if the party just wants to win, they can say, okay, the guy can beat the. You have a point, but that PDP is not a party where people, I mean, the way they backstab each other there and the war there. I mean, I get what you're saying. You have a point there. You stand a chance as far as like being the strongest Northern voice. If he start to build himself within PDP right now, but at the same time, I mean, the guy wants to be. Also, you want appointment. He wants to be part of the ruling party that control the money. Because if you go to PDP right now, you have to use your money to build yourself to gain ground. But I mean, either way,
He's in charge of Kano. Kano State is one of the richest states in Nigeria. He's in charge of Kano now. So whatever money he needs, he can get it.
Honestly, I don't see Kwankwaso doing well in the southeast or south or that area. And to be honest, yeah. When he says in charge of Kano, he's not in charge of Kano. He just has ground in Kano. He's not the governor of Kano. APC rules Kano right now, man. He's just known in Kano, so it doesn't mean he can go to Kano and be taking money like that. You know, he's not in charge of the governance in Kano, so he doesn't have money like that. The guy needs to come up, man. He needs to make money. So right now, the only place you can go and make money is within APC because PDP they don't have money right now. I mean, the only person with money right now is Atiku and Wike, and they're not about to be using their money to build somebody else within that party. So he has to go make money. That's why he has to go and join APC. They will put him into the circle and they can loot with them, you know. So everybody has to go and join. Right. In fact, it may be strategic, or maybe he wants to go and join APC for a few years and make some money. They can go back to PDP and go and prepare for 2020, 32, whichever year that next year will be.
2016.
The next presidential, I think before Northern can challenge.
That will be 2011 now. 2031.
Yeah. Because the next within PDP, let me be honest with you, within PDP, the person that the PDP will present to challenge Tinubu 4 years from now has to come from the south. So he knows that 4 years from now, PDP will not bring a Northern guy to come and challenge Tinubu. They will try to do that Buhari versus Atiku 4 years ago, you understand? Because they know that it's the turn of the south. So the next election, what the PDP will try to do is bring somebody from the south to go against Tinubu in the next election. But then maybe in 2031, that's when they will now say, okay, since it's going to the north, APC will try to bring candidate from the north, and PDP will also want to bring candidate from the north, which I kind of doubt because a lot of those guys in PDP, those weak, all of them, they are not looking at the turn by turn of the Nigerian contest. They're looking at turn by turn within the party contest. You understand? So that party, they believe is supposed to come to the south now.
Quick question for Mike for Sinbad. Sinbad, what do you think? What do you think is the future for PDP in Nigeria politics going forward?
Well, as it stands now, they are still still the second largest or biggest party in Nigeria. I think if they put their house in order, they are still a strong force. I don't see Labour Party being sustained as a. So to me, it's still looking like a two-party system that is still in Nigeria now. PDP will remain a second strongest force to APC in Nigeria. Labour Party is just a temporary party, and you can see that it's already going down. So
Samba, even some obedient, they will never vote in Nigeria anymore. Talk less of backing Labour Party
that
in the nearest future.
which is not something that we should be discussing. PDP will remain one of the strongest parties in that country. Forget about Labour Party.
If you ask me,
is not sustainable.
If you ask me, PDP is on a lifeline, right? Honestly, PDP, once articles move out, because the people that made PDP strong, most of them have retired. We started from Obasanjo to Jonathan to some names of PDP, all of them, they've retired, they are retiring. Now Atiku is retiring. The only people that can keep that party strong, to say they want to build that party, make it strong, are people likes of Wike, and maybe Obi would have been someone, but he's left. So that party is like cursed. Like people go and they leave that party. Even Fanika, they left. So another party has a chance to overtake, to replace PDP as a second force right now. And that party could be like, if all these new guys can merge the way APC did in 2011 when Tinubu, ACN and NN, all those people at Buhari Party, Tinubu Party, all of them, they came together and created this new force. So
Mike,
this is a chance.
Who is that politician that will do that for them?
You say, who's that? Because someone like Kwankwaso can do it. Wait. Listen, you already have Kwankwaso, you have Adewole here, you have Showore, you have
don't mention Showore. Showore is a lone ranger, and that is how he will continue till he dies.
You wake up, you will smell the coffee. Don't worry, the guy will smell the coffee.
He's not a politician. The guy is just is just one radical Amugbo that is just.
No, see. Let me tell you, you are misunderstanding Showore. Let me tell you guys, man. See, let me. Simba. I think I gotta go. Let me handle them. I'm sure, guys. I can handle them.
Mike.
You see, Simba, you guys are misunderstanding Showore. Showore is not just doing it alone. What he's doing is he's saying he don't want to associate himself with corrupt people and people that are known to be jacked up. You understand? That's what Showore was doing. He doesn't want to associate himself with people with bad record, or evil those things. So now, when we're talking about this new margin, people like, you telling me that someone like Prince Adewole, Adebayo, if he say he wants to match with Showore cannot say, oh, this man here is associated with something. I don't think Showore will be cocky like that. If it comes to that, you understand?
When they come together, Mike, one mistake you are making is that, can they really come together? Who's going to be their leader?
They can do it. These guys are intelligent people.
They are not. We are overrating these people. Believe me. Mike. You are intelligent equally. Let me tell you, politics is more than the way we are just looking at it. They cannot come together. You want to tell me that Prince Adewole will step down for Showore, or Showore will step down for Adewole?
Oh, no, just listen.
They can never.
How do you know? Do you even know? Are you talking about Prince Adewole like that? The man already came here and I followed the man. And the man said it. He said once another person can prove. The man is not selfish now. I mean, come on. You talk about that man like that? I mean, have you listened to? Did you listen to his interview at all? I mean, I listened to him on Dr. Dami. Listen to him here. It's not that kind of person that's hungry for power. It's a man that just wants something good. You understand? Great things and stuff. So
you think that they share the same ideology?
Yes, now what's the difference? I don't really see much difference in him and Showore in terms of what he wants for Nigeria. They're very similar. They almost, I mean, their personality may be a little different, but they both want the same thing. I mean, and they're both more qualified than.
If they can do that, in fact, it could have been better, but I can't see it happening.
Everybody would say the same thing before when Tinubu wanted to merge with Buhari and all those people. They will say, which one of them will step down for which one? There's no way, because Tinubu was very powerful in the southwest, Buhari was powerful in the north, and when they were coming together, people would have said the same thing. But if they are desperate enough,
Mike,
if they are desperate enough to change,
can you hear me, please?
Yeah.
Do you think Showore is too pompous to step down, or it's too dictatorial?
The guy is not it's not like that. You guys think he's pompous and things because of his attitude towards the corrupt people in the system. That he's willing to join them, he's willing to associate with them. It doesn't mean he's pompous.
Is it not the same? Is it not the same Sowore that mismanaged the money he got in 2019 from diaspora and you could not account for it?
Well, I don't know the fact, so I'm not going to go by accusation and all these things.
That you just hate him. You have not been following him, obviously.
Okay,
Yes.
I'm just like rational mind.
It looks like you're one of those people that fall for propaganda. You just hear them say you believe it. You're one of those obedience. They just not hear. They hear. Them say, oh, not true. They talk about all this thing. Not true. You're one of those people, Abi. They make accusation. You believe it, or do you believe? Did you believe that Buhari was Jibril back then? Well, anyway, so. What I'm saying is just always now who you think he is. It's not that khaki guy. It's just that attitude is towards the people that he hates. He doesn't believe in those corrupt people. But until I see him behave like that in the midst of decent people like ADEWOLE, Prince ADEWOLE, Adebayo, I can say, okay, now this guy's khaki. But I was seeing him in the midst of
but Mike, these young men that we are talking about, don't you think that they have to be tested maybe at a lower level before we give them that opportunity at the higher level? Because they have never been tested. All we are hearing about them is just say, okay, I can do this, I can do that.
My friend, at this point,
can't Sowore, I don't even know the state he comes from. Why can't he just even go and maybe even try something, maybe at governorship?
So you are one of those people that believe in the local government. So you guys can't recognize. So you see, my brother Nigerian, see, that's why I don't feel sorry. Like Nigerians deserve what they have, what they get. You know, you are telling me after listening to these people talk, and then listening to the people that have been ruling you talk. What's their antecedent? Look at their wait. Their behavior,
Mike,
things they've
what
done,
I'm trying
and
to
you are
do
still
for
questioning that you want to test them before you can be sure they can perform better than
how far you can go in pushing these guys. That's why I'm doing what I'm doing for you. I bet you are now. You are not engaging me now. You want to be, rationalizing and
okay,
telling me
right. Yeah.
Give me points. Issue that's what I want. Don't say Nigerians. We are all Nigerians. You understand? Don't answer my question like that. I'm challenging you. So give me points. Convince me.
Convince you?
Yes.
Let me convince you by telling you this. Number one thing Nigeria needs as leaders.
I will still challenge you. Don't get angry. Don't get annoyed.
No, number one thing is character. That's the number one thing, right? Now,
have they been tested? Have they been tested?
Character-wise?
Yes.
So throughout their years, can't you? I mean, have you followed their life? I mean, throughout their years. Look at Sowore.
Okay, what does Sowore do? What business does he do? Has he ever managed people before?
Manage people. Well, listen. Let me tell you. See,
Mike, hold on. Mike, hold on.
Okay.
He managed Sahara reporters.
You see, let me tell you something, man. The way your leaders have been managing Nigeria, like just where even you yourself to come here, I mean, correcting them. Have you managed anything before? You yourself, you are convinced that you know better than them.
No, it's very easy to
criticize. Wait.
It's very easy to criticize.
No. You want to see and obviously tell me that if they put you in that seat, you can't do better than most of these leaders. Like literally, these guys that do ridiculous things, like they look in front of you, like simple road they can't fix. Simple, just the way, like even small became like. What is so difficult in putting this thing here? This thing, like we've had fucked up, like like literally people that are not there to lead. Obviously, they're not leading. So you know that just a no experience that's willing to lead is better than a leader that's not even willing to lead. They're just there to steal. You understand? So we've have in the Nigerian space, in the whole political space, majority of people there are just there to loot and they're not there to govern. So now. You have people with character that have shown to you that, okay, we are people of good character.
No, they
And the
didn't
question,
show to me. They just talked to me. They didn't show to me because I've not seen it in practice.
well, you know their life. You follow their life. They show you their life. They show their resume. Okay, if somebody want to apply for a job in your company, you take
Mike,
you do background check on them. You look at their,
but
history,
Mike,
everything, and then you look at how intelligent they are. Wait, I'm
but
coming now.
Mike, see what Simba is saying. I think is a valid point. See, on the surface, Yoruba will say, for someone can just use mouth to tell you how you are going to make vegetable soup, and just give the person, sometimes give them everything that they need. By the time they get to the stove, you see them, they cannot even make the thing the way they are talking about. See, politics in Nigeria is beyond one person. That's just the problem.
We all know that.
We are looking at these people as if they are going to manage one business center or one company. We are talking of a country where we have over 300 ethnic groups, where we have representatives. This thing is not executive alone. We have to look at the legislative arm, because you have to drive some things that you cannot do alone. So to me, I don't see how, because your brother will say, okay, I get there, I'll fix your electricity. The first
No, it's
question
not
is,
just saying I'll do this, I'll do that. We know how to measure. We know how to measure someone's IQ. We know how to measure someone's character. We know how to do that. We're not dummies that just sit down. This guy just came to us like, oh, I will give you this one, I'll give you that one. We are not those kind of people now. When I interact, when you open your mouth and talk to me, right? I can literally measure your level of IQ, your IQ, So what we are saying is, you maybe you are not doing that. You are just all you are doing is just listening to words, and you're not paying attention to the way they, there's certain ways. Like if you go to company, they want to interview you. It's not that they've seen what you've written in your resume, but they want to interview you. Like see how you put your words, see how you reason. I think they want to do that. So we've listened to this guy's talk. You listen to this guy. It's not because Prince Adewole come here and say, if me I become president, I'll just build the electricity there. Me I will just bureau there. He didn't just come and say that and I say, this is the guy. The guy we saw, we look deeper than that. You understand? You go into his mind and go into.
But Mike, look at it this way. See, we are talking leadership is just the main problem. It's not about the capability. You may have the best of the programs. The question is this: the most difficult component of leadership is that the human beings that you have interacting with. And in our own case this time around, the National Assembly, the executive governor of the state, and so many other politicians involved. So those are the aspects we are looking at. So now,
hold on. Anybody can come into the conversation. No, it's open to everybody. Continue. Yeah.
So look at Buhari. When you go by the assistant of Buhari, Buhari naturally look at someone that was not going to perform. But then some people that manage to spot Buhari's weaknesses, they say, economy is going to mess you up. Now, look at how Buhari, even when he came, because everything is infrastructure. Now, the same infrastructure that he believed that he was going to do at the cheaper rate now, look at what is costing the country as we talk now. Then, the human elements of Nigeria today, he has messed everyone up. Nigeria has never been this fragmented. Yes, we used to have this ethnic group clashes, all those things. But I think, I stand to be correct, I think this is the worst in the history of that country. This is the worst. Maybe if you take the Civil War out of it, this is the worst in the history of the country. So the thing is, we are talking of people that have extensive network, that have political capital, that you can say, okay, these people.
When you say political capital, you say political experience.
Yeah, the political capital, part political experience, everything. Let's put them the other political capital. They have.
Yeah, that's what that means. Political experience, and that's the card you guys keep pulling up against your rear and people like President. They will say, wait.
Hey, Mike, hold on. Hey, Mike, quickly. Do you think that Peter B should have been a VP to Kwankwaso now, in hindsight?
That won't make sense, man, because it's people who just laugh at him like, there's no sense of.
But it's closer to the presidency, just like Jonathan was.
No, I'll be honest with you. It won't make any sense for Obi to have ran as a vice president. It's better he just not run at all. Because the fact of the matter is that presidency was supposed to, it was the turn of the Southeast. So he was like, guy would look at it like a fool. Like it just won't make any sense because that thing was supposed to shift to this. I mean, I don't believe in all these regional,
But okay,
this
but see,
my
did you
thumb, my
see
thumb thing. But the fact
Tinubu?
of the matter is, go ahead.
Tinubu, you see what Tinubu did, right? I think twice he probably had opportunity to have become a VP with Buhari or done something much greater. My point here is that look, sometimes you have to be aware of the time and do your political calculation, properly. So Peter B.
I see what you're saying. Like do similar to what Tinubu did, where he let this guy go first, and
This
they come
man was.
after him, right?
It
Is
was
that what you're
getting
saying?
old. Yes, it was getting old. But guess what? He calculated and said, "Hey, this is not my time," and let
And
Buhari
let this
go.
guy go first, right?
Yes.
But Obi did similar thing. He could have ran that last election too, but he did it like, okay, let me let this guy go first.
Which election?
The 2019 election. He just said, okay.
No. He didn't have no chance. No, he didn't
No,
have no
that's what I'm
coverage.
saying. But he did it. No, he didn't run. I'm saying he ran as a vice president to articulate. Okay, we'll let you
Because
go.
Atiku did him a favor. If you ask me, because of Atiku, because of the last 4 years or 5 years ago, that's how I came to know about Peter B more than he was a governor.
People know him. No, I don't think his popularity is based on because he was running as vice president. No. People know him as a governor of Anambra, and it was already like the big name in the southeast. It was like
exactly in the southeast. In the southeast,
yeah,
right?
even in Nigeria, we all knew. But bro, he has nothing. I don't think his relevance as he's just based on just because he ran as vice president. What I'm saying is, he was doing that to kind of like use that to set himself up for the
No,
next.
Mike, you can't completely deny what Prince Daddy said. Most people doesn't know outside Southeast doesn't know Obi until when he became the vice president.
No, people know it. People know
You for the fact that you know, you are not one of those people that we are talking about.
Let's say I agree with you. But the main point I'm trying to make is that it's similar to he's asking now maybe Obi should have done that to run as considering run as vice president to make himself. In fact, you said he should have run as vice president in this election that just passed by for him to kind of like set himself up for the presidency later, like kind of like what Tinubu did with Buhari, and that's what I'm trying to say. That's what he did in the last the last one in 2019. He was trying to let Atiku go, and then once Atiku finish, and then it will be the turn of the South, and then he can now run as the president. But now when Atiku failed, and Atiku himself agree that okay, the next election, if he doesn't win against Buhari, we all know the power is supposed to shift to the South. It's supposed to now go to one of the Southern guys, but somehow they started backstabbing each other in that PDP, where Atiku refused to now agree to that gentleman's agreement to let the guy from the South run, which they should have just let Obi run. But Wike too, of course, the guy was too greedy too. So between him, Wike, and Atiku, they decided to screw each other over, and they took each other's votes. Atiku took the northern vote from Obi. Obi took the southeastern vote from Atiku. Wike took southern vote from them and gave it to.
No, it's divided the PDP vote because the three of them are from PDP.
But I don't know, sir. So what I'm saying is, they just stabbed each other. But Obi played that game. I don't think Obi was the reason why he lost. I would say two reasons why he lost. One is people, the Southeasterners, they've messed him up. And then his political party, also people in the political party stabbed him, like the Atiku and the Wike them. But Obi, in fact, Obi is not the reason why he lost. Because if we take those elements out of it,
Mike, check
secession,
this out. Check this out real quick.
the obedience, because Obi wasn't the one insulting people, it was his obedience.
Check it out real quick. See why I mean, Obi as a person, I think I like him, but when it comes to he gets a lot of credit, which I think he doesn't deserve. For example, let's look at how Tinubu now is meeting with Kwankwaso. For example, don't you think that Peter Obi could have convinced Kwankwaso to be his VP and try to lay the ground for the next maybe 4 or 8 years for him to come about? I think if he was a good negotiator, he could have done that. Don't you think so?
Listen. No. First of all, I don't think Kwankwaso even stood down to That's first of all, that's one.
I
Two,
know, but there's a way.
even if he did, well, wait, even if he did, I still don't think Obi would have won. That's just a fact.
Oh no,
There are
hold
too
on, hold on.
many obstacles.
I was gonna say real quick. I think Kwankwaso got almost 1.2 or 1.5 votes, a million votes in Kano. I think
That's
Kwankwaso's.
because he was running as the president. He wouldn't have.
Well, I think. Well, regardless, I don't
No,
think
he
so.
wouldn't have. No way.
No,
There's no. There's no
no,
way. Obi, listen. Even if Obi picked the emir of Kano, there's no way people in Kano will give Igbo man 1.2 million votes after the way they are. Listen, the relationship between the Southeast and the North, like, was really dense. Like, I don't even know how to describe it. Like, after all these 7 years of insults, IPOP and all these things, so there's no way Kankasu will run as vice president and get out of 1.something million votes for Obi. No, there's no way. The Kano people wanted him to be president. That's why they all like joined behind him. But the vice president, because of it, they won't give that point
share
something
that
million
vote
votes.
between Atiku and Tinubu.
Hmm?
I said they would rather share that vote between Atiku and Tinubu.
Exactly.
and
even
exactly what
if
they did.
Obi was
Exactly what
running,
they did.
another thing is if Obi was running as vice president under Kwankwaso, sorry. Okay, you were saying as Kwankwaso rising on vice president. Okay. You obviously would have got it. I was going to say if he was running as vice president under Kwankwaso, like there's no way he would have won, got that many votes from the south side and stuff like he got. So
No, I kind of disagree because Kwankwaso's 1 million votes, for example, I think it equals all the votes in the 5 states in the southeast. I think just that vote in Kano. And I think the landscape would have been a little bit much better because Kwankwaso, it actually did very well in 2 or 3 other states in the north. It
Prince
did very
Daddy,
well.
are you talking as Kwankwaso as the president or as vice to Peter Obi?
I think either way, if Peter Obi was a good
either way.
negotiator,
There's no way you get that vote as the vice
Either
president.
way,
You
it's
don't
not
get
the
it.
same. Either
It's
way,
not
it's
the
not the
same.
same.
You're not going to be getting millions of votes because you're running as vice president. Are you kidding me? And Northerners are not going to be saying, Kwankwaso is running as a vice president to Obi. Let's go and give him our vote.
Mike, let me give you what is going to happen. If Kwankwaso is the president and Obi ran as a vice, Kwankwaso will get the vote that he got from Kano, but Obi will not get as much as he got in the south. Believe me.
Yeah.
All
Obi,
those
exactly.
all those Christian votes they will not vote for him.
All
There
those
won't
things,
be any
exactly.
basis. There won't be any basis to be using Christian. In fact, he will not get 1/4 of what he got.
Yeah, exactly. If Obi was running as vice president, yeah, that's true. And another thing you have to understand is the reason why I told you that there's no way Kwankwaso would have even chose to run as vice president because most of those northern politicians believe that Obi will not get votes in the north. Even Atiku himself, that's one of the reasons why Atiku even told Obi like, don't do this. Even what's his name? Wiki was saying Obi won't win. He went to even his people telling them like, listen, he won't win because they already know that he will not do well in the north. They already know. People already saw the atmosphere of the division between the southeast and the north. People already. The reason why his party PDP didn't want him to.
Hold on. If somebody call you, that man want to call your attention to something, please. Do you think if Peter Obi doesn't use the religious card in the north, he will even gather the votes he gathered in the north?
No way. Like he may have still got number from that Christian part of that north, but he won't have gathered that number from the Christian north, so that religious card helped him a little bit, but ultimately everybody
not
knew.
a little bit. It helped him. The religious card claimed more than 50% of the vote he got.
Yeah, that's true. He played the religion.
You know how much vote he got from the Christian north? He got about 2.5 million. Almost half of
that's
his
huge, especially in Kaduna. That's huge. Yeah.
Kaduna, Nasarawa, Plateau, Taraba, all those Christian that has a large population of Christian in the north.
Yeah, that's as far as you go, like that. You have to play that card because it's the image of the southeast. I mean, the north. The relationship was just bad, man. And that's the reason why Atiku himself told him, like, guy, you're not going to win. Like, Atiku already knew, and Atiku kept saying like, Obi will not win in the north. He's scared. That's why he himself decided to run because he was like, Obi will not win in the north, and that's why I say his people screwed him over. the Igbo area. I mean, the way they behave in that place, man, they really, especially in the last 7 years when Kanu came about, because this whole ethnicity between North and the Southeast was already dying off. I don't know. I just really, man, those people messed themselves up, because I remember in 2011? No, 2015, when Buhari became president. I remember people having conversation like, the next presidency is going to the Southeast. Like, the whole country, there was no ethnic problem going on, none of that. Until these people just came out, they just destroyed the whole thing, just turn everybody, turn Nigeria to a tribal.
If you look at it right from inception, the Igbos and the Northerners are the best friend politically. Right from the time of Zik, Tababalewa, and then even if you look at it, even from, it's only in 1979 during the Second Republic that is big as this
Saying that, were they truly best friends, or is it because they fear the strength and the political sagacity that comes from the Southwest?
And that was important. Let me tell you, that was what actually even influenced the decision of Zik to pitch tent with Tafawa Balewa at that time. He was afraid of Awolowo. And that was why he opted away from the meeting that they're supposed to have in Nasaba and went and got the ceremonial presidency, and the Tafawa Balewa became the prime minister.
Mm.
So
let me tell you,
even a state like Kwara is supposed to be part of the Southwest, but they believe that they cannot stand the intellectual power of the Southwesterner, that they stand a better chance to go with the North, and that's why they are more comfortable with the Northerners.
Yeah, another reason, the main reason is the Southeasterners, the way they are is, when they want to do something with you, they are not comfortable. They feel like they can't really dominate you or manipulate you or control, like full dominance. They like it. So one reason why they hate to form that alliance with Southwest is like they feel like, okay, if we partner with these people here, we can't really control, manipulate them, and I'll be just easily outsmart them in things we want to do. You understand?
Exactly.
So they see them as, these guys are competition, man. We can't trust them. So they always say Northerners as, okay, these people here, if we partner with them, we can always.
Okay, so here's the grand question: what is the pathway for a Southeasterner to become a president in Nigeria?
It's very dicey because the severe relationship with the two major regions in Nigeria. So it's very dicey for them. I don't know where they want to run to now. There's nowhere for them to go. Believe me.
Yeah, even South, like they just have to learn to hand their politicians have to step up and just fight against the inner demons that's always hindering their progress in politically within their society. You understand? Because your image of your region matters. Because the way people view your region will determine how they want to vote for you. So you want to, if you feel like these forces in your region, for example, let's say when IPOB started, someone like Obi started standing against IPOB, vocally, going against it like Wike was doing. When Wike was calling soldiers to arrest any IPOBian protests in Port Harcourt, or in Rivers, like just stand against them, where that way you dissociate yourself from the forces in your region that will cost you vote from another region. And then that can help you. But if you are a sympathizer of your people to this point of ridiculousness, like where the Northern journalists were asking a question about the agitators in your region, the way they are behaving, and you are almost being apologetic to towards your people. I'm like, dude, they won't vote for you. You have to make friendship. You have to build bridge. You have to convince those people that you like them, like Tinubu did when Igbo was doing.
Do you think there's a trust deficit with Southeast and other regions?
Huh?
Do you think there's a trust deficit between the Southeast and other regions of the country? Trust deficit.
Definitely.
Yeah, that thing is dead. And it's based on their attitude. And I mean, come on, you are doing secession, doing the break-up swing. I mean, everybody will start suspecting. We know that it's not everyone from there that's like that, but people start suspecting the region to be, these people are like this. Those people are like that. The same way people will suspect Northern politicians as Boko Haram sympathizers or things like that. So people will suspect, that whatever is known to come from your region, people will be using that eye to look at you. So you have to convince people that, listen, I'm not like that. I'm not that person. I'm not this. You understand? Just like they're trying to tie Buhari to Boko Haram. And Buhari had to figure ways to say, no, me care, or say you want to Islamize Nigeria, all those things. So it's people, the opponent trying to use those things against you. But you have to figure a way to play your game where they don't success, that thing, you're not tied to that particular thing. Like Buhari, for example, sorry, not Buhari, Tinubu, for example. When Igbo was doing Yoruba Nation, Fulani people, this and that, what Tinubu started doing, he started going to the north. When people were complaining about Fulani attacking farms, we have a killing in the southwest, Tinubu will keep quiet. And if are killing in the north, he will go to the north, you invite media to come there to show him sympathizing with those people that got killed there. And so he's playing his game, knowing that this my southwest people here, they are trying to play this ethnic and do this, trying to bomb bridge between the southwest and the north. Let me dissociate myself from them by showing these northerners like, listen, me, I'm your friend, who see me, I come to visit you, so sympathize with your people. In fact, I'm ignoring my own people getting killed. Though that's evil, but hey, it's politics, man. You understand? Many of us, even on this platform back then, like National Man in particular, used to swear for Tinubu, like, how can you ignore your own people, Yoruba people that got killed, and you are going to the north to go and sympathize with people that got killed in the north? It's called smart politics.
He doesn't want to commit suicide.
Exactly. This called smart politics. If Tinubu would have said, they are killing my Yoruba people, and you only sympathizing with Yoruba people, and then ignore the fact that they are killing people in other part of the country, and then people say, okay, he's doing the right thing, he's sympathizing with his people. That's what you're supposed to do. Care for your people first. You think this election that came, the Northerners will say, Tinubu's our friend, who is, they won't care. They just see as another man from another tribe that is looking for interest or wants to become president of his people. But the guy was forming, building bridges, going out of his way to try to pander with them and things like that. And they say, this guy's our friend. And he started making friends from there. When he go visit those mayor of the place where bandits attack, give sympathy, donate a couple of thousands to the victims. The guy was planning for 2023 when he was doing those things. But the only dope people that used to come here back then, like Rational Mind, they were just saying the guy's a fool. He's a traitor to the Yoruba people. Tinubu already know Yoruba will vote for me. Me, my tribe will always vote. Election day, even your worst tribe man, I hate you, we still vote for you over another person or another tribe. If Obi had done the same thing, dissociate yourself from IPOB, condemn IPOB, sympathize with the North, go there, be sympathizing with the killings there. This election, Igbos will still vote for him because he's an Igbo man.
Not as easy. Not
they
as
will
easy.
vote for him, dude.
Mike, you think if he has been doing that, they won't see him as a traitor?
Bros, they will see him as a traitor. But once it comes down to it, where we are looking on the ballot box, it was the battle between Hausa, Yoruba, and Igbo. That's what this election was. It was Wazobia. When it comes to ethnic competition, even if it was,
they would have condemned him and run him out of the place.
Listen. That time there was no that election. First election was not a Wazobia kind of election. And second of all, Ojukwu was not in a major party, and Igbos back then were not even interested in. To be honest with you, they were not really into that. We're talking about dictatorship era when we just got democracy and people were still expecting military coup to happen. Nobody was really into politics in the early days after 1999. Nigeria are just done into this democracy now, to be honest with you, because most of us were still expecting military coup after 1999. That any moment from now, soldier will come in again because we were used to that coup after coup after coup. So you guys forget that early politics of 99, 2003. Most people were not into the politics. I can't. If Ojukwu, it was today, trust me, it would have been a different thing. Most the Nigerian youth today were born in 99, in the 90s. Most of them, we start talking about coup, they will say, what is that? They don't know. They don't have memory of that. You understand? So the dynamic of the Nigerians today, you understand, the population, is different. Most of them don't remember the dictatorship era. So we have a democracy generation here. They don't know anything about. But during that 99 era, people that were the young people back then, we were all expecting coup. Because we are like, okay, they are giving us another Second Republic when Shagari came in. When they say, okay, military has gone back to the barrack. Shagari became president, Ekweme became vice president. Next thing, Buhari do coup. He did a coup and overthrew them, take over again. So everybody was expecting military coup to happen again. But since it hasn't happened since 99, now everybody has forgotten about it. It's out of our consciousness, a military coup. So now everybody's into politics now. We are all into it now. So this last election was a Wazobia election. Even if it was the worst Efulefu from Igbo land that was running in this election as Labour, he would have won the Southeast regardless. Because they will vote for him. They will say, we have to vote. Even if we don't like this guy, it's Yoruba, Hausa, and Igbo election. Yeah, let's vote for our guy. He would have gone that way. Most Yorubas, I mean, I don't think they like Tinubu like that.
But
I
we
mean,
have other Igbos that are also contested in other political party. They didn't vote for them.
No. But he was the guy in front. I mean, come on. The same thing can say Yorubas didn't vote for Shiwore and Adewole. I mean, you are Nigerians vote now. We vote for the popular guy. You know, the face, the guy with the big party and the spenders and things. So we all know, of course, the guy running under Labour, or he would have run under. Even PDP would have let him run under PDP if he had been doing that. The reason why PDP denied OP is because they know that, guy, you can't win votes in the north, and if you can't perform in the north, our party cannot take power. That's why they denied him. That was the reason why they denied him, because they didn't think he has good relationship with the north, and you are running against Tinubu. What? You're not going to do well in the north. You're not going to win in the southwest, obviously. So how are we going to win? That's why PDP denied OP of that ticket. They would have rather given it to Wike, but Atiku was too greedy. I said, you know what? I wanted Southeast. We agreed that it was Southeast, but now that Southeast cannot perform, well, let me run again. So that's what happened in
now
PDP.
let us go back to Kwakwaso. So what have you now seen about Kwakwaso? So is it a good move or a bad move for him?
To do what?
This alliance that I want to form with Tinubu.
Any alliance with Tinubu is always a good thing, I would
It's
say.
always a good now. I mean,
well,
but we don't know if he's forming alliance yet. Now
we don't know. We don't know. If we just say just in case. Yeah.
Can we say
say he's forming
allege?
alliance now?
But I can't even call it alliance. You can't call it alliance now. Alliance is kind of like two people meet on the equal ground for mutual benefit. Somebody doesn't make man. Are you crazy? I don't mean
no.
Big man like me.
Hold on. See, okay, maybe it's not an alliance, but
it's a margin. He wants to join them
they're trying to form a partnership. Why? Because you got to keep in mind the NMPP did very well in Kano, and they won a lot of seats in the Senate and the House, I believe.
Even things that they did well in Jigawa. You know, Jigawa was created out of Kano, and they did very well in Jigawa.
Okay, so they have people they have candidates or people in the Senate, I believe, and also in the House for sure. So those numbers, if Tinubu can have those numbers vote in the party line with APC, that is what Tinubu is looking for. See, he knows he can't get that from Labour or ABGA or maybe I heard they're negotiating also perhaps with an SDP also. So they need those little numbers because they don't have like a really, really clear majority when it comes to the numbers in the House, and especially the House and somewhat in the Senate. So that's what Tinubu is trying to do. The art of negotiation is part of Tinubu's DNA. He knows when to strike and know when to strike. So
right.
Can I ask a question?
Sure.
And this question to Simba: If tomorrow Obi is meeting with Tinubu in a closed door meeting for 4 hours, would you call that an effort for an alliance? And if he did the same, if he has to do the same with what do you call him, Atiku, would you call it an effort for alliance?
I don't understand your question.
Oh, okay. I said if by tomorrow Obi and Tinubu have a meeting for 4 hours, would you regard that as an effort for alliance? And the same with Atiku, would you call it an effort for alliance?
Well, it might not be an appropriate language for me to use, at least because what he was saying is that they want to form a government of national unity, and that is why he's discussing with Kwakwaso. So if Obi comes also, and they want to invite him that if he can join the government to move the nation forward, I don't see anything wrong in that.
So what you mean is they are forming maybe friendship and hands of friendship or something. But when you say
Exactly.
alliance is kind of like you
No,
merge.
alliance supposed to come before election. If you are talking about alliance, but this is after election.
Yeah.
You can still
guys,
remain in your party. You can still
yeah.
remain in your
There won't
party
be an
and be part
alliance
of
then.
their government. It's not an alliance.
Guys, I'm sorry for deviating you back. I'm very sorry. About the Nnamdi Kanu space. Ajale Koko, are you? Ajale Koko is gone. I don't know. I want to ask this question. I've been hearing this question about Nnamdi Kanu, that Nigerian government killed his father and mother. Is how far that is true? I think that is not true, but I've been hearing this often. I don't know, maybe you guys have any intel on that Nigerian government killed
Well,
his father and mother.
a couple of years ago or so, I heard no, the government did not kill his parents. No, they died. Whatever they died from, we're not sure, but they died, I think, shortly after Kanu left the country. So I don't think it was like the case of Fela Kuti, where they invaded his house and killed his mother. So it's not directly true. It's not actually. I don't think it's true. Actually, it's not.
Indirectly, maybe they are just saying it indirectly, maybe because of his when he went on exile, that maybe because of that they died. They might be attributed that to their death.
Well, yeah,
So
but
it's
I don't think that's what they meant. They're trying to say that the government killed, like Buhari's government killed his Nnamdi Kanu's mother and father. I think that's what they're trying to say. And there's no such thing. There's no such thing. I think we'd have heard about it. I heard. I remember. I know he didn't come for the funeral. I don't know what happened, but I heard his mother and father died. But and then
But they died in Germany now. They were living in Germany when they died.
is that right? Okay, so what does that have to do with the government killing them?
That's why he couldn't directly accuse them. He just indirectly saying it because you know that they would just say that sounds foolish. Because why would they die in Germany? And yeah, if they were sick in Germany and they die, and different time, usually husband and wife, like I don't know, it's very common when one of them die, like months later the other one usually die. Maybe out of
especially that
but
one is
Mike,
very common in polygamy. Monogamy. Yes.
Simba, the platform, these people have been hearing this form, they will say it categorically, like Buhari killed the father and mother. They don't say it indirectly. They don't all you guys are painting. They don't say that. They will just say they kill. They will say it confirmatively. So that's because I don't. Sometimes if I listen to some people, I'll just say, "What are you saying? What is going on here? How will they kill the father and mother? How?"
Thomas, one thing that they have succeeded in doing to us as a nation, especially these people from that region, is that they have legitimized lie, and people will be saying it boldly without any remorse. And that is also what actually play out in this election. For somebody to be claiming that his mandate was stolen, and it's very obvious to everybody that he didn't even come close to winning that election, and people will still be saying it boldly that his mandate was stolen. So I think that if federal government killed his parents, it will be in the news and it will be in the news to everybody. Even this thing that you are saying, I'm just hearing for the first time. So it's how can you kill somebody, two people, and nobody is aware? So it's only people that are claiming it. How did they kill them? Did they poison them? Did they use a gun? How? It's just they peddle lies around, and they would be saying it boldly, and people, they will have some sympathizer that will be sympathizing with them. Hello, Thomas.
Simba, if somebody from international community or people outside the of the country, they accidentally listening to those people that day, do you know the notion and the color they will think is Nigerian government actually killed them? because that person is saying it. Nobody even said, no, that is not true. Everybody just believed that the Nigerian government did so. So, you know, Yoruba man sọ pé etí tó bá gbà lọ kò ní gbà bọ̀. I don't know how to translate that in English. That means the person that I don't even know.
Once they release the word, it's kind of hard to correct it. It's kind of
Yes. Because I listen, and people there just sit down say yes, they kill them. I was just thinking, how, when? Because I follow Nigerian politics. We follow Nnamdi Kanu on this platform back to back. I've never heard one man brought any news that Nnamdi Kanu was killed, parent was killed by Nigerian government. But some people believe it, good like and thinker, that they are carrying the rumors all about the place. It's just, I don't get it. Yeah. I'm sorry for diverting you guys back, because this question has been on my mind for ages, because I've been hearing that often. So,
Thomas, let me tell you one thing. If you cannot estimate the kind of damage, image laundering, whatever they have done to this to Nigeria, I answer questions about my country among my colleagues at work every day. There was a day one Egyptian called me and said, Dr. Moshood, that they said that your president-elect is a drug baron. And I have to be explaining to this guy that it's not true. It just are some people that, so many questions. You know, people tend to listen to negative things more than the positive ones.
Simba, please.
And yes.
Please. Is it that they don't understand the consequences of what they say, or they just don't care? Which one is it?
They don't care. They don't care. They believe that is the only strategy they can use. They like blackmailing, just peddling.
So they know that it's damaging the country, but they don't care. That's what you're saying.
They don't care. They don't care. Yes, they don't care. They don't care.
It's just another way of somebody want to fight you. There are many. They can't. If I want to fight you now, maybe I hate you so much, I can't physically fight you. I'll look for other ways to kind of be attacking you. You're not to blackmail you or to spread rumors about you to lie on. So.
Mr. Mike, but what I'm saying is that when you say they hate somebody, it's going to affect us all, including them. They are Nigerians after all, right? So
they don't care now. They don't think people that hate Nigeria, and that's the thing. They will say they hate Nigeria so much, but then they don't realize that they are Nigerians.
They carry the same passport. So if you do that, damage the country, when you go out there, you're going to suffer the consequences.
They don't think like that. They will say they are Biafran, but they don't understand that others don't see you as
Where
Biafran.
the Biafran passport? Show me one. I want to see it.
Unfortunately, and that's why I was trying to explain to some people at one time. Like, okay, some of them will open mind, be swearing that go ever be well with Nigeria, and some of them will be like, it will never be good with Nigeria, even like they hate the progress. But then I'm like, so when your wish comes to pass, I mean, let's say it comes true, who's suffering it? Are you not part of the people that will suffer it? If you don't want the country to progress, are you not part of the people that will now experience the failure and the pain and the agony? I mean, like the way they think is I just think their IQ is very low. I don't know how they somehow brainwash us in Nigeria that Igbos are the smartest Nigerians. You hear now. I realize that they are the one actually pushing that propaganda in our head that Igbo mind is the smartest Nigerian. But it's like they've over many years now, they've exposed themselves to me as
well,
they're not the smartest.
They are smart, but
they're not smart, man. Individually, you find intelligent people, but collectively, they're not very smart people. They are just not.
Let's not turn this into an anti-Igbo. I don't want to, but there's of course, Mike makes a valid point, Prince Daddy, that there's been this campaign. Because I've heard it even on this platform that they built Lagos. I've heard stuff like that.
It's propaganda now. They just be lying.
And we've done a breakdown of who actually controls Lagos. It's number one, it's mostly the northern money, and second by the indigents, then third everybody else. So even that is not accurate. This is the point. What is the source of that anger? Is it unresolved trauma from the Civil War? There has to be a reason for them doing that, because even if you try to engage, sometimes I disengage myself from even having any conversation, because at some point it starts not to make sense.
No, let me answer that question.
So where is this coming from? What is the source of this anger? Or
let me tell you what it is. Let me tell you what the mistake came from. Okay, they had a group of people. People always think Ojukwu was alone. No, he was not alone. There's a group of them, a gang of them, class of those guys. The propaganda began even right before the Civil War, right? They wanted to create that region, to control that south side, control the oil, and create a new country. So they began the propaganda by trying to sensitize people to support them, to back them, right? So they started it. The Radio Biafra that we talked today started during the war. They were broadcasting during the war to convince people to go and fight, to go and die, to go and, even they will convince Yombo to take stick to go to the battlefront. The propaganda began during that time, and they will be pushing, Hausa is coming to finish you, Yoruba is Yoruba and Hausa. The propaganda began during the war. We're going to listen to some of those broadcasts during the war. Some British journalists still have it. You will see the propaganda. It started there. They were creating ethnic this thing. So now the genocide happened. The people died. They lost millions. These people ran away. Those their leaders, they ran away, right? Some of them still remain with their mates, but the key ones like the Ojukwu, they got on a plane and ran away. They left the country. So now, what happened was, rather than the Nigerian government going to that region to go and like reshape their mind or tell them what happened, give them the true story, the Nigerian states just swept, didn't explain what happened or tell them. So now, what happened was later, the same group of people now convinced the Nigerian government. I'm talking about Ojukwu and a clique that, okay, we are back to, we have repented, we want to form unity with the Nigerian state, with the North. So now the Nigerian government now brought Ojukwu back to Nigeria. And now they now send the same group of people back to the East, right, to go and be the ethnic leaders there. So that way, since they make the agreement with the government that, okay, they will never allow Biafra to happen again. So just allow us to go back to be in charge of lead our people. So now, when those people now go there, now they began to brainwash the people. Now, that's what they try to do. Because the people that have questions, like, okay, what happened to us? So these guys, even though they were the villain of their people, they were the one that created mess for their people. So they needed to make themselves a hero to their people and answer the question of their people of, okay, who is responsible for this thing that happened to us? So they decided to now start lying, creating fake stories
to justify what they did. You mean
to justify what they did, that they are actually were the heroes of their people, right? That they were the one fighting that war. They were fighting for their people, and they were the hero of their people.
Mike, you are right, but not really so. Ojukwu came back because the Nigerian government needed him. 1979 election, they needed this guy was powerful from. I think he came to challenge campaign against Ekweme. Was it Ekweme then? So they needed him.
I don't think they would just bring someone like that, but
no,
because of election. It's beyond that.
Ekweme was the
this series of negotiations.
Okay, hold on. Let me make the point. I think it was Zeke. So they wanted to cut down the Zeke influence in the east. And who has that influence was Ojukwu. Ojukwu, the one they did up front was just the charade. The war really went down. The Northern Nigerian as a party then needed somebody from the east who can divide the east votes. So that's why they brought Ojukwu back. They allowed him, he begged, and they allowed him, came back. If you see one Bodo and the rest, they were not happy with him. People at the airport insulted him, making right, why is he coming back? When he came back, they allowed him to form AK back front. As he came back front, they were using it to destabilize the Eastern power then for the favor of the Northern party against Awolowo and Zeke. And actually, Shagaren won. He went to contest as governor in the state. Nwobodo won him, Anambra, and after the election, he was relegated to the back seat. And little after that, Buhari took place. So after Buhari took power, nobody addressed that issue. That matter started again, Biafra, whatever.
I think Buhari kind of arrested him. Buhari he arrested Ojukwu when he came in power in 1980.
Mike, what I'm asking is, how can we then solve that problem? Because it's a problem we are seeing Nigerians at the end of the day. We're not broken down yet. We're still a country.
The family of Ojukwu, like today, not just his wife, his worship, his sons, the same family of those guys. Not only Ojukwu, there are many of them giving names. People like what's his name? This guy. There's so many of them. List of them. They are still the most. They are the people that people look up to as the heroes. They were the one that write the most books in that region. They are the one that tell stories in that region. Even some of them, their children are the one organizing that World Igbo Congress. So they are the one controlling the information space. You understand? In the southeast, and what they do is propaganda just to make their fathers the hero of their people. And how do you do that? Now, by taking the blame that's supposed to go to their fathers and to now put that blame on another ethnic group. So if you go and read Ojuku's book, you see the way the guy will describe what happened in that war. He will say something like he lost the war because some Yorubas are sabotaging. He will say something like he could have won the war from day one because the plan of him invading Lagos, he already strategized it very well. Everything was set in plan, and he was all going that it was the Yoruba man that made
They were blaming
he would
Awolowo for
say
it now.
no, he would say, yeah, I know that Awolowo was going to. He would say Victor Banjo and the Yoruba guy in their midst was the one that now start calling Gowon to expose their position. You know, all these lies. And then he would say things like Awolowo when Awolowo was when he was releasing Awolowo from prison in Calabar. That's the Northerners called him that he should kill Awolowo. And then he discussed with Awolowo that they told me they say I should kill you.
Oh my God.
And the guy waited Awolowo die before he ran out before he tell that story. That's the funny thing. When Awolowo was alive, he didn't say it to. He waited till the man died, so that way that one cannot give his own side of the story. He said he told Awolowo that they asked me to kill you, but okay, let's make a deal, so I won't kill you. Nah, he said Awolowo made a deal with him that okay, he's going to go to the west and organize the Yorubas, and he just lies, and this is the thing that people will consume. You understand? And they will look, so the Yorubas are the one that sabotage us. We could have won the Biafran war, So they will just twist the whole thing, and that's the tragedy, and that's what most of them are consuming. Those wrong information, lies, and that's why they hatred and anger, all those things. So what's other people is just there, and unfortunately, the other people are getting angry. They don't even know all these things. Average Yoruba person don't think about Biafra or Biafran war. Don't even know anything about it.
Diwali, sorry to cut you. Were you trying to come in, Diwali?
I was trying to my new what you call it, Bluetooth. I didn't know that you guys can hear me. I thought
we okay. Sorry, okay, Mike. But this is where I'm getting at. You know how there's a need to integrate them back into maybe Nigeria, but how can you want a presidency for a country you don't truly love? How can I share space with you when you don't trust me? There seems to be like a missing, like a void. Like I don't know. That's why I was talking about the trauma, maybe. But now you're saying they were told lies by their own leaders. So I don't know how because some people are now dwelling in that space. They are making money off that ignorance. That's what I put it. But I have no clue of how to resolve that because they are still Nigerians. Any step Tinubu makes that they feel like does not benefit them, they're going to label it as anti-Igbo or anti-Southeast. And I was actually reading something about Ebonyi. I was actually reading about the airport in Ebonyi, but I came across an article. The governor of Ebonyi was being interviewed, and he said they are not part of Biafra, and he gave history. Interestingly, Mike, I didn't even know that the old Southeast was not even one. That even in the Southeast, Ebonyi is not really considered really Igbo. I didn't know that. That they are not really considered.
They see them as the less Igbo.
Yeah.
They don't.
I didn't know.
Their dialect is very
ostracized.
So the guy said that the way they treat them in that area, and it was given history even back to the Civil War, that if they want to leave, that don't talk about us. We're not one of you. I'm like, wow.
The Ebonyis, they look more like the Benue people.
Oh, that I didn't know that. So even in that, there's a schism even in that space of because it said that the only way you can even marry if you're from Ebonyi, the only way you can marry somebody from the Imo or Anambra was if you are rich.
Babati, now imagine there is referendum and they asking Ebonyi that they don't want to.
I don't believe that they will get a number if they do referendum. Thomas, remember I said even if if they do referendum in that area, I don't believe they will get the required number. I don't believe it. Maybe I'm wrong, Simba. Maybe I'm wrong.
No. See, Babati, I tell you, we look at the Southeast on the outside as being unified, but I tell you, they are more divided than perhaps any other region in Nigeria. I'm telling you, when it comes to their politics and ethnicity or the tribalism amongst themselves, they are divided. And I tell you one thing also, their leaders are in one group, and the people or the agitators like Nnamdi Kanu and the other guy, they are in a different group. So bringing about Biafra, even to agree on it, is going to be some work to do for sure. So yeah, you're right.
I think even with the Biafra, if you the only way they can survive is by having some other ethnic group merging with them so that they can dominate those ones. But among themselves, it will be chaotic. Believe me.
But
It will be chaotic.
that would be the but those ones don't even want to have anything to do with them or have anything to do with the Biafra.
They've learned their lesson.
But
They've
those
learned
ones were
their
the one
lesson.
that the South people were the one that created the war in the first place. I mean, they were the one that I don't even know why some of those South people are just somebody that's so annoying.
Oh, they want.
Because
I remember they were the first person to want to secede that, and that failed.
yeah, beside that, what led to the war was, what led to the war was the creation of states. When Gowon declare new states, when he separate the eastern region, the whole rivers and Akwa Ibom, want to say that they were all part of the eastern region. So when Gowon break the region, separate the Igbos away from the rest of them, start creating. That's when Ojukwu declared Biafra, because when they went to Aburi, Ojukwu put in an agreement that he will never divide the east, because that was the goal. But Gowon didn't read through everything. Gowon just agreed, gave Ojukwu everything Ojukwu wanted in Aburi, because Gowon just wanted one Nigeria, everybody to move on from the coup, and the soldiers will all come back together and continue with the country. So Gowon just wanted to assure Ojukwu that, okay, he has settled the matter within the army and we can all come together, and whatever you want, in fact, I will let you be the governor of the eastern region and continue to be there, you'll be safe. So Ojukwu now he knew the politics of the East, that those South people wanted to break away. They wanted to create their own state, the same way the Midwest, the Edo people created their own state away from the Yoruba. They created the Midwest. So Ojukwu now put that agreement in a clause in Aburi. Now Gowon agreed. So now when they came back to Nigeria, it was those South people from Rivers. I was this guy that even led them, the king. I don't know what was his business. The prince of Prince Akinzwa of Benin was the permanent secretary that time. They now went to approach Gowon that, listen, you have sold the South, the people of that region to the Igbos with that agreement that he can never divide the East. So Gowon was like, So Gowon didn't want to ignore the people now. So no, Gowon now trying to organize meeting between Ojukwu and the people, so to iron out their differences. But Ojukwu said, no. That's why he came out with that phrase, in Aburi I stand. Say he's not changing it. Say they already signed in Aburi, it's not changing anything that was agreed in Aburi. But since Ojukwu started being stronger, and Gowon was like, so you want to be, so Gowon now say, okay, to hell with you. To hell with Aburi agreement, whatever we agree on Aburi. So Gowon divided the East and gave those people their region. And that's when Ojukwu declared Biafra and just invade the whole place, took over. And that's how the war broke out. So basically, technically, you can say it's those rivers, those South, those people there, not the present day Edo and Delta, but the rivers and Akwa Ibom area, Akwa Ibom.
No,
rivers.
Cross River, Akwa Ibom, Rivers, and Bayelsa. They were there.
Yeah. Particularly the rivers people. Those ones.
Delta and Edo were part of the Southwest.
Yeah, they're part of the Southwest. Yeah. So that's what led to the war. So basically, what really created that war was the grief between the Igbos and those people there in the rivers. But I don't know how Ojukwu now. I don't know how Ojukwu
that time now.
I don't know how Ojukwu now turned the story to Yoruba and Hausa was fighting against Igbo. I don't know. I don't know how Biafran story became.
In fact, most of the soldiers there, they are from the South.
Exactly. During that war, most of the soldiers South, even Benue, all those areas.
And even the place in Calabar was one of the war zone that time.
Yeah. So the war was really issue, and the Nigerian need to tell story. The Nigerian government don't teach history. They don't.
But Mike, we've been complaining, talking about the problem since. So what is the solution?
You have to teach your history.
Let me finish now.
Yeah, go ahead.
We know secession. Nobody's going to give any people country. Yoruba people, they are deceiving themselves as well. Nigeria is not going to let anybody go, in my opinion. So what can we do to bring people together? That's what we should be talking about.
First of all, Mike, please.
Let's hear from Babatia.
First of all, there's going to be uncomfortable truths that need to be told to the Southeast that they might not find uncomfortable, or might not like, and they have to then, because the only way you can, like Mike rightly said, history has to be told. That is the only way people can heal. It might be very difficult for them to accept, but without telling them the truth about what really happened, you cannot really heal or move on from that. So uncomfortable truth would be the first process for true reconciliation of a country. So that would be my own first submission to that question, Thomas.
Yeah. So first, I don't know any country in the world that doesn't teach our history. You have to teach your people, your children, history, where they are coming from. Where they are. So before they can, because if you are not teaching history, somebody will teach them their own version of history. So unfortunately, the Nigerian states, somehow the people in the government after the war believe that the way to heal is to forget it. So let's not talk about it so we can forget it. That was the dumbest thing. The dumbest. I don't know if it was even Ojugu that convinced those who are not the government people that say, hey, don't teach history, let's forget it. Because when you're not teaching the history, not teaching what happened, documentation of things that happened, what led to what, the actual facts, so everyone can understand that, okay, this is what happened. That's how the liars and the propagandists are able to create their own version of history and be brainwashing other people to tell them, So that's one is the problem. So now, two, you ask, how can Nigeria, the country, become united and become one loving family or one Nigeria? See, bros, the fact of the matter is this. Yes, we can become one Nigeria where we don't hate each other, we can live together and things like that. But as far as saying people will be loyal to the ethnic group and those things, that was never going to go away. That's one thing. You can never eliminate ethnic group. Yeah, we can do a lot of mixing and everything, but as long as this ethnic group still exists, as far as saying this name of this tribe, the languages, everything exists, still exists. The best way is, let me just make the last statement. The best way is to do what the people that were smart in the beginning, the old laws in the beginning said, listen, give ethnic nationalities autonomy. So that way they don't have to blame somebody else for their issues. You understand? Let everyone govern their space. However, we can be one country. And people, in fact, I would say, let ethnic, when we govern our space, people from other ethnic states, when it comes to your state, they should not be full citizen of that region, to be honest. I'll be honest with you. To avoid trouble. Unless, maybe you can acquire the citizenship of that region somehow through the traditional rulers or something. But the fact of the matter is, you can't eliminate this ethnic group, and you can't just allow people to just be moving. Like you can't just have it like that. You have to allow these ethnic nations to exist, have them determine their own destiny. However, we can be under one Nigeria. Even we can be one Africa itself. But you have to give autonomy to recognized nations. A nation is a group of people with a language, a culture, a society that exists. And in fact, our own we've been there for thousands of years. You can't just eliminate all the 63 years. You can't eliminate an ethnic group in 63 years. These are ethnic groups.
Well, personally, I like diversity. In fact, I think the way Nigeria is right now with its diversity, it's great. I think it's a beauty. I think that's what makes Nigeria. Quite frankly, I can't imagine Nigeria without the Igbos. Actually, just like the Hausas or the Fulanis and the Yorubas. I think, but at the end of the day, I think having what we call cultural or ethnic superiority over others is a big problem in Nigeria that comes mainly or predominantly from one part of the country.
Where's that?
Everybody knows.
I don't know. Tell me.
Prince, I'm
Well,
now.
Can anybody hear me?
No. Prince, don't mind Mike.
No, I don't agree with that notion that
we can hear
there's
you.
one ethnic group that have superiority. You don't want to tell me it's Fulani, because I don't think Fulani has superiority over Biafra Yoruba.
Mike, hold on. Diwali, did you fix your mic? We can hear you.
Oh, okay, great.
Please go ahead. Please go ahead.
Yeah. Well, what I meant is that they espouse superiority over others. Okay, not because they are. but that's just the way it is, right?
But who's them? I'm trying to know who's them. Huh?
Well,
I'm not sure.
mostly from the southeastern part of the country. Okay, um, that's where that superiority seems to emanate from. Um, but
Wait, wait.
but
I want to be sure what you're saying, please. Who's that exporting their superiority, and who's just name, man. Don't be shy. Let's just.
Don't be shy.
You know, I like Nigeria.
I want to know. I want to understand the guy well. I'm trying to know.
well, I'm saying that in the southeastern part of Nigeria, they tend to have this cultural or traditional or moral superiority to other parts of Nigeria. That's just a fact. That's the. And I'm not even sure if that's a bad thing, but when you relate to other people, yes, it is bad. But we all have our own personality. When we go to workplace, we have our own. We bring our skills to workplace. We bring our personality and our education or background. We bring, so when people are a certain way, it may not necessarily be a bad thing if that's the way they operate. But when they start to interact with other people, that's when friction comes about. Okay, that's my point here. I think the people from the Southeast are lovely people. I genuinely think so. But again, when they mix with people from other parts of Nigeria, they I mean, there's nothing.
Prince Daddy, give me one microseconds. Zaki Father, if you can go out and come back in, your audio is not connected well, so I can't really bring you home. Yeah, continue.
Yeah, so well, I would think people I would think you guys understand what I'm talking about right now. Is Sinbad in the house? No.
No,
yes, I'm around.
We are with you. So, Prince, is that coming from some form of inferiority complex as opposed to the opposite? Some kind of
that's a good question, actually, which I've thought about also. I think collectively, I think so. Is it possible to have individual inferiority, or what word did you use right now?
Like you have that complex, but you're projecting that for
exactly. Yes.
Yeah.
Well, individually they are good, but collectively this seems to project that that weakness, so to speak. Yeah, it seems complicated, but when they interact with other people, like the Northerners, there's always been this thing about the Northerners being not up to par. They are looked down upon, and maybe rightfully so. But I've made the argument also. See, a smart, intelligent Northerner, okay, is equally as smart as the next Yoruba or an Igbo person. I totally believe that. Though we claim in the South we have more educated people, PhD, all these other things, but the people in the North also, to me, they're super smart. So when you interact with those people and the people in the Southwest, if you don't think in life, actually, if you don't look down on people or you don't think less of other people, I think it's much easier to work with them or to get things done. But the issue of the Southeast, what is the underpinning problem that they have? I cannot put my finger on it, but to say that their leaders are the ones feeding them with the wrong information, and couple that with the fact that they have their own culture also. We all have our own distinct cultures in Nigeria. We don't have to lie about it, and there's nothing wrong with it. There's nothing wrong with having a diverse culture from all across the country, as long as we all respect each other's culture and don't look down on the other one, on somebody else's culture as being inferior. We all are different.
Don't you think the best way to eliminate that problem is when you give every people freedom to govern their space, control their space, so that way you don't
Mike,
wait, hold on.
No,
I'm not saying we
you
divide the
have
country.
said this before. I just
Hold
want to
on,
ask
I'm
you.
landing. Hold on, I'm landing. I'm
Okay.
trying to tell you why. Hold on, I'm responding to this question. What I'm saying is that that way, if you want to exert your superiority, you will only be limited. It will limit you where you come from. So that way, when you are in my territory, you understand that hey, you are a foreigner here. So
Why?
You
See, what you're saying is good on paper or in the textbook,
and
but
if you want to prove your superiority, show me what's going on in your region. What superior things you're doing there.
see, that's the thing. It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter.
Yeah,
It
Mike,
doesn't.
Mike,
I like
Mike,
your point,
can
man.
you give me 1 minute, please?
Yeah.
Okay, okay, what you are saying, because this is the second time you are repeating it about this regional government that you are talking about.
I didn't say regional government. I didn't say regional governments.
What do you say?
What
that
I'm
they
saying
should
is,
govern themselves. Each
you
region,
give
that's what you are saying.
no.
Okay.
It doesn't have to be old. You are picturing that old regional government, meaning the entire Yoruba land as one government. That's not what I'm saying. It could be statewide. It could be. You understand?
Yeah, of course.
Yeah, it could be. It could be where we have it today.
Sorry,
Yeah.
to clarify with the comment people, please, to clarify with the comment people in the comment section. I am not Prince Daddy and I'm not Oriade. We might sound alike, but we are just different people. Trust me, it's not the same person talking. Each time we are completely different people. Just to clarify with the people in the comment section, they asking the question. Go ahead. Sorry.
We don't sound alike, man.
They've been saying that. They say we sound the same way. I'm like, I don't know if we sound alike, but
yeah, like
you
I
sound
listen
alike.
back. We don't sound alike.
You sound alike a little bit.
No, hold on. What happened is these guys always come here to intimidate us with their accent. So I think that's it.
Thomas.
Yeah. Zakifada, how are you? Oh yes, of course. Your audio was it was not connected very well. Yeah, come in.
I would like to add to the conversation as well when it's my
yes,
turn.
I will bring you in, Oriola. I've been even keen to bring up a Southeasterner so that we won't be like we are, you know what I mean, just for a diverse opinion. Yeah, Zakifada, thank you.
Yeah. Welcome. Sorry. Will I say welcome, everybody? I'm the one coming in just now. However, it has been a very nice and frank conversation. I just wish to chip in a little bit. I hear some people talking about the issues of the Civil War. I think the story behind the Civil War, it's one which different people, give different perspective across time and space. I think one of the mistakes the Nigerian states tend to have made is to have kept history away from a lot of us, and so different people tell the stories in different ways. If you meet a Southeasterner, he's gonna tell you the story in different way. If you meet a Northerner, he might tell you the story or the history in different way. I think it is actually time for the Nigerian state to have, if truly we are very, very serious about true reconciliation, integration, and coming together. I think it is high time the Nigerian state started, knowing how to harmonize the historical perspective of that very thing that happened in the past, because different people will obviously tell the story in different ways. So it will be very difficult to actually get to a common ground to say this is what actually happened. A lot of us, we are not born then, so we don't know how it happened. We are just living by the stories that are told, by some people that may want to change certain pattern in what actually happened, and some people that might want to claim victims in what actually happened. But that is not the reason I wanted to actually particularly chip in. I was like wanting to chip in when someone, I don't know the person that talked about is it like the Southeast dominated, something like that. I'm trying to remember the word he used, Somebody that said that one part of the country tend to have
the espouse superiority, cultural superiority.
Superiority, yeah. So I tend to disagree when the person said the Southeast tend to espouse that superiority tendencies. I tend to disagree not because I'm from Southeast, but because it is very wrong to like say something in a generic form. What I mean is that I would rather prefer to use the word spirit of competition rather than using the word superiority complex. Do you understand what I'm trying to say? I would rather go with saying
But
maybe
that's
an
what
average
competition
South.
is about, man. Competition is to expose your superiority. You're competing to
No, no,
prove
no,
this person that better.
no. I don't think that is what superiority. I don't think it exactly connotes superiority tendencies. So I think superiority, the way I will understand it, is to mean maybe you have to be on top. Some other person has to be under. A relationship that might want to exist between
Yeah,
other
that's what
person.
competition means.
Well,
You want
okay.
to win, to be on top, for the other person to be under.
Actually,
No, no,
one
no.
second, please. The reference to who's speaking? Is this who's speaking? I'm sorry.
Saki Father is wants to
Yes,
Okay,
only
yes.
Zach,
for
you find okay. To your point about trying to explain or define superiority, actually, not really. One can be even maybe you can say poor or lack material wealth, okay, and still have that mentality of superiority than other people. It doesn't mean that you're actually above other people. It's just your psyche, the way you train and interact with other people as being less. That's just the way it is.
Okay, let me give an example, for instance. I don't know whether you can hear me. I think I'm having some problem with my network. Can you hear me?
We
go
can hear
ahead. We
you.
are hearing
We
you.
can hear you.
Okay, let me give an example, for instance. An average Southeasterner understands what we mean when we say this region has comparative advantage. That is to say that an average Southeasterner doesn't assert himself, doesn't show tendency to assert himself in every walks of life. For instance, if you ask an average Southeasterner in Nigeria, which of the region does well when it comes to education, an average Southeasterner will say the Yorubas are very good with education. So there is no gainsaying seeing an average Southeasterner to say we are better than the Yorubas when it comes to education. Do you understand what I'm trying to say? So I think if you say that someone is showing superiority, I tend to think maybe you are being generic. For an average Southeasterner to accept the fact that, oh, some people are better than me when it comes to this area, and I'm better than these people when it comes to this area. Such person that has that tendency to express this kind of dispositions, I wouldn't think that that person will be referred to as somebody that always has tendency to exert superiority. Do you
Yeah,
understand what I'm?
that's the question I was going to ask. Is there something wrong with being having the attitude that I'm superior? I don't think there's anything wrong with that. It's
No,
good
no,
to be
no,
proud of
no.
yourself.
I think superiority in itself might not be wrong from a, especially when it is flowing from the person that tends to exhibit that characteristic. But it is negative politically, in our environment where people will tend to be afraid of you, that you tend to dominate. So let me not
Inferiority
allow this
complex.
person, come to this place. Yeah, something like that. You know, what I'm trying to say. So, but in general, I wouldn't like want to go with that very notion that this region is like tend to display attitude of superiority in different endeavors. But there are things you will say about a Southeasterner. I might want to believe it. Let me give an instance. If a Southeasterner comes to where you are, and maybe the Southeasterner, maybe lives in that village, maybe after some time sees that living in this village before he came, that he has already been, oh boy, you are lazy, try and find something to do. That kind of talks. Do you understand what I mean? You are lazy, try and find something to do for yourself. Can't you help yourself? It's like the other person might be seeing it as maybe this average Southeasterner appears to be insultive. Do you understand what I'm trying to say?
I don't think that's even anything close to what anyone is like talking about, to be honest.
Yeah, can we go back to that topic you guys are arranging Nigeria, man? Okay, sorry, can we do that?
Yeah, sure.
I calling just for that.
Your omnibus. Thank you for your contribution, and for you from the Southeast, you made your point without the typical the reaction I get in time. But thank you for being calm with your.
Babati, can you direct that question you asked earlier to Omnibus?
Oh, in terms of Omnibus. Thank you for. I was just asking that there seems to be this unresolved trauma, and from the Southeast.
Saki Father, right?
Yes,
yes.
That's him. Oh, I didn't know Saki Father was the one Omnibus. Saki Father, yes. That how can you from that side resolve, because I believe that there are many unresolved issues coming from maybe trauma from the Civil War. How can we resolve that? Because I believe that we need to tell each other the truth, uncomfortable truths.
Babati, sorry for cutting in. Even if you are describing trauma, for somebody to be suffering from a trauma, you have to be in that event. Some people that is even displaying they are traumatic, they are not even alive when this war broke out.
That's what frustrates me. You have a good point here, Thomas. That's what frustrates me.
They were not alive.
Historical trauma. That's what
you see 120-year-old displaying trauma.
Thomas, if you want to go deeper, I don't agree with that position. Actually, I think you can.
But that is my position.
What do you mean you don't agree?
Let me finish. Let him reply.
Do you want Saki to answer the question,
or
do you want me to
please
to tell my point of view?
Let it answer because it's from the Southeast. Then chime in. So sacrifice that because we feel like because they were talking about how sometimes from that part of the country people tend to bash the country and the image of the country in terms of, and Simba was giving an example of people questioning him at work about the way they see Nigeria, and it bothers him. So I was asking that where is the problem coming from? Why do they see Nigeria that way? And how can we heal? How can they heal as a people? And I was trying to find out where the source of that problem was coming from. What is it? Trauma from the Civil War? And if that's the problem, how can we heal and help you out with that healing process as a people?
Okay, if I understand very well what you're trying to ask, you mean by the way the Southeast feel like
they are not, that they're being ignored, or that they feel like they're less Nigerian than everybody, and they lash out with this kind of reaction against the system and the country. So I'm like, how can we bring them back in? Like, what is the source of that agitation? And if it's trauma from the Civil War, I don't know, because she's from that side. How can they heal from that?
Well, I wouldn't, if you ask me, as far as my eyes can go, this complaint about marginalization, especially from the Southeast, I don't think it is visible, at least counting from 1999 to today. I don't think it is as visibly expressed by the Southeasterners, during the time of Obasanjo, Yaradua, and Jonathan, compared to how they tend to express it during this administration. You understand what I'm trying to say? So I wouldn't say that this is what they have been expressing, all along, even from 1999. As far
No,
as
no, my sub was out during Waziriki, and I was expressing the same thing. So
no, no,
it's
no,
always they've always
no,
done
no,
it. Trust me, I grew
no,
up around a lot of Southeasterners. Man. It's always
yeah,
that way.
no, remember the word I used. I said visibly expressed. You understand what I mean? Even if there
Yeah, maybe
was an
internet wasn't out back then.
no,
Maybe
let me
so now we all spend more time on the internet, and you can say
oh,
more
let me
people are on the internet these
let me
days. We spend more
let
time on the
me
internet, so we see more because of the
let me
internet.
let me finish. I was in the southeast, during the time Wazulike was talking about Mazo. You understand what I'm trying to say? People don't even know Owazurike much compared to the way they tend to have gravitated around somebody like Nnamdi Kanu. Nnamdi Kanu is the first secessionist that has tended to have arisen in the
No,
southeast.
it's not.
No, I'm not saying. I said he tends to be the first person that became this popular.
He's not a secessionist. That's what I'm saying. You don't agree with his point does not mean he is.
He's not what?
Actually, he's the succession. You believe he wants succession, but he may not be serious. He was doing it more
He's
for money.
not.
But yeah, maybe you can
Well,
say maybe deep inside he's not. But as far as his expression, to what he's telling the people is that okay, I want succession, I want Biafra. However,
yeah,
I
I
think I
think
can sacrifice that. Oh, go ahead, sir. Finish.
Yeah, I think what he's talking about, like what Nnamdi Kanu is talking about, is wanting to have like Biafra and nothing more. This is what I think he's talking about, right? So I'm saying that he is the first person that I will say that have made this call so visible and resounding among greater number of people in the south compared to when Wazulike was there talking about Mazop. So Mazop didn't actually have the weights this IPOB whatever is really tend to have had, in the time of Nnamdi Kanu. But what I'm trying to say in effect is that compared to past administration, I think this Buhari administration tend to have given these things more expressions. So I wouldn't say that the sentiment shared by
I don't think so. I think it's the internet that gave the kind of the thing more expression because in American you utilize the internet compared to maybe Wazirike and others in the past. That's what I think. It's
no.
the internet, honestly,
Yeah.
because that same noise has always been there. The same agitation has always been there. It's just that in American you utilize the internet and it create a web of people where you call IPOM and they have different like the leadership group all over. They have groups it kind of institutionalized in a sense where they are spread out and they have coordinators everywhere. So it's not the administration; it's
Well,
American and IPOP
well,
had to
if I interject
strategize.
real quickly, I would say it is the state of the Nigerian nation. I would say because with the whatever was going on in the north, the Boko Haram and all this terrorist faction or groups, right? And there comes IPOB or MASUP, okay, another separatist group, okay. So they're trying to squash them. So it's the state the the state of the country that seem to give more fuel to the southeast IPOB, but and they have to respond. So their response to it may not have been the best, but nonetheless, that may have fueled them or make them more stronger.
But Prince,
I don't think
something
so.
something there was something made them gravitate towards that message. Is what I'm saying. There was something that made them move towards that
It's
message.
the hate speech and the propaganda. Those things.
But
That's what
but
it
but,
was.
but, but it comes from somewhere. Like you can just someone can just say, "Oh, A, B, C, and D," and he knows he's going to fit the narrative. There's something that
And in fact, the
been there
government really
before.
ignored them for the most part.
I'm
To be
trying
honest,
to figure out what it is. Is what I'm sorry.
it's
To-
the
Babati,
hatred and the anger and the years of
Babati.
Well,
brainwashing. Man.
if you ask me overarchingly, I would say is their leaders. Really, if you ask me, because let's look
I
at it. Say the southeast states, the governors, okay, in terms of GDP contribution to the nation is very minuscule. But guess what? They get quite a bit of allocation from the center. And the people and the governors did not really keep it real with their own people, and just like but the reality is that, come on, I think you guys can probably testify to this.
Zach,
Whatever marginalization,
Prince Daddy, land that point. I want to keen to hear from Zaki Father. I want him to expand a little bit. Then we can really counter him. Yeah, go on. Yeah, land that point. Yeah, we'll go back to Zaki Father. Thank you.
Yeah, thanks. I was going to say the marginalization that is going on in the southeast, or that they think is going on. I think it's equally going on in all parts of Nigeria, in the southwest and in the north also. But the approach to it is what makes the difference. I think the suffering is not only in the southeastern part of Nigeria; it's everywhere. I think it's everywhere. Maybe I'm wrong, but I think it's all across the country.
Can anybody hear me? Can anybody hear me?
I can hear you. Yeah,
Yes,
yeah.
we can
Okay,
hear you.
great. I was trying to contribute to what you guys were talking about,
Me
and
too.
I
I'm
have
with
I have
you.
this theory that came up in my head, not necessarily the truth, but before Saki Fada actually have his final say. I was thinking that in these generations, talking about maybe 40, 50 years old, since the beginning of this democracy, we've never for once have somebody with a red hat in the Aso Rock. And we're trying to have to, establish this identity. I mean, we've had Obasanjo as a Yoruba man in the Aso Rock. Now, Northerners and all that. But never for once have there ever be somebody from Southeast. So that could also be part of the reason why there's this, much noise about marginalization, because if you look at the scheme of things, the other day I was being educated that if you look at it from a different perspective, we've always been having people from Southeast as Senate president and all those principal officers. So in my mind I was thinking, could that be the reason why this agitation is actually you know um, coming up at this time, maybe form of
It's not. It's
identity.
not.
Sorry.
It's not. It's not.
So what could
Well,
I mean?
Simba would be good to answer that question for you. But I like to say that, look, what you're seeing going on in Nigerian space is just politics as it's being played. Um, Wherever you put your chips, that's where it falls, kind of a deal. So, well, you have to look at the antecedent or how this came about. Uh, if I'm not mistaken, right? Nnamdi Azikiwe was the first president of Nigeria. Okay, then there came the military rule agreement in Ronsi. So they've had their share somewhat over the years, but just like in the beginning of Nigeria, right? It was a great alliance between the North and the Southeast. But now, just like everything else, things do shift and change. Now it has kind of changed right now to where we have the Southwest and the North kind of doing the duality between they and the Southeast. So that is what the game is right now. Who knows what is going to happen
Well,
in the future
I
to
kind
come?
of beg to differ. I think the problem is way deeper than what we. The root cause of this is more, to me, the way I say it, is more like there's no foundation. The foundation that the country called Nigeria has was given to Nigeria. Nigeria didn't really like create how it wants or how it will work. So I think that's the basic problem. Like if you look, I think was it the first constitution that we had was in 1914 or whenever before 1960, the one that British gave us. If you look at that constitution and we're able to come, you can literally see the same thing as what we have today. Like it was more like you just edit, you change a few things, but the foundation is the same. the problem
Did you
that
say the
I'm
constitution
seeing
from the
is
beginning? Which constitution?
the first constitution that was written after we have, was it 1914? I know, like, was it 1914 that they wrote
No,
for
no,
us?
no. The constitution has been
1914,
toppled like
1914, 1914.
Yeah, there was first, and after another governor came in, you have to remember that time we're still under Queen. So the governors, they're white, and the people that hold the different regions, they used to be white as well. Then it gets to a turn that they now change it. Now they now have like the West, the South, and the North. Now they started switching it. That was what this guy was fighting for previously when we had that first, I forget his name, Lugard was it Lugard? No, not Lugard. What's this guy? I forget his name now. But what I'm trying to say is, don't you guys see that the foundation is not there? Like,
no.
You mean
Let me
we
let me
didn't
Richard
really,
Constitution?
let me correct you. Sorry.
with
Oh yeah,
Nigeria, we don't have something that is ours. Like,
Actually, we did.
we're
We did.
still on somebody else thing. Like,
No,
we
no.
Well,
didn't really
quite
say,
frankly, I don't think we could have ourselves. Correct me.
why
We could have
No,
not? What do
ourselves.
you
no,
mean?
no,
Are we
no.
not
Sorry.
Well, but
human? Don't we
because
have brain?
no,
Sorry,
no,
we did.
because we
Guys,
would
I'm
have
sorry.
kept apart. We are different nation in different nation in one country. That's just the fact.
Yeah,
But I'll
then
tell
we
you though,
have to
the
work
Constitution.
together to make
The,
ourselves one. What are you trying to tell me that now we people on this planet now, there's a reason why we're able to communicate and not fight, and we structure ourselves, we're organized. That we all came from different places. We don't know each other, and we're able to make something work. Are you telling me that the same thing cannot be done in Nigeria? Is that what you're saying?
No.
well, because you
Guys,
you
sorry.
you
Let me
are
correct something real quick
eliminating the
before we
factor
go
of
too far.
greed.
Hold on. Give me a second about the constitution. Sorry. During independence, the leaders back then, they had series of constitutional conference that they got together to put together a constitution for the country. So those guys actually designed the first constitution we had in
No,
Nigeria.
no, no, no,
The
no, no.
wait.
No,
Hold on,
no.
hold on. And
Go
then
back
after
to 1914. Go
but give me a
back.
second. Yeah,
Don't
that
go.
forget. Yeah, we had under military. Sorry, colonial rule. Yeah, we had colonial people had their stuff going on, and in fact, I don't even think they were during that colonial time. I don't even think British were really ruling Nigerians. They were just associating themselves. Wait.
Why do you want to go that far back?
Before I even go there, let me just land this one point. And after the first military coup, the Agui Ronsi, the military government, they toppled that constitution and create a new constitution that created this unitary system that we have today. You understand? So we can't keep saying we had the same constitution for 1914. And in fact, this whole colonial thing that people keep talking about, when the British were in Nigeria, they were not really governing the people or governing people. All they were doing was just associating
No,
themselves
no,
with
that's not true. They
no,
govern you
no.
guys
They
until Obafemi and the other guys. Even
Indirect
before
rule,
listen.
sir.
then,
What they were
when
doing
they
was
started
Sorry,
administrating.
having
Wait,
like
but
wait. They were
they rule the
administrating
country, sir.
Lagos.
yeah, they
They rule the
govern
country.
us.
Indirect rule, sir. They
The
did.
Queen was, and we have governors
No, the
that was
traditional ruler.
actually.
No, the traditional ruler were still the most powerful
I'm
forces.
not.
They were still the
No,
one
they
governing the
weren't.
people.
No, they weren't.
No,
There was
that's
a
not true.
reason
If
why
you look at
all the slave
your hierarchy,
returnee
the,
came
the
back.
first
There was
head
a
of
reason why
Nigeria is
all
a
of them,
Christian.
and they became all your lawyers, or they owed all the top positions.
Returnees. Who? Who was holding on the top? Who?
The returnees.
Which returnees?
Everybody that has English last name in Nigeria, they're all returnees.
Like the likes of Abat Macaulay and co.
Thank you.
Yeah,
Everybody that has English last name in Nigeria, they're all returnees.
yeah, but
Not really, but I get
yeah, not really.
Wait. You said
They
not
had
really?
their.
Did
You can't tell me. You can't
our
tell me
great
that.
great
yeah.
grandfather
Some people
named Coca?
no.
Are
Some
they
people
named
But listen, these people. But let me
English
explain something to you guys.
Johnson?
Guys, give me a second. Give me a second. See,
Gomez change their
you.
name for fun. Now, the guy tells you here they're probably
No,
changed
no,
their name
no,
because
no.
it was
He
cool.
came. I didn't agree with him when he said it. The thing is, I wasn't able to get into that thing.
Oh,
Like,
you
don't
think he was
change
not being
history.
too honest, Abi?
There was no books. Okay, he said what he said. Can he back it up? We we need, at least someone would have written that. If someone would have put it in a book that
Well, are
during
you
this
literally
time.
telling me that so-called those returnees, those people, the names you are mentioning, they were actually very powerful and were really have authority over certain people, like in Nigeria, like certain ethnic
Yeah,
groups?
that's because they're from they're Yorubas, they're Igbos. That's
It,
they do
they
they,
did
it's
never
the
have any
concept.
power or authority over anybody. They was just people,
Okay.
administrative people. What was going on was just some administration. That the general population of the continent or the people or country were not even associating with. This British administration in Nigeria was just to
Wait,
extract minerals and also wait to set up future and colonial, but they were not really interacting with the people.
I
They
didn't
were, in fact,
want
they were distancing themselves from the people. So the
yeah,
African people,
that's because they
wait. But they will be, of course, they will write their own story. The story, that, oh, we were there governing the continent, the countries, and the people were who were administrating, governing like if it was like the way it was today, where they
wait,
are governing, and then the people were following. Respected
I didn't
kingdoms were
want to
still
go. I
didn't
don't
even know.
think tonight.
Do you know?
I
Do
don't
you know
want us to talk about the slavery thing.
93% or
But
95%?
let's stick to how we can arrange Nigeria. I
I
don't
get
want
it,
to
but
go over this
but
because
yeah. But let me just make a last
it's a
statement.
lot of stories.
Let me
There's a
make
lot of
listen. It's
stuff.
what you read. Well, hold on. Let me make the last statement. 95% of Africans during that time didn't even know colonialism was going on. They were just in their farms following
It's
their
still
kings.
going on
They were
now.
just wait. Listen. They will always say white people walking by. Many of them just thought white people were bringing some fine things from Europe. This is what Igbo people do. They say we still Igbo man in Nigeria today.
No,
Like
that's
this
not
is Igbo
true.
man is fine. But the way they will write the story of colonialism as if they were just under their subjugation, like they were just commanding us, controlling the population, controlling the people. No, it wasn't the
Yes,
case.
because
It was
they
not. They were
took
not
us
controlling.
as slaves first. Then
Hmm?
they
You
now
said they what?
Okay,
they
They
guys,
took us
can we
as
get back to the
slaves,
main topic,
and
please, guys?
after they now change it
Mike,
to
Mike,
Oh yeah, can we get back to the
colonialism.
topic, please? Can we get back to the topic? To the
okay?
main.
Let's get back.
Mike,
Yeah,
Mike, can you hear me?
No,
yeah,
go
I'm
ahead.
hearing you. I'm hearing you.
No, what you are saying is actually not. They have the government, but that time the British ruler them they call them governors. Those are the ones that are ruling us. So, but is a kind of indirect rule
But the
whereby
Nigerian
the
people calling them governors.
yes, they call them governor
Go
general.
and talk to your grandfather,
Governor
great
general.
grandfather that didn't speak English. See if he knew what governor was or if he was calling anybody governor. He will tell you a story. I was in a village, my Oba, my Bale, my Kini. They don't know those people were not
But
relevant. They don't know them.
these obas are answerable to these governor generals that we are talking about.
Thank
No,
you.
they were not.
They
The thing
are.
is,
They were.
bros,
Can we get back to the
okay, anyway, let's get back.
why
Let's not. This is another day topic.
yeah,
So
please, let's stay on topic,
all
please.
right. So the reason why I came in is because I agree with Mike, like on how if the way he actually spoke about arranging Nigeria. I think on this, I said the same thing before, but I like what you said. Either we like it or not, we are not the same. Thousands probably of years, every ethnicity in what we call Nigeria today, they used to have their own kingdom, like a country on their own. They have their own way of life. We don't have the same way of life. If that respect does not come in, even in Europe, Asia, it's the same thing. We don't even know one another. Even if you go to South America, it's the same thing. Ethnicity means a lot to people. They care about their own. That's why you have those the British exit, whatever they call it. That I respect what you said, and I think that's exactly how we should go. If Nigeria can just go back to how it used to be, where if you come to one region, you respect their culture, their way of life, they rule themselves. We can still be under one umbrella. It's just that I can travel to any part of Nigeria that I want, live there, marry their women if I want, as long as I respect their culture, their way of life, whatever constitution they put together at that particular region, I respect it. I think that all this problem will be solved. That's why I said there's no foundation. And this is the type of foundation that I think we should have.
But I think we're already doing that, right? I mean, we intermarry. We live in different parts of the country. So,
But we don't
not saying-
respect the other people's culture or
well,
their
a
region.
good question. Now, answer if you can answer the question. If you know which culture or who or what region is not respecting of another's culture, are you just talking generally, or you specifically pointing out a group of people in this regards?
Okay, so for example, like the past election, well, I mean, we all saw what happened where some people, so where people started trading words and they're disrespecting one another. This belongs to me, that belongs to you. You can't be a governor here. You have
When
to
somebody's
go over
insulting
there
your
to do
Oba,
that. Huh?
when somebody comes to your region and insult your king, say your Oba is an idiot, a nuisance, you
Yeah,
know.
yeah.
I
So
mean,
that's in line of respect people's culture, their way of life. You don't have to be, if those people say this is the type of people they want in government, you have to respect it. I just feel like
I think
the one Nigerian thing, excuse me, I'll pass it to you in a few. I think the one Nigerian thing is it can't really, we're trying to copy the people that I don't want to go into that, but I think we're copying the wrong people. We have to create our own. And I think the best way it will work is more like all this saying if you go to one region, you can, if you live there for 20 years or so, you can you can you literally can rule them. Yes, you can, but you have to remember there's something called culture. That means you have to be in tune with their culture. You have
Oh
to
yeah,
align with their culture.
let me just stop right there. You know that the what we have right now, you only need to you only need to move to anywhere in Nigeria 6 months to run for office. Did you know that? It's just 6 months. If I move to anywhere in Nigeria, I can run for office within 6 months. If I can,
Yeah, but it's only a matter of time before you start seeing conflicts.
I know, but that works in regions. So let me piggyback to where I was trying to make. Do you know who Yayi is? Yayi is a senator in Lagos, right? Twice in Lagos. Yayi is going back to the Senate for the third time, but this time is going to be the senator for Ogun West. Do you know why? Because his parents are from Ogun West. And do you know why nobody cares? Because it's Yoruba. So
Yeah, but that's what I'm saying. You're not hearing my point. My
okay.
point is, if you're from Southwest
Hold on.
Yoruba, it shouldn't matter. You can
I
go for.
know, but I'm saying that our founding fathers in the 63 Constitution, which I really want us to go back to, they embraced our peculiarities. They didn't shy away from it. So when you talk about oneness and we should become together, no, let's embrace our differences. That would
exactly.
be a good start. Don't shy away from us. We are different
Yeah,
people.
but that's what I'm saying. I'm saying exactly what you're saying. I'm not saying we should become one.
I think
I'm
we
never
have
saying that.
Said it was like we're going to merge into some kind of new.
No. What I'm saying is Yoruba, stay Yoruba.
I
If you
think I
want to
have
come to Yoruba region, come there. You can live there, do whatever. If you want to participate, if to say the
You
constitution
must speak the
says,
language of the people. You must be one of them.
yeah, that's what I'm saying. If the constitution says that we allow foreigners to become part of us, they can rule us, but they have to be in tune with who we are, our culture, language, everything.
Well, as
That's
what you
really
what
kind
you're
of
saying
bothers me.
is not that easy. I mean, you rule over people that are conquered, and nobody want to feel conquered in Nigeria, right?
Yes,
Right.
So
I know
what
it
you're
can
saying
work. That's why I
is
said
good
that.
on
I know it
paper, on
can work.
textbook,
another
right?
perspective to this discussion. You know,
Go ahead.
yeah, just a different perspective. We are different people. Everybody knows that we are different people by virtue of cultural differences and the way we perceive our world. We are different people. But I think average Nigerian ordinarily does not care too much about, is not too conscious about these differences. We have seen this
I believe
manifest.
that.
No, I'm trying to I'm coming somewhere. I think the major problem is that our political leaders elites tend to manipulate these differences and make us
I
become
don't think so.
huh?
People keep saying the politicians are the one that
No,
created the it's a lie, not the
let me
politicians.
give you an
I
instance.
don't see any politicians that came out to announce that, hey, go and
See,
call the
No, no, no.
Oba, go and install the
they,
Oba of Lagos. So
the,
you
the
can have any
politicians are
different.
the politicians are
Let me give
only
you
advantage of what is available to them.
Exactly,
But
see what's on
to
ground, and
your
then
point,
you know.
your
let me
point that a common or average Nigerian doesn't
give
care
you
is not true. I tell you though, at the
no,
bottom of the
let
bottom,
me give
hold on, at the bottom of the bottom, they care. In the middle, where people are maybe educated or more affluent, they may not care. At the top, where they are the same in terms of politics and what they all relate to, they don't care. But the people that care more about culture, that care more about their tradition and rituals, are the people actually more in the rural areas, people that are at the bottom. But the people, an Igbo person, Yoruba person, that went to Harvard or whatever, Yale,
That's
they
not
may think.
true. I care about my culture. That's
Well,
not
I'll
true.
give you
I'm not talking in absolutism, of course, but I'm saying that that culture, it's more eroded, quote, unquote, so to speak. That it's less because quote you're more exposed or whatever. You guys learn the same. This guy said it the most accurately. Kingsley Moghalu. I heard him on television speaking now, and he
All
talked
those
about him
wannabes.
having more.
Daddy, can you fix your mic? You are kind of in the matrix, sir.
For me?
Yeah, you are like a matrix. Yeah,
let
go
me
ahead.
give you a very simple example with what I was trying to explain. Let's take, for instance, a Yoruba man from Lagos State and a Yoruba man from maybe Osun State. Ordinarily, an Osun person can contest an election in Lagos without the Yorubas being conscious of certain differences.
Hey, my man, sorry, real
But
quick. Thomas, I
Let
think
him know. Let
Wallace
him.
is trying to get.
can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Yeah, we
Yeah.
can hear you.
But I tell you that the very day the political elite in Lagos starts to manipulate the pure Lagosians, trying to tell them, pollute their minds, telling them that since Lagos started, there is no pure Lagosian, a true Lagosian that has become governor here. How can you allow somebody from Osun State, from Ogun State to come and lead you in Lagos as if they are the owners of Lagos? No true Lagosian has become governor. It is the time for a true Lagosian to become. When the political elite starts manipulating these things, you begin to see that people who ordinarily may not see some obvious differences between an Osun person and a Lagosian might start being conscious of
I
that
disagree
But
with
difference.
that's
Can
not
I
going to lead
say
to
I
something?
disagree.
Oshun
No,
and
guys, wait.
Lagos,
Can I say
Oshun
Let
people
me
and
something?
Lagos people
I'll give
fighting
you
Mike,
each other.
Yeah,
Mike,
can I
wait.
say
Mike, wait.
something?
Mike,
Did
wait.
you?
Saki
No,
Fada,
me.
guys,
yes.
wait. I
All right,
just gave
go
an
ahead.
example. Wait. I just told you a few minutes ago of Senator Yayi that run in Lagos and is now running in Ogun State because it's place happening. The Yoruba culture is kind of unique in that space. They know that will always fail. If anybody thinks it's going to separate them, it will never. I can
It
guarantee
never
you.
happened.
Yeah, the point I was trying,
It's a
the
different
point I want
culture.
to,
Saki Fada.
Sorry. Can I interject?
wait,
No,
please. Wait,
no,
well,
no,
please. The point I
no,
was
no.
trying to make to what you just said, based on Yoruba history, we all came from Ile-Ife. So that means that even we're all the same in a way because we know our roots. So at the end of the day, so more like what I've been getting into now is more like if you know your Oriki yourself, that explain to you your history, like how every single thing about your past, you will know exactly how you move, what your previous generation are all about, if you understand it. So I think that might be the reason why there's no problem, like if you come from anywhere, because we all know our roots. So settling down in any part of the Yoruba land won't be a problem if anybody comes from any region, any part of Yorubas to govern any other state. That's how
Yeah.
I'm
Okay.
looking
Quick question.
Can I
Quick question, though.
hold on, please, hold on,
Mike.
please.
Quick question. Quick question to Oriel. Can a Yoruba? What you're saying, I agree. But can a person from Lagos or Ogun State go all the way to Kwara and do that?
Of course, I believe so, because Yoruba land still own part of it. So definitely, I think
It's not where you're from, it's
Is
where your
that-
parents are from. That's the
Yeah,
Yoruba culture. Nobody cares about
hold
where
on.
you are from, it's
Hold-
where your parents are from. That's how
Hold on.
yeah.
Hold on. There's a problem in the south, or mostly the south, and we fail not to address it. And we think we will use one problem to solve another problem. You cannot use problem to solve problem or build nothing on nothing. I'll go deep in history in this one. If those that have the brain to understand will understand. From the past 200 years down, from the end of 17th century, if you guys notice it, we have been on trouble fighting ourselves in the south. From the 18th century now, so end of 17th century and 18th century, the south have been fighting against themselves by identity crisis. Who is this? Who is not this? Who is superior? And historians have said the South will go to war. They do not actually know who they are. They don't hide it. The Canary man know when the Apiama came from.
no, that's not
But
true,
this
sir.
hold on. But the South will go to war if we have to tell our history, our roots. And somebody was saying the political elite is using it against us. And somebody says it's not true. That is the biggest truth. All the political elites, when they get there, they know the truth of Nigeria. The Nigerian institution know where everybody is from. They don't just create state and put different people there. They know the ethnicity of the people, the indigenous people of the states. They know.
No, they
But
don't.
when they are
If they know,
hold
Nigeria
on
won't be
now,
one.
hold on. Because they know all these things, when they get all this information, they use it when it comes to politics. I have said this before. I've asked Baba
Well,
T.
please give us the example of when politicians use. Give us one example.
Yeah, I'll give you an example. During military regime, you hear less of interfighting. Who is superior? Who is this? Who is not this? Because there's nothing on play. Everybody become who they really are. Go back to their roots. Yes, it's peaceful. But when it comes to politics, like what I was saying, then one person will come and tell you, oh, like now what's going on in the East, they are marginalizing us, power is not coming to the East, we are not getting anything, Igbo is not getting this thing, your father is not from here. Then you know where your mother came from. Politicians always use it to get their advantage. It brings problem. Like the other guy said, who doesn't show consent before you start picking interest? Like, oh, actually, this guy is my friend since I didn't even know he's from Ilesha. He's not from Furu. You're not supposed to be so. During the old, we all live in peace. Even the next.
Wait, what is wrong with that?
Hold on. That's the point. Hold
What's
on
wrong
now.
with
Let me hold on now. That's what I'm saying. During the old, when the next community that is just 200 and yours is 3,000, just a common bound, maybe 1 tree is the boundary. And you gotta live in peace, no fighting. Because everybody know who they are. So you don't have to start thinking and put in the back of his mind to remind himself every day, oh, who I am. Go to your communities. Some really, I challenge you, some communities is just a tree. It's a boundary tree, 1 tree. But today, election, they'll start singing. No, it's not for Iragbaji. It's not for Iragbaji. Iragbaji cannot come here. The problem starts. That brings.
Iragbaji.
I'm just saying. I know. You know.
I'm joking. What is?
So I know. So if we want to stop all this tension, we first of all stop this seed that is sowed in us. It started from the British, followed by the first politicians. I would say, aka the Awo and the
from the British. It starts from the Portuguese when they start running.
No, wait, hold on.
You guys don't blame me, but try human history.
Let's stay on topic.
Portugal.
Let's stay on topic. We are going to get now.
Hold on. I'm not want to argue. I'm just saying the recent one. So let's start it from there. When the British left, we have the right to reverse ourselves back. That's where people respect you. When you can respect yourself. If you don't value yourself, people will not respect you. Look at Ghana, Kuruma. What did he do? as soon as the British left, when I left, it reversed them from Gold Coast to Ghana. And it gave Ashanti, their king, a powerful role. But what did we do? As soon as the British left Nigeria, the colonial, the prime minister, the regional prime minister there, even further reduced the our kings by banishing them and the rest. Because
World peace. For us to get the respect and have any dignity in that country, we need the kings to stood up, get all the slavish kids back. All my
hold on.
grandfather's son or daughter.
You are getting that.
Back.
You are getting that information. You are getting that information.
Standing up for them.
We're not hearing you guys, man. You're speaking over each other. Man.
Sorry, you are getting that information of the king slave wrongly. Don't ever listen to the colonial telling you about slavery. If you listen to the slavery,
you don't know. See, that's the thing. You don't.
I'm not posting my opinion. Hold on. I might not know because my king did not sell me or sell anybody in my town, so I might not know. But I'm telling you.
Yes, they did. You just don't know.
Hold on.
How do you know they did?
We have.
Hold on now. Hold on. I'm not fighting you, but you cannot tell my history. Like I will not tell yours. I don't have to go and ask.
Exactly.
Hold on now. I don't have to go ask the white man for my own history. That's a good part of my history. But you need to go and read the white man book to know who sold or who didn't sell.
God,
so whatever they
so the black people in the foreign land.
Wait, what is? Hold on, let me ask him this.
They move them by themselves.
Oriola, let me ask you a question. So, where did you get your facts of history from?
What do I get? Wait, I went to school. So
you went to school, right?
Wait. Let me.
Okay, go ahead. Yeah.
So I went to school, and there's a lot of
where did you go to school?
First, I have I went to school here.
Don't make it personal.
Let him learn.
I learned about. I read a lot of.
Ask him about school. Wait, it doesn't matter.
About you, hold on now. Cool down now. You gotta let us.
I didn't want all of that to be. Yeah. So the thing is, I read a lot of what would we say?
So
we will talk a lot of histories.
Okay. And, now, who are the authors of the books you read?
Name
one African. Name one African.
Not just white. They're blacks. Because if you
don't just give me skin color. Like where are they from? Don't say black American that's writing African history. Name one person from Benin Kingdom that wrote history about Benin people. About Benin
was written by OBASANJO.
Wait. I don't even think we have like.
No, you are telling World Peace that his Oba was telling people, and he's telling you no. He's telling his own story. But you are arguing with him because you read from another person that's not from there.
But let me tell you something. Okay. Here's the thing. So those blacks that they're in foreign land, where did they come from?
Well, we nobody argue with you. A slave were not taken out of Africa, but how it happened is the question.
You said I was tackling him.
Wait.
Where did they come from? Did they just?
They came from Africa, yes. But does it mean
have land? Exactly.
So the question is, how did they end up there? And event that took place, how things happened.
So who
is the question?
Okay. From history, we know that
the
first
you and I don't know the same thing.
Right. Slave trade was Portuguese, and they took them from.
Yeah, go ahead.
And they took them from Lagos area. That was the first when they come over there. So
how do you know that?
Gold Coast. Yeah, that's what they wrote. What they did.
Who wrote this?
The white people wrote.
Okay, exactly. So the white people told you, and that's what it is.
Wait. But our people are not writing at that time for us to be able to.
So they didn't give you their own version of the story.
So you're saying that people travel
do you know what? No. Sorry, I disagree. Do you know what in CBD is?
I don't know what in CBD is.
Okay, so no. Let me finish. Do you know what? You see the Black Panther movie, right? You see those things that they were writing.
I don't care about that. I don't even believe in that.
That comes from Nigeria. These are real words. Go to the Calabar.
Even apart from that, because we don't write it doesn't mean we don't tell our own story.
No.
You should read more, sir. Please, you should read more.
Wait, you should read more. What I'm saying, you're not
they
listening
were
to
actually
me.
writing words down. That's not true.
That's
What you were saying.
the
Please
problem. Like,
hold
you're not
on,
listening.
everybody.
You're
Hold
just
on.
trying to make a point.
Hold on, please. Hold on, please. Guys, if we are talking on each other, we are not talking. Please, if somebody is talking and is trying, you are trying to come in, he's not giving you that chance. Let him learn. Then later on, you can come in so that we can have a good conversation. Yeah. Continue. Yeah. Oh, I think it's Oriola, isn't it? Yeah.
It was my flaw, but Uriola rejected me, so I'm waiting for him to
Yes,
finish.
yes, War Peace. Yes, let's hear from War Peace. Then
Okay.
when he finish, then we can counter him. Yeah, we know War
Okay.
Peace is a traditionalist.
Yeah, Uriola, let me quickly tell
Go on,
Uriola
yeah.
one thing. There's a big disappointment in the British. There's nothing like you don't follow the news space, right? If you're following the news space right now, you have seen there's a lot of chaos going on because this Benin Atifa, they want to return back to Nigeria. They're coming up with different stories, different permutation or different fabu, I would say. And when this truth now have varies, it's no longer the truth again. German just wrote some people in Germany, not really German, just wrote that some of the materials they found in our artifact was from what Germans, whatever slavers, colonial masters at that time, whatever, were using to pay for slave. Then British writing another one, British writing another one. But what really struck them, with about the 6,000 artifacts they have, there was no one of the artifacts that depict that we were doing human sacrifice or we were selling human beings. Because in all our artifacts, it was our way of writing our own history. When the foreigners come, whatever happened, the Igun people, which what you call Igun now, it's called Idu in Benin. They only wanted to, there's a miracle site that is people to do art. They are very gifted. They will come look at the scene, what happened. They will do the cast, they'll do an artifact, cast it, the event that happened. In all the artifacts, when the British came, when the Portuguese came, we were doing the Portuguese for 300 years before the British came. In all the artifacts, they saw that with them, we still with them. There's no one. There was human sacrifice. There was no one that they put in people's neck, line them up, and taking them to the boats. And yet you say we didn't document our history. I don't know who did document their own history, but we the Benin, we documented our history, and we do not do slave trade. And I will challenge you on all the books you read and you'll be reading, you will never see one place they wrote that this Benin Oba, about this was selling these people. It's not there. But you will see
let me add to it when you're done. Let me add to it too. You see,
okay, but
you see the problem of our people. Let me say this. See, the thing is, even present day should give us the common sense to know that, hold on, something may be wrong here. Because if you turn on the Western media, right, when they want to talk about the present story of Africa, you know that they do propaganda a lot. They do a lot of just paint us as worse than what we are. You understand? That they want to talk about Africa on CNN or everywhere. It's always negative, or just they'll package the story in a way where it's so bad. So now, what I'm saying is, our history, right? Most of the accounts between our forefathers and the Europeans, it's like it's only one account that we go by, one story, which is the one the Europeans give us, right? Is that three schools or what they tell us, and many of us just go by it 100% without questioning. Like, hold on, could you be biased? Could you, maybe you're adding to the story, maybe you're taking from the story, maybe, but most of our Africans today, we just go straight by the account of the Europeans 100%, and we accept it as complete fact. Even
Mike.
though the evidence today
Sorry,
shows that these people have their
Mike.
tendency. Wait, they
Mike.
have their tendency. Let me learn. And I, as a person, just like you, One Piece, I'm more closer to the tradition and society where people actually give their own account, their own stories and things like that. You begin to realize that, hold on, our tradition is not really way these people described it and everything like that. You begin to question it. And then you look at today, like, these same white people, when they want to talk, even in the today media, they always bias and always, so it's unfortunate that most Africans just go by what the account they got from
Can I
Right,
add
the
to
right.
European.
Can I
So,
can I come in?
I think just
Because I feel
give me
like
give me
it
give me
is, I'm
give me 10
sorry.
seconds, please. Let me tell you what happened as well. In when you had this Saros comeback, like Crowder, them also translating the language also messed up the Yoruba culture up as well. Do you know what we call the 7 days of Yoruba? Yoruba does not have 7 days. It's actually 5 days. So there are things that they kind of messed up in our culture, even in trying to translate things. But if you don't read far back enough, you will just go based on what you have from this foreign. So you need to go deeper. I wasn't trying to be condescending to you when I was talking about reading history. So you study people like Until Diop, actual anthropologists that are Africans that can give you accurate history, not European version of our history. So I'm not trying to be condescending to you.
No. I understand, but just like I said, I don't think
Eurocentric
you guys listen to what I'm saying. Mike, wait, Mike. I never said I never said the king sold us initially. That's not what I said. And everybody, I think I will be like the last person that you would think that I'm so gullible, or if I have to learn about myself, I just depend on one person point of view. I'm actually one of the people that actually were standing behind that. Well, we need to say our own story. First, they were stealing us. I never said that. I was just saying that I would like for the kings to stood up for us and go ahead and those people that are in foreign land to have them back. I'm not saying that what they said or what some of our people said, or this is the main truth. That's not what I'm saying. I never said that we were selling ourselves. I didn't say that. And I'm not even, if what piece is saying Bini they didn't sell any. What I'm just speaking to is we have our own people. What they went through based on history that I have read, I think we went through so much that I felt like we need people to be standing up for those people as well. And I felt like there's so much things that has been so bad that has been so bad, like is deeply rooted. It's not something that you can just fix in just like couple of years. It would take time. So that's what I'm saying. Even the book you're showing me, who wrote the book?
Ariella, let me tell you one thing that happened in Badagry. That was way back. First of all, most of the kings.
Well, we put years on it.
I'm talking about 17th century. You have to understand, most of these kings that was exiled, they were actually fighting, defending their kingdom against slave trade. That's why they were exiled. There's a king.
Do you know, hold on. Do you know 17 in the 16th century? That's when British end their slavery. Because
no.
It
did not end. No, it's not. It's
That's
not the
a
way
lie.
they
How can you say the 16th, 17th century? Are you kidding me?
In the 16th
Guys,
century.
how did we even get here? We're discussing.
Let me quickly say this. Let me go to politics.
That was the question I wanted to ask you.
Sometimes we need to talk about ourselves. Our politics is not good because we don't know ourselves. If you and I know we are cousins, we won't fight against each other. In Benin, there are certain tribes we don't fight, like Ekwale, or our cousins are from Ekwale. My grandma is my mother great grandmother is from Ekwale. When you know your people, you don't fight each other. Those are the politicians use us against us. They know these things. We don't know, and they use it. It's not good. But let me quickly say this: there was a king in Badagry that was resisting the sale of slave trade. You know what they did? They took him and his family, put him in a well, and boiled him. They put communities together. They boiled them to death with hot water, and then appointed a warrant king to continue to be the star-rated slaves. Who is that guy not to go raise slaves when he saw what they did to the headsman of that clan? Shut up! I'm talking on phone now. You just came back from school and still making noise. Sorry, people.
I demand an apology from you. You kind of bashed the Yoruba culture in terms. So I need an apology.
Not Yoruba culture. I'll tell you what.
Apologize to you, but you did. You said that. Apologize, sir, please.
Wait, I don't know what that said that I will apologize for. Let me know if I apologize.
As a Yoruba prince, double prince of the soil, I demand.
Okay, sorry. My prince. You have two prince on the platform. If I'm mistaken,
I demand an apology from you, sir.
I'm sorry. But I'm just saying history. Now we see
Wait, what
people
did
like
you say? You bash me? You were
huh?
bashing me?
No, it's just joke. It's just banter. But
Come on, like relax. I'm trying to dampen tension a little.
So we have people like yeah, we have people like, sorry to use the Tinubu family that sold a lot of slaves. Today they're in politics. Now, let me take you to politics now. When these British came to Nigeria, they started with slave. From slave, they entered palm. These people they were used for slave raiders. After slave was not favorable anymore, they brought them into palm. Palm started during the end of 17th century when it was the British industrial era. Palm, cotton, and all those minerals, coal. They started using them to export our palm. Now, then when they start making artificial kings and kingdom, like King Jaja Fakobio, there's never any king. He was just a boat canoe rider for the British. They don't make him somebody famous, just like that. So they use the people they'll be working with to start the politics. Now, one worst thing that ever happened to the South was Ajayi Crowther and the Kutis. They destroyed that area to start rewriting history. They brought them back for administration purposes to bring those people together under one administration service so they can be managed. That was colonial area. Now, after they left, the Awolowo and the Azik and the Tafawa Balewa were supposed to change this narrative back, but rather continue on that trajectory.
Wait, was it their fault?
Huh?
Was it
those
Kuti, Ajayi Crowther? Is it their fault?
They brought them for propaganda.
They were used to destroy the culture. The culture. Like
they brought them
now.
But they don't have that brain to actually think that.
They have.
No, they don't. The only brain they have is the brain their masters has given them now. Like they were raised, bred by their masters, so that's all they knew.
Yeah, their great grandparent was the one that was stolen. They're the kids of those people. Imagine, they're the kids of those people. So they have no idea. They know their parents told them this side of where we are coming from. And like because of the trauma their parents went through, they probably said a lot of bad things about their own people. And probably that's what they have in mind as well.
One of them is this guy. I just showed you guys. This book I'll show you guys, named Samuel Johnson. The guy wrote a book called The History of the Yorubas. And after reading this, my brother, after reading this book, I wanted to cry. I'm like, oh my God, my stomach was just turning.
And he has no idea. That's what I'm saying.
The guy was just flipping, demonizing our traditions. Like,
exactly. That's what the great grandparent that was stolen told them.
Look at what they did to
issue.
Look at what they did to issue. How they effed it up completely, destroyed the whole judicial system of the Yoruba culture, just messing the whole thing up.
So what I'm saying, these same people are still being in our politics since 1940. That's what I'm trying to. That's why I took it back to bring it forward so we understand what we are dealing with.
You're right.
These same people, the Tinubus, the big families then that was into slave trade, that was doing things for the British, both the southeast, southwest, and the north. This same family are still the one controlling us. These were nobody that became somebody. Just under the British rule.
Briggs, they are still there now. Briggs family, there you will see them.
They are still there. So you have to understand this. So that's why I said, if we want to fight our politics, we have to fight ourselves first to know who we really are.
No, but you know what the problem is? Those people, so let's use the Tinubus for example. You have to realize that their grandparents or whatever did those things. It trickled down to them, but they probably, because a lot of us don't know history, they probably don't know that part of the bad things their great-great-grandparents has done. Just like a lot of us don't, imagine if you're 50, I'm definitely sure you cannot tell me 5 generations before you.
Okay, let me help you here.
Black man cannot tell me.
Let me help you here.
5 generations before them. If you're 50,
but wait. When you come from some families in Nigeria, what piece we know what I'm talking about because it's from that part of he knows what I'm talking about. When you come from some certain families, when you're growing up, there's some things that they teach you What Peace knows what I'm talking about. So I know.
Me too. I know. I'm from.
So they know. Trust me.
What's our own? What's our own?
No. Let me.
Obatala is our own.
No, not that. So what I'm saying is this: where you come from, that kind of family.
I probably know you, go.
You are raised in a certain way different from regular folks. You are not one of the regular. That's like you are different. You know your history. So they are not naive of who they are as Tinubu or Martins or Crowder.
No. Martins, they are returnees. Man, those English names, they are returnees. They're not like, they know their family.
Yeah, but you're saying they're not naive to their history. They know.
You sure?
Do. I'm telling you for a fact.
Okay. I hate to bring this back.
No.
I hate to bring this back, but remember the roads when you guys were talking about roads, and the man can only tell us like how they started. So after they ended slavery, they moved them to Freetown, and after British start colonizing the rest of Africa, and they have confidence, they're now taking some of them and educate them, and they came back to Nigeria and become judges, working with the colony.
I get
white
Thomas,
people.
and I'm lost. I don't even know how we got here. To be honest with you, Thomas, are you guys there or?
I'm just trying to. Everybody is there. They're listening. I'm just
trying.
Yeah, we are listening.
I'm sorry.
We need to go back to.
We were discussing and healing the nation.
Hold on. Yeah, Babati, thank you. I was about to ask, how do we get here? Sometimes I don't want to interrupt people. Yeah, let's just go back to Nigeria. We've deviated a little bit.
That's it.
I blame World Peace. I blame World
Peace.
Peace.
No blame you, but that's the problem in Nigeria we have.
I blame World Peace too.
My section is free for all. We
when
can
it
talk
comes,
anything.
When it comes there, somewhere we'll get to Benin. Somewhere we'll find a way to.
No, I'm not saying this really matter. I don't just say the truth of the matter. It's not that affecting Europe, it's affecting everybody in this country, and it's very few.
Let's go back to Nigerian structure. How can we have a good foundation?
The good foundation.
You know what? Earlier on, the Prince came on the show. Adewale came on the show, and I asked him.
I didn't see him.
He came actually, but they were having network issues. But I asked him that question for a reason, because in our constitution they have what is called section 2 that talks about fairness and equality for all. And I was asking him, how can we implement that? Because when we say justice, people always think it's just judiciary. It's about civil rights as well, food, shelter, and it's about education.
Let me tell you one thing.
To the children. No.
Let me tell you one thing that you not like. Nigeria is living in a hybrid society, a hybrid system. Now we are practicing state system, no longer regional system. The problem we are having, federalism with state. The problem we are having today is a common problem, but we don't see it. We just think like no. And the three major tribes is doing it, and we allow it to happen. That's why this problem we are having still going on. How can you be saying the north, the west, or the east is Eastern region? We're no longer in region system anymore. We are in a state system. Let's Ekiti State, Ibadan, Lagos. Not like Yoruba region or geography or Igbo geography. Hold on. I'm not saying Yoruba. I'm not Yoruba.
The peculiarities of
no. Wait, let me land first. For the fact we're not practicing state does not mean these two people are not same people. Like the Germans and the Holland, they are same Dutch people, but different country. They say ethnic people. If you can't practice
the
that,
Germans and the Netherlands or whatever Holland people, they're the same people. They're not the same.
Yeah, they say ethnic people. Go and check their history. Same Dutch. Okay, go read. See, Germans, Austria-Hungary. These are same ethnic people. Same. But don't mean they don't have their boundaries. This is the problem we are getting in this country. We still in a federal
What is,
system
I have
practicing.
told you times with that number. Yorubas, you cannot. That to us.
You
I'm telling
know
you.
you will not
Wait,
get.
let me finish. To Yoruba people, we don't have states in our minds. In our own mind, there's no state. Trust me.
No, it's not. It's not about
So you keep
Yoruba
coming
now.
up with this
It's
state.
about the It's about the country
We
moving
don't have
forward.
boundary in our
Wait,
Hold on. Hold on.
what is what do you understand by ethnicity? Because you
Listen.
because ethnicity means you speak the same.
Excuse me, guys. Good evening.
Because I don't understand
Babati.
what.
Babati.
I'm here.
May I just come in? How is everyone doing?
Doing good yourself.
Yeah, I'm okay. I've been hearing these discussions, and then you guys have you've been having an open-ended discussion, and it's taking you different places. It doesn't seem like it is organized to bring out anything tentative. Anyway, yeah, who is moderating today?
You want to speak to what we're back right now?
Hold on. What is it? What is it?
Well, hold on. Wait. Wait. I just want to say this, Babati, to your point. You were saying, to the Yoruba, there is nothing like a boundary between Yoruba people. Have you guys really read about Yoruba culture? There have been wars between different Yoruba areas with death.
You are missing the context of
No, wait, no, I'm not missing anything.
Yes, you are missing
This idea about healing a nation, that is somehow now talking about there is no way the Yoruba can abandon this regional thinking. No, this is just superimpositions
No, let me help you out with that so-called what you're talking
then
about.
how can you not say that there is no way to talk about limiting boundaries within states? You have to
there's war
accept
between the
where
palace,
Nigeria
but
is
not
for it to move forward. You cannot just keep bringing raw ideas. There has to be structure. Come on.
Okay, I don't even know how to. I give an example of a Yayi, right? I said Yayi was a senator in Lagos, a Yoruba, right, for two times, but this time around is now a senator in Ogun State, Ogun West, because he wants to run for governor. Because they've not given them. It's always Egba and Jebu, but it is going to be Yewa's turn. So he's becoming there to get that. And I said, in Yoruba culture, earlier I said nobody really cares when it comes to that space where you are from. They will ask you in Yoruba culture, Omo Bonye, Tani Babe, Agbole Uletiwa. In the Yoruba culture, it's more of where your parents are from or where your grandparents are from. So that's where I was coming from. So when you came in, just can say, yeah, you're bad people. Of course, if you're from Kwara in Lorry, it kind of thins out the further you go in the north. I know that. But I was discussing called Yoruba State. So you just listen to where I was.
There has been war right to the shore of the Atlantic between Yoruba speaking people. Come on, we know these things. Stop talking as if the past was rosy. It was not.
Hold on.
Come on.
Let me rebuttal.
Nobody said there hasn't been war. There has even been war between streets, neighborhoods.
There's war now. They not won.
There's always war between families themselves.
Yeah, and the point that this guy.
So if war is if you guys agree that war is as worse as it could get, right? Then why are you being, trying to be impenetrable and saying that there is no way Nigeria cannot abandon this regional thinking and think in terms of states?
No. Let me ask you, please. Who was first to get Ade? Mike, I want to talk about the phone Yoruba land. Abi?
You said?
Who got the first crown from Odua, Abi? Obini. Owu lo koko gbade fun Yoruba land ko to kan everybody else.
Before we do that?
No. No, in terms of crown, when they left Ife and they were moving up and down and they were giving them crowns for each kingdoms.
Yeah, I think I heard that.
Yeah, Owu lo koko gbade.
Yeah, I think so.
It was a lady. It was a woman.
Right.
So because if Owu and Egbana have issue and they fight like they always do, does it mean they are not
yeah, but Babati, I thought the reason for their fight was the fact that they don't want to be on the
person. You are one.
What we are saying, what we're trying to tell you guys is we are one people with one
Right.
It's a
But
origin, one
different
spirituality,
you can't impose your
one.
right on the
You
culture.
understand?
but
That's the. But it doesn't mean we can't fight among ourselves and things like that.
right. And I think
Villages can fight. Ife and Modakeke, we all using for Ife, and Ife
right.
and Modakeke had
On idea
a
in your head, the
fight.
identity
Well,
So,
And if
as
I
far
may
as
say this,
Nigeria is
but now
concerned,
you can't use that,
we've
my
got
friend.
past
But you
that
can't use
really.
that to tell us that
you
now
can't divide them.
we
It's
can.
impossible. That I'm telling you that.
Okay, Ariola asked me a question. Hold on, Ariola asked me a question. Sorry, Hassan. Sorry, everybody.
wait, you're going
I
back to
raised
the
this point.
question now.
Yeah, going back to the question. Let me quickly answer you. When
What
people just
question is
talk,
that?
that if what's ethnicity? Now, people just feel that it's only the Yoruba have ethnicity in this
Oh
country, or
man.
only Yoruba.
No, no,
Hold
no,
on,
no,
hold on,
no,
hold
no.
on. No, it's not insult. It's not insult.
What
Not
I
insult.
don't
You
want to
see.
say that now.
Hold on now. Hold on,
why
hold
would
on.
I
Sorry,
say
because
that?
no. You asked me what's ethnicity. You know, I should define ethnicity for you. I want to quickly push you to a point. Sorry, let me withdraw that statement. People just think Bender states were just hybrid. Bender states were one people. They're not divided into two. As soon as divided into two, it became Delta state. We don't hear we those say, oh, Delta is a Benin region or one people. Urobos and the Benins are same father, same bloodline.
Good point. Good point.
Same bloodline. As soon as they divide, become states. Whatever they're doing in their state is their problem. We don't interfere in it. I cannot come up live Benin. Some of my land is in Delta. Some of my grandmother's side, from my father's side, is in Delta. As soon as they divide, it became a state.
Wait, what
This
does that
idea,
But do
hold
you
mean?
on,
guys do you call yourself one ethnic group?
hold on. We are one ethnicity. Benin's and
Really?
Urobos. Yes, you don't know. You took us, I thought I don't say,
Urobo and Shekiri, they see themselves as one ethnicity. And Urobo
don't you
and
know?
Efan, they
Yes,
see
sir.
themselves as
Yes,
Efan
you
and
don't you know?
Urobo.
You don't you know?
Efan.
It's you that it's you that see from outside. We inside we
Wait,
are
do you
one
speak the same
Benin.
language?
It's not
Do
about language, it's same father.
Guys,
Hold
you have
on now,
one
hold
unity?
on. Let me tell you my history. Don't you tell me mine. Same father, same person gave birth to these people. The actually the first son. The Aka family, they call the business Aka. We are
Who
FMA,
originated from
FMA and
who?
A. Nobody, there were 7 of them, 7 kids, 3 boys, 4 girls. The first one is Aka, second son FMA. Hold on, this is my history now. Take it
Okay.
serious. It's Idu. That way people just talk about ministry. You talk from the Oba time. Hold on, now, calm down, let me just finish. The point is, I don't want to go back to history. Benin and Delta, they are one people before, one ethnicity, one people, one family, same bloodline, everything. But as
Under
soon as they
who?
divide it, under the same people, not under who, they are same people. I don't know which country they are, they are same people, same cousins. We are cousins as
Okay,
Urobo. We
Yorubas
are
will tell you their origin is in
hold
Ife.
on,
Which
hold on now. As soon as my point is this, politics. As soon as they divide the country, the states, it became states. It's no longer region anymore. It's no longer Midwestern anymore. We don't interfere in what data is doing. Data don't interfere what we are doing. Yeah, that a Benin man cannot leave Benin and become a senator in data, then come back again and be a senator in Benin. What's going on in data is in data, it stays in data. Now, what Asai is saying, this things you guys are doing, other people are saying like what Babati just keeps saying, this guy from Ogun State. How can you leave Ogun State and be senator in Lagos and you come back to Ogun and become governor? If somebody do it from the north, what will you say?
that is your
When you,
that is you.
hold on.
That is you now. That is
Because you are lying. Hold
but
on.
because we can't live to someone else's standard now, one piece. Because they don't do it somewhere else doesn't mean we can't do it in our place.
Listen. Just hold on. Hold on. Just hold on. We are practicing federalism. State for crying out loud. Check that. I'm not saying regional. If it's regional, you can do that. If it's regional, you can leave your region and go be something else in the same region. But when you are passing in state, you are what I'm saying, you are restricted to your state. But you guys do it.
Can do
Feel
it
like nobody can say it. There's
by
no
law.
rascality in it.
No. What I said earlier, by law, 6 months, if you move anywhere in Nigeria, you can actually do that.
Hold on.
Law,
Wait, if we are if
am
you are saying we want to heal this country, let's move at the right direction. We're supposed to be. For the fact you are contesting in
I'm quoting the law right now, not even culture.
hold on, not because not culture. Wait, hold on, not culture. If you are saying you're from Ibadan, you are contesting in Ibadan, you're doing Ibadan stuff, and Ibadan doing it, your stuff, in relation to Ibadan, does not stop you not to be a Yoruba man. If somebody in Osun doing anything doing Osun, and his business is Osun, stays in Osun, does not make him less a Yoruba man. That is a simple logic. Now, all this Yoruba region, Yoruba can do without this. You other people are looking at you too. We are fighting federalism. Let's do federalism in full. That's just my statement. Let's heal the
calm
country.
down here. Let's
Let me calm down. Let me heal the flow.
So I said at the beginning, I said 6 months you can run anywhere we move to. What favors people like Yayi is that plus that 6 months that they can move around, he speaks the same language as them, which benefits him. Number two, in the Yoruba culture is where your parents are from and where your origins are from that counts for that 6 months. So if an Igbo person came to that same, even though it's 6 months, they probably, because he does not speak that language, it will be harder. So I am saying that let's embrace our peculiarities. If that's the way they want to run their thing in their own area, that is unique to them. The way you see things in your own side is you. That is you. That is us. Let's keep ours, you keep yours. Period.
That means so we have to go to a regional system. This federalism is not for that kind of system.
That is what I have always asked any Yoruba person. No. What is ask any Yoruba person here or anywhere. They will always support regional government. You can do it.
So Babati, can I ask you a question?
Yeah, sure.
Are you also one of those people that supported Oduduwa Nation?
Yes, me too.
Oh, you sound like it. You are so far off.
That's not me. Can I even?
You sound like somebody like that. Anyway, I know this is a Yoruba-dominated platform, guys. I'm not trying to like say anything the other way. But look, we have to stop.
Can I jump in after you?
Let me just finish. Let me land my point, for God's sake.
Calm down.
Babatu, let him land.
Let me land now. You can interject. You can respond.
Okay, go ahead.
Oh God. Okay. So much emotions. I know these things can be frosty, but yeah, guys, please bear with me. So see, the way it is right in Nigeria today. We have this problem of ethnocentrism. I'm not absolving myself of it. I'm not absolving any other person of it. But we should reach a stage where somehow we're talking about healing the nation after an election, and the whole discussion devolves around our culture. Yes, it is a Yoruba dominated platform. I understand that, and a Yoruba person is becoming president. I know there is some form of excitement and things like that, but you see, you can get where, guys, where there is a conflict. There is a conflict.
No,
Let me
you
land,
can't
for
land.
God's sake.
Really? If you are not ready
to
listen
crash,
to me, yes, you can
Thomas,
leave.
Don't be like that. Let's let him
on,
be free.
Mike. Hold on, Mike.
Question, if I couldn't reply, somebody else replied the question. He's already over talking more. I'm saying it came here.
Yeah, just Babati, hold on. If somebody is speaking, if I notice something, I have to come in. Mike, please. I'm the one moderating this section. Please.
Go ahead.
Yeah, he's trying to color this platform Yoruba. No, that is why
we're going to counter him now. We're going to counter him.
No. I am the moderator. I have to counter him. I can't let that go. Please, this is not a Yoruba platform. Never. Hausa have been here. Igbo is here.
Dominated. He said dominated.
No. I don't want dominated. I don't want to hear that word.
We can be objective now. Doesn't mean we can.
Well, you gotta let him give his opinion. Then you prove to him that he's wrong. Instead of just
Mike, please. I don't take it. No. This is not Yoruba dominated platform. This is a platform for everybody.
We all know that. We know.
My brother, please. Let it go like that. Don't question me, please. I don't want that stereotype. Mike, can you please listen to me?
I'm listening now. What do you keep?
Yeah, no. I hate that stereotype. This is Yoruba dominated platform. No, I don't want to hear it on this platform. Please.
Yeah, it's being stereotyped. I agree with you.
Okay. No, you can't be stereotyped now.
Can I make my submission, please? Just please.
Yeah. Where's the guy?
Okay.
Well, bring the guy back. Bring him back.
This is where I was.
No. He left. I hold on.
You see, and that's what I was trying to tell you, because now you really.
Mike, please. I don't care. He left. I put him in the background to clear hair and bring him back, and he left on his own volition. That is his own volition. I didn't kick him out. I just put him in the background to correct that notion. I hate that notion. Thank you.
He left it on his own. I didn't kick him out. Oh,
Sorry,
Babati, continue.
Mike,
Yeah.
please. Sorry, guys, that we always have voice tempers flared. But
Babati.
coming from a royal family, there are things that I will never accept. I'm sorry, we are Nigerians, but I want to tell you, Bado, the 16 original crowns of Ile Odua, I will never go against that because we have states. I can never do that. I'm sorry. We will always
Thank you, Babati. And that's why I wanted to go again. I wish Thomas let the guy stay because I was going to really, I was going to explain. Thomas, I would have roast the guy. Thomas, you know where I was going to ask the guy. That's why I was begging you to let him just land because these people that will tell you.
No, I can't.
Wait now.
No, if
Thomas, you know what
Mike,
I was going to ask him. But listen now. I get you. I was the reason next person I was going to ask the guys. He's preaching this or we are this and he's from the north. Now I was going to ask him like, will he allow us to tell them in the north
Mike,
to get wait now? Let me land out to get rid of Sharia. Wait now,
Mike. If I say hold on, I know what I'm saying.
Okay, go ahead.
Please now, help me now.
Go ahead, D.
But I'm telling, hold on, you are not listening to me. Come on now. What I want to say is the guy is back. Let me bring him back. That's what I want to say. If I said hold on. We are not fighting here. We are making conversation here. What I want to say is the guy is back. I will bring him back. Hold on.
Let me make
please. Yes, let's clear this here. Let me Remy, I'll bring you back. I replace you with the guy. I'll bring you back. Let me bring him back. He can finish. Yeah. Remy, I'll bring you back, please.
Let me deal with the guy for 2 minutes just to.
Yes, I'll bring him back now.
Okay,
I'll bring him back now. Yeah, he's back now.
All right. What's his now? You said his name, sir.
Let him land, Mike.
Okay.
Let him speak.
Okay. I don't know if you already landed, but
guys,
okay, he hasn't landed. Let him land. Go ahead, land. Yeah.
No. I'm sorry if the way I sounded like I was stereotyping you people. I'm not the type of person who comes to places just to try to whip up sentiments or emotions. It was because the discussion was going around that area, and that's just why I decided to interject it. I had wanted us to go back to talking about issues that concerns Nigeria as a whole, and that was why I was bringing that, for us to just go back to speaking of how we can heal Nigeria and not continue into this kind of Pandora's box. If we open it now, it's going to continue like. Anyway, I'm sorry if anyone is offended by what I said regarding that this platform is a Yoruba dominated platform. That said, what I was trying to say is, okay, we have had the regional system. We have gone past that as a country. We have faced serious problems, and every country, has time to evolve. We don't just take perfection and expect it to happen in our country. We've had the regional system. We have different constitutions, the Macpherson Constitution, the Littleton Constitution. Before we had military governments. We are trying to perfect a union here. We've had almost 24 years now of uninterrupted democracy. We need to be moving forward. And that is why sometimes I'm not the kind of person, I would agree that maybe it's because I love Nigeria that I do not like to hear people talking of secession. And there is a particular underground language for people who like to talk about secession. It goes into the deep ethnic group, and there's some form of supremacy about that ethnicity that the person presents. You see, all these kind of things, that is why I said what I said. However, I don't mind if you guys have anything to say against the North or anything like that, but I would mind if anything is said to undermine Nigeria. That is just me.
Okay.
If you don't like me that way, that's all. So
okay.
Anybody that I want to talk can come in.
Okay. Can I start with you? Okay. So you I see that you're one of those Nigerian enthusiasts. Want country to progress and things like that. And now, what I want to ask to make sure I understand from where you're coming from is, are you saying is it an issue that somebody that's saying considering maybe secession, or is he like when the language is used or the way approach in terms of you mentioned like some people, most people that agitating for secession are usually attacking other ethnic group or have issue or hatred for that ethnic group, or are you saying you have issue with somebody just saying, oh, maybe I believe that for example, someone like me, for example, I would say I want Yoruba nation, but not doesn't necessarily mean I don't also think Nigeria. I want Nigeria or I hate Nigeria or I don't love Nigeria. But when I look at the dynamic and say, okay, I would prefer to have my ethnic group, my region, govern themselves. You understand? Because my culture, my tradition, my system is quite different from the tradition and system of another region. However, if we can figure a way to work it where we are in one country, however, and we are able to just maintain and preserve my culture and my tradition, is there anything wrong with that? But what that's what I think Babati and I were trying to express. But someone like you see it as, oh, we just want to break the country. We don't like the country. We are ethnic bigots. We are so ethnic focused. And I don't see anything wrong with the reality is we have different ethnic groups. And I
Yeah,
was going to ask you
I
in the north,
understand
right?
where you're
Hold on,
coming from.
wait. And you can't deny the fact that if I go to the north, I as a Yoruba cannot go there and tell them that listen, I want you guys to end Sharia there. I can't do that.
Okay, is that all? Is that all your questions?
Yes.
Okay, let me answer you. Okay. I apologized earlier. The reason why I apologize is the reason why I apologize is you see
Thomas, mute your mic,
when
please. Thomas,
please
mute your
who
mic.
is interjecting?
Thomas, mute your mic, please. Sorry about that. Thomas was speaking. Go ahead, sir.
So the reason why I apologized was I realized I have had a lot of time, to go into the Oduduwa Nation spaces and the Biafra spaces. And I have listened to a lot of these people make their arguments. And at the core of the reason why, they needed to succeed is something that's got to do with ethnic supremacy, ethnocentrism at the minimum. And I guess
I
that
got you
was
now.
why sorry, please let me land. I guess that was why my mind just just picked up on perhaps wrongly on the way Babati and some of you guys were talking, because I before I joined the platform, I was listening to you guys make your point, and a lot of people were saying Yoruba, the emphasis was on the Yoruba and the Yoruba thing only. There was no trying to balance it and see, okay, there is another Nigeria that's existing outside of the Yoruba. That was why I said that, and nothing else.
Hassan, let me support. Let me add this to it. What I was saying, a long share. If we are practicing federalism, we should practice it in full. And if we are saying we are not perfect, we're trying to perfect it, then we should move to the right direction. When we were in, practicing regional system, this kind of idea we have is okay. We have region. We can be Yoruba region, northern region, eastern region. But now we have changed to federalism. We now have states. We should try and change our mindset, because using yesterday a recipe for today solution is a future disaster. You are creating a disaster that you are foreseeing. Now, let me use one simple example. I know my people will shout, no.
Okay, please, can I interject, please?
Okay, go ahead.
Sorry to cut you short. I think we have moved past regional government. My own simple explanation will be this. When we practice regional government, we have the eastern region, we have the Midwest, we have the southern and the northern region. But when you go back, where do you want to put the newly created state from, like Edo Delta? Some of them, maybe they are in eastern region that time.
Do you want them to put them back to Eastern region? I don't think it's possible
That,
anymore.
let me answer you. The problem of this.
Let me conclude, because you have been talking
Okay.
about this for a long time, and I want to really just shift away from this. But to conclude, I will also tell you now that what we should be interested on is that the gradual restructuring of Nigeria. First, we have started with electricity control. Give more power to the state. I'm looking to the situation whereby in Nigeria, resources, 70% or 65% of resources gained from each state will retain in each state. Resource control. That's what I'm looking after now. Because each state of Nigeria is blessed with one mineral resources or the other. So every state is so lucky in that country. They have something to rely on. If you don't have resources, they have a big, vast land for agriculture, which in fact is even very good. So I don't think we cannot be experimenting with a country in and out every time. Today is regional government, another day is parliamentary government. Let's go back to so we should continue to refine what we have. So that is why I do not say that I do not totally support the idea of new constitution entirely. Even those big democracies, they continue to refine their constitution. That's what we should continue to do. As we have new set of leaders now, let's continue to do constitutional amendments and make our laws better. And while we continue to develop more power to the state so that they can have more, let the state find a way to get resources by themselves. I mean, by developing resources to them. And then you will now know that anybody that wants to be a governor, so far is not going to Abuja to beg them for money or government giving them for money from the federal post. You will now know the actual leader who really want to serve. Because most of the leaders we have today, they just depend on the federal government for money. They don't have a really good, solid plan. Just, once I become a governor, I don't need to trouble myself. I'll collect money from the federal government. So if that's not the case, you will now see who are the true leaders. Things will change. Thank you.
Okay, let me respond to you now. Thank you. Nigeria has so many problems, and which some of the things you say is one of the problems. But that does not take away other problems that is there. In Benin, they will say it's the smallest part of the antelope, which is the feet. That's why the hunter came to a meeting on the trap. Now, when you're trapped on the smallest part of your body, which is the Achilles heel, you will hold all the big body down. Now, I'm not saying what you're saying is wrong. It's just one part of the problem. But let me quickly address something. I think what you're saying is almost the same thing you and I were saying, but in a different way. First of all, you said South. If now you're in state or state or how you say where do that are gonna go? Don't forget the problem we are having in this country today is the problem of the colonial master. They created 3 states out of fiat, not consulting anybody. South, East, and West. They just created out of fiat. Hold on.
And when you are,
hold on. Let me finish now. Remy, be civil. When you interrupted me, I gave you time. Hold on now. Hold on. No, hold on. Relax now. We're just discussing. We are learning now. You see put what you're gonna put in, and it will help me. But we always like to speak things how we see it. Try to see it from that angle. That thing is a big problem in Nigeria. 3 states, 3 regions was created out of fiat. Only one was created out of, only one legitimately created was the Midwest. People voted and became a state, region. So I don't understand what you say, where do you want them to go? Everybody belongs to where they are. That's the problem we always think. We always think we belong to somebody. Every state belongs to where they are. If you divide Lagos to 2, hold on.
Let me ask you, it's going to help you. Where are you going to put the position of the premier? Those ones that control the region. Who's going to?
There's nothing like premier. There's not like premier anymore. We have become states to control. You have states now. When we are region, you can say that. Now we are states.
Can I ask a question? Sir, can I ask a question?
Yeah.
When Buhari signed the law that states cannot have their own train line and their own power, what happened in Southwest?
Don't worry about that. Everybody
let me finish. I'm going somewhere. What did they say? Together we will do it. Because let me give you a deeper issue about Yoruba culture. The original 16 crowns of Yoruba land is blood bound. Is blood. So what
exactly? Thank you,
Thomas, Mike. We are together.
It's okay. Let me finish.
Let me finish.
Okay, continue.
because
Okay.
you have your own unique culture. I don't interfere. It's very particular. I'm telling you where I'm coming from. The system of Yoruba land is a blood covenant. You can never break it. You can draw all the lines you want. They will always remain one. That's what I want you to understand that from now on, please. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. What you were saying is only similar to Yoruba people. This is Nigeria right now, 250 million, and we want to move forward. Thereabout. So if you are
And
60
you can come by
million, let's
yourself now.
argue.
We'll just give you a
Hold
list.
hold
Let me
hold
say
on,
one
hold
thing.
on,
By yourself
hold on,
then.
hold on, hold on, and listen. If we are saying we want to move as a better country, we have to move as a unit. Now, what I'm saying, I'm still standing there. If we are now practicing state system, like Remy was saying, every state be dependent on their self to produce 75% what they produce 75% of what they can consume and what will take care of them. If we have this ideology, then we start growing. But we see keeping our mindset in the regional system, we will not grow. What will be like a scale?
We can grow.
Turn.
I disagree. We can grow.
Hold on now,
We
hold
can
on
grow.
now, hold on now. We are on the platform. We are seen Nigeria for 60 years. We have not grown. So what are you going to say? But we're just saying, let every state develop what they can use. Let's put this ideology of this region. This is what is pulling us back. This is what's causing us problem. But we see it, but we want to deny it.
I don't think Babati is necessarily
I don't
disagreeing with
think
you.
You are
What,
you
missing the point.
understand me.
That's
I
the
don't
point.
think Babati. I think they're misunderstanding you. One thing, I think you are
I'm saying.
misunderstanding one piece. I mean, sorry, my Babati here. Babati is not telling you that we have to necessarily eliminate all the states in Yoruba land and just turn it to one state. What he's saying essentially is that we have a way of life, no matter how, even with the states, when it's time to do things, we have our way, our connection, and these traditional beliefs that we have that we can easily, even within creation of the state. For example, Yoruba land, for example, every Yoruba believe that the Oni of Ife, is the number is well between Oni of Ife,
The
Alaafin
spiritual
of
head.
Oyo.
The
They
spiritual
are
head.
those kings are above their own king within their own locality. You understand? So we still have our old ancient way that's in us. There are certain traditions and rites that we still do that connects across the states within Yoruba land. So what he's telling you is that we have to have a way where we give that Southwest autonomy to do things and leave the states there. Of course, we're not breaking the states, but it's organically there. The governor of Lagos will still back to the Alaafin of Oyo. You understand? The governor of Osun will still say Alaafin of Oyo and still back to him because he know that's Alaafin of Oyo right there. I'm connected with him. You understand? But a governor outside of the Southwest or from the North somewhere will not say Alaafin of Oyo the same way the governor from Osun will say Alaafin of Oyo. So he's telling you that there's still that connection in that Southwest, culturally, that's
Michael,
there.
Mike, I
Traditionally,
get,
there are certain
Mike, I get.
wait. There are certain things we do in Yoruba land. There's so many things that we do, right? Traditional rights that this Nigerian system is killing, such
Okay,
as Oro, all those things, rituals, and we are saying we
wow.
don't want this thing to die.
All
We are
right,
Nigeria.
all
We
right.
love Nigeria, but we have things that's peculiar and unique to us that we want to preserve. But we don't mind being in Nigeria. So
Well,
that's why when we tell
Mike,
people like my brother, wait, let me
Mike,
land now. That's why when we tell that brother from the north, like we Yorubas, it's not like we don't want to be in Nigeria, but we have things that we want to preserve. And if we can't allow, if Nigeria is going to stop us from preserving it, then we'll do Yoruba nation. Doesn't mean we hate
and and
everybody
and
else.
and good for you, good for you.
okay,
Like,
can
go
I
ahead and
respond?
preserve it. But I just think, as far as Nigeria is concerned, and as far as we are concerned as Africans, as Black people, I think we should be looking at how we are going to create, common ground for each and every Black person to feel connected to the continent, to feel connected as a family. I don't think we are in an era, because you have to go with the era that you are. You cannot be oblivious of the things that are happening within your environment if you wish to grow.
Can you define
This
this
is a
era?
time.
Can you
Yes,
define
this
the
is
era? Define it.
Okay, this is an era. Wait, let me just finish, please. Nobody should interject. I would want us to reach a logical conclusion on this, because there is a lot of philosophical underpinnings in the way these discussions must go. As a Black person, wherever you are in this world, if you are a Negroid and you have melanin in your skin, you need the Black race to have a common platform, a common front to, stand up to the challenges of this century, of the 21st century. In fact, I would argue, of all the races in the world, the ones that are most divided, the one that is most divided is the Negroid stock. And the facts are there to support it. Why do you think we have been at the bottom of the hierarchy in terms
I don't
of
think we're at
race
the bottom
relations?
of anything.
You don't have to. The facts will speak
You
for
can say we are
themselves.
at least advanced technologically. Yeah, it doesn't make us in the bottom. Within the
Those are
in
just
Nigeria.
English. It is English. It's still negative. It's still a negative thing.
No, if you live in Europe, yeah, you'll be in the bottom because that's not your territory. If you live in Asia, yeah, you'll be in the bottom. But you can't tell me in Africa I'm in the bottom of another person, another race of person. I'll be living there, sharing that country with me because that's my territory.
You see this kind of thinking is you are
You're
always
speaking from the
comparing
context.
yourself.
A lot of you
Yeah,
are
yeah,
speaking from the
but
lens of Black Americans. Those,
yes, yeah, I'm
yeah, because that's
speaking
them in
generally.
America. Yeah, you're in the
He's
bottom.
thinking of he's not in the bottom as long as within the Black family he's not in the bottom, so
There
he
is no
doesn't
such
really
thing as
care
Black
about
family.
other
There's no
Blacks.
Black
So
There's
family.
no Black family. Even the Chinese man
oh,
doesn't see
Don't buy into
himself as and the Japanese as Asian family.
really,
They don't
guys,
see themselves as Asian family. Russia and Ukraine
Yes,
are at war right
please,
now. They don't see
please.
themselves as
I'm
white
with
family.
really.
There's no such thing as race family.
Yes,
Other stuff is just
guys,
bunch
listen,
of.
Can I interject
guys,
now, please?
there is a
listen,
Slavic people.
please.
We are the sub-Saharan Africans. Even by the way we look, come on, you guys you
What
think
I'm
you
saying,
want to say that
Bro, people get together for
racism does not
common
exist?
interest.
law is not a race. Skin color is
Okay,
not a
can I
race.
interject
Please,
now, please?
We do have those common interests, wherever they overlap, whether it's on politics or on
not skin
economy, on the
color.
family structure, or whatever.
You
We
said
still
black. You
have
said black.
those. Yes, as a
I'm
Black
telling you.
person, they still overlap. And if you want to take if you want to put numbers behind them, then you see that there are some variables, there are common denominators within all Black people of the world. And if we must get ourselves out of these pitfalls, I don't think dividing ourselves into
You become productive if
Biafra,
you want to get out of
Yoruba
that.
nation.
You learn how to
Wait,
produce
let
what
me
you consume.
finish. Let me finish. You can counter it all you want. Biafra, Yoruba nation, maybe we already have over 350 languages. This thinking that somehow because you are Igbo, you can form your nation, because you are Yoruba, you can form your nation. If all small tribes in Nigeria form their own nations, how many thousands of nations will we have? I don't think we need that now. And that is why
No,
I'm
Yoruba
talking
land is
about you have to be
do you know Yoruba land
cognizant.
is bigger than England?
I don't.
Okay,
We are
I
talking of
interject
now.
now?
We are not
Mike
in
and
the
Hassan.
15th
My
century, for
reality is
God's
different
sake.
from another person's reality.
You can't
The
even
reality
Yeah,
of
you can't even
Yoruba, right,
you can
is different from
decide
the
to be.
reality of Ogoni.
Anybody can decide to be whatever. I mean, we're in an era too where people have individual truth. I may say I'm
Hassan,
Teutonic
sorry to digest you.
Anglo-Saxon woman if
Hassan,
I
can I
want,
Hassan,
interject,
but
please?
yeah, the reality is
Hassan,
different. Yes, sir.
Hassan,
You
sorry to
guys can
interject
talk.
you.
Too much interjections.
Hold on.
You guys do not allow me to reach my point. But
Yeah,
go
yeah,
But
ahead.
you are long-winded
Hassan,
now.
Everybody,
Mike,
hold on,
hold
please.
on.
Everybody, hold on, please. Guys, 3 people is talking at a time. Can we hear ourselves? No, we can't. So let's come one after the other. Thank you. Yeah,
Yeah,
Warp is
wait,
hold on.
hold on.
Let's hold on. Yes, yeah. The warp is yeah.
Thank you. Hassan, please, and Mike, whatever we're saying here, let's make it civil and let's stick to the subject on ground. Is how we're going to heal Nigeria. Sometimes we move too much into these traditional politics. I know we will never get headway in it, but in how much we are saying, let's be objective and stick with the course on ground. We all have our rights. We all have the right to say whatever we want to say. But what we are saying, how can we heal this country and move the country forward? That's what I just want to say. I'm listening on the background. I don't want to interject
But what
anybody.
is define the injury quick that we need to heal? define the injury
Yeah,
that we need to heal. So that way
yeah.
we are
Right
not just
now, see,
talking words.
let me define the injury. Now, some people just feel everybody feels somebody's one side of the region have offended them. But of course, Nigeria, every region have offended every region. We all have our own problems. We all have our own mistakes. Not until we come to the round table and present our own mistakes and our own problem, we can never solve it. Nobody's perfect. We should not be looking at it from one perspective. We should look at it from every angle and bring a policy that will manage us. We don't create policy for a man. We create policy that will abide to govern that space. It's not necessarily favoring any man, but one that we can take us to the right direction. That's what
But
I'm trying to say. Thank you.
we are not saying we are
Can I
injured in
interject,
Yoruba
please?
land. So I don't know what healing you guys are talking about.
Can I interject, please? Okay, first, everybody must know that Nigeria is a secular state. And a secular state accepts various religions, whether you are traditionalist or Christian or you are an atheist. So everybody is free to practice his or her own religion.
Really?
Right? Oh, everybody is free to practice his or her own religion in Nigeria.
Can I practice the fire in
No,
Kano?
listen. If in Ife or anywhere in Yoruba land or anywhere in the north or whatever in Nigeria they are practicing Islam.
Can I worship Shango in Kano?
Yes, you can.
That's a lie,
can.
man. They will behead you, man, straight up.
You are a liar. You are a liar, a propagandist for telling us that we lie. They are atheists in
I
Kano.
can take Orisha and be practicing in the middle of Kano.
Yes, you can. Sharia only applies to Muslims and Muslims alone. That's all.
Okay, just
Come
calm
on,
down,
guys.
Just calm down, guys. So it's a secular.
Oh, that's very right. There are Christians in Kano now. They don't tell them to come and practice Sharia, isn't it?
Yes, they won't do that. They won't do that. They will never do that. Yes. And one thing I want you to know is that everybody, every region in Nigeria, if you ask them, they will tell you they are being marginalized one way or the other. The lack of trust among the various regions is there and is still alive. Now, the problem we always have in Nigeria is that some region most of you always believe that it's just like 6 superhuman beings fighting together every time. Everybody is egoistic. I'm better than you. My region is better than that. But we all need one another, one way or the other. That is the bitter truth. And that is why, if you want to be a president of that Nigeria, you must have 25% in 24 states, which is very important. That means they want you to cut up. That means at least 2/3 of Nigeria accept you to be their president. Now, let's look at the way forward. First, we can never be going back again. We must look forward. The truth must be told. The Western world, they are very smart. Most of the financial institution is in their hands and they can use it to control us. Unfortunately, most of our leaders and even followership, we have bad leaders and even bad followership. Because it's all that if my people are there, then I will also become rich. Because if our leaders are good and we also have good followership, things would have worked better in Nigeria. I'm sorry to say this, the military already bastardized Nigerian political space. They are the root cause of all this trouble. Because the 1999 Constitution, although people might say, okay, it does not favor, but I support the idea of continue to tinker with it every time, continue to amend it. Even America, they still continue to amend their constitution to today. So there's no need of providing or sitting down for another constitution again. There's no need for that. Now, when we talk about the secessionists, whether it's the Yoruba people or the Igbo people, I can bet you that not all Yoruba people or Igbo people want to leave Nigeria. Most people would prefer to stay in Nigeria. But of course, we have some people who think that, oh, I'm tired of this Nigerian problem. If you were alone, we'll be better off. But it's easier said than done. Look at the former USSR. How many countries they balkanized this big country to several? How many of them have been able to prosper since they balkanized them? They balkanized them to more than 12 countries. The former Yugoslavia, where are they now? South Sudan, where is it now? How many success stories do we have from all this kind of country? When you really sit down and look at all of these countries that are breakaway, what do they have? Have they improved a lot? So you must look at it. We need one another. For example, when you look at the Southeast is a landlocked area. They don't have a seaport, but Nigerians allow them to dwell and prosper in different parts of Nigeria because they are the most traveled ethnic stuff in Nigeria to do their business or whatever they want to do. If they don't allow them, then they will stay in their southeast and they won't might prosper as they are prospering now.
Let me ask you a question real quick. Just one quick question.
So in a nutshell, I will continue to say, let's give more resources. Let the state control their resources. Even if it's going to start at 50-50, whatever you get from your state, 50% goes to you, 50% go to the federal government. But we must have good institution to control and regulate. That is where we are lacking now. That is where when you say corruption, because corruption to me, I do not blame the leaders alone. I even blame the followership more than the leaders. Because if the followership doesn't encourage them, they will not continue to steal this money and give it to them. Because an average Nigerian is all about money, 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 money. What can I get from it? Nowadays, most Nigerians say, what can I get from it? It's not that what can I do for my country? That is the most important. That even in abroad, when you see other Nigerians, some Nigerians, they take it slowly and study by study, they follow the rules and regulations of the country. But some Nigerians, they want to go back home after 1 year and show off. So they will find themselves in doing unnecessary things. And if the law, if the law catches up with them, then they will spend their time. There is no way in a developed country that you think you just go to another country under 1 year, you just become a Superman like that. It takes years. And all these countries that we are trying to emulate, like all the developed countries, it takes them years for them to develop. For me, I believe that the kind of democracy we copy from America, although it's good, but we must have think it very well to suit our own environment. It does not, like, how should we have 300, almost how many people now do we have in House of Rep? It's just too many people. Look at the recurrent expedition that we are doing over there for the past 23 years. So we need to cut down our recurrent expedition, open up the space more, put our productive youth into work. Nobody care where you are from, whether you are Middle East or you are from Yoruba or Hausa.
I can't say nobody cares. There are people that care. You guys
Remy, thank you for your point.
Okay,
These are practical points that can be acted upon.
Mike, you can care.
Thank you for your points. I
we need to learn to
them.
accept reality, man. You just need to stop saying because this way want something to say. That's the way it is.
Mike, I understand you care, but I don't think 100% of Nigerian care.
Exactly, that's what you have to say. Some people don't care, some people care.
Because the most important thing to a man is this: do you have a shelter? Do you have food? Do you have basic amenities of life?
That's
if
not
you're
true.
a married man, can you provide food or shelter for your family? That is the most important thing for men. So, and for women too, they want security. So security is that if their man can make money, and they can also make money.
I don't think that's where life ends, man.
So all of these things you are talking about, who cares about Yoruba nation? Who cares about Biafra? I don't really care about them because I know it's just a separate. At the end of the day, one thing I know about people is that men uses another people, a set of people to get whatever they want. Everybody at the end of the day is the same end result. When you decide Yoruba nation, the leader will become your leader, and they will also propagate something you don't like. The same thing will be to Nnamdi Kanu or EPA or whatever they are trying to do. So politicians or agitators or human rights something, they all use people to surface to get whatever they want. So that is the point. As a human being, if you are well learned, just like all these advanced countries, you just provide enabling environment for people to prosper. That's what we need in our country. What we should be thinking about now is this: we have a lot of young people. How do we put them to work? How do we improve our infrastructures? How do we put more? How do we train people, retrain them to meet the standard that is required worldwide? Why are people poaching our doctors? What can we do to retain them in Nigeria?
Let me ask you a question, man. Can you give me a quick answer? What is the Nigerian identity? What is the Nigerian identity? Can you define a Nigerian? What is the Nigerian identity?
Mike, I am not into all that rhetoric.
Okay, you don't know. Okay, just say you don't know. You don't know. It's fine.
So that's why I say I'm not into all that rhetoric because to me
it does matter.
It's immaterial to me.
It does. It is material, and that's the problem of Nigeria.
So you can't define a Nigerian.
When you can't define yourself,
that is
and you are just living, then you'll be a confused human being.
Going back to the old,
you'll be a confused human being if you are a person you can't define yourself. How do you know where you are going? We do need it.
Okay, let me ask you a question. When you fill a form, that you want to apply for maybe you want to go to any European country or America. So sometimes they ask you how many nationalities are you. Some people now they have 3 different nationalities. We are already integrating worldwide. So you are still looking at it from the
Remy, Nigeria has an identity. If they don't know their own and they are
what is
confused
it?
about their own, we know our own.
What is it? Tell me your identity.
So let's continue. So
Okay, look.
You guys can't even define yourself, and you're here telling me about you can't even. That's why
if you
the
can't
country has
define
no
yourself,
direction.
just stay on your lane, okay? Just stay on your lane. If
There's
you
no
can't define
direction.
yourself,
I don't
if
want
you can't define yourself, stay on your lane.
No, I can
That's
define
just it.
myself.
Fine. If you
Good
can
for
define
you.
yourself, it's
Do you want me to
for
define
you.
myself?
Then why do you care? Why do you
Do you
care
want me
that
to
others
define myself? Do you want me to
why
define
do you
myself?
care that? How do you know that
Nigerian
others
is the
can define
question.
themselves?
No, who is a Nigerian? Who is a Nigerian? It's a simple
I think
question.
in Nigeria is somebody born with a Nigerian parent. That is enough.
Let me tell you. No. A Nigerian is an Englishman. That's what it is. You're
It's
an
not.
Englishman.
That's a
Yeah.
lie. That's a lie. Nigeria is a melting point of
No.
over 350 ethnic nationalities. Nigeria is a
Now
melting
you're
point.
talking.
Wait, listen. You have to let me talk. Oh. If I don't like this, you ask a
I
question
say you are
and you won't
talking
allow
now.
somebody. Okay, Nigeria is a melting point of over 350 ethnic groups, and in Nigeria there is a peculiar identity because it's a mixing point. If you go to urban areas in Nigeria, you find a new language that has been born out of the Nigerian identity. It is called Pidgin language. That Pidgin language, of course, contains an aspect of the way the Nigerian think, because languages are, like cheat codes to the way the philosophy of a people work. If you go ahead and pierce through the pidgin language and you take its syntax, its semantics, everything, you would see that the Nigerian is a smart person, the Nigerian is a realist, and the Nigerian is someone who looks at life from a very, very empirical point of view. So the Nigerian has an identity. Of course, it may be different from regions, but there are countries too that
it's
have
different.
different identities. If you go to Canada,
The identity
you go
is
to
different.
Quebec, they speak French and all that. You go to other parts of Canada, like Ontario or Ottawa, they are more like English people. And just because people speak English does not make them English or British. I don't think the identity of the Canadian is the same as the New Zealander or the Australian. You like to bring down your people and you elevate white people. It's unfortunate.
What binds them together? You said that Canada, they have all these people, but something makes them a country is the question. What binds them together? What makes them one is what they're asking.
What makes us one? Is that even a question?
That is a question. That is a
Is
nation.
that even a question? Okay. Nigeria was an agreement between different ethnic nationalities and a commitment to grow the union, to perfect it moving forward. It seems to me the way you guys are attacking our identity is that you expect us to be like like the Western countries that you guys are living in, just like that. We need to go through a process, and this is what we are going to. In fact, the very argument to become advanced in any shape or form, because it seems like this argument that we don't have an identity, you are trying to link a lack of identity with underdevelopment. Isn't that where this kind of argument leads to?
Yeah, and apart from that, in addition, Azan, I think they are just craving for a kind of regional government where every region control their resources or whatever. That's what they are. That's why
they can have that
it's not just that. It's beyond that.
kicking the country in the balls.
I'm telling you that I'm from Yoruba land.
I don't want
I have my bros, relax, man. Make a land. I have my tradition. I have my ancient ways. I have my connection with my divinities. You understand?
Even the way
that's
you are speaking.
That I want to incorporate that into wait. I want to incorporate that into my advancement. Listen, I want to incorporate that into my advancement. The same way the Chinese have their ancient ways, they have their spirituality, their divinities, and they incorporate that all together as their identity and use it
No, I
to
think
follow
you
the
get it
advancement.
wrong.
But what
If you
you
are
have
talking
me in
about
Nigeria, wait, what you have me as Nigeria is we have something that's English, that's foreign, that's Eurocentric. I'm using that. I'm trying to use that to advance myself, and it's not taking me anywhere. And I'm like, hold on, the farthest my ethnic group has ever gone in terms of advancements was when they were practicing their own way of life. Today, it's just a confused place. I'm just confused. Everything, English or English, this and that, British, all that. Dude, that shit is not working for me. I prefer the time where I have to do my oral to cleanse the land.
Do you
You
know what is
understand?
even
Thank
bad,
you.
Mike?
That is your personal
Do
opinion,
you know what is
Mike,
do you know
right?
what is even bad? You can't even speak
Bro.
the language you
You
know.
can't. Most people can't even speak English. They have to speak pidgin.
Vernacular. Imagine speaking your vernacular in your own schools of my own tongue.
They will tell me I'm
I'm
speaking vernacular if
Nigerian.
I speak my Yoruba
I'm
language. So I should
sorry.
become an Englishman, Abi.
That is what that sorry, those are one of the problem we're talking about. Does not mean we will take it away. Mike, I understand what you're saying, but that's what you're saying now. You can process that in your own state. It's okay. They can make your
And
state
that's what we
make
are
you unique.
discussing, trying to advocate
No,
now.
no, no. Wait. No, yeah, I understand. But
But we
you
are
are
trying to
tying
advocate
into
that, but somebody will tell us we are
hold no, hold
tribalistic.
on. Let me land now. You are tying it to a region. If you're trying to, that's the problem. All I'm trying to say since we are planning state. Now let me use my state. I know you don't like to hear it. Edo State. We chose our Oba not because other state or the constitution says so. The people said so, and they like it, and they work according to the law of the state and the tradition, so that there will not be problem to suit the state. That's how you move a country forward. We not just say I'm a traditional person and this my tradition supersede the law of the law of the land. We have a constitution. We
And
all have. I'm hearing you.
in addition, what pays, whatever he wants, that is his own personal opinion. You cannot force it on the generality of people. If that is what you want, then you can go for it. If
No,
you have
it's
some
what belongs
common,
to us. It's not what I want. It's what belongs to the
no, you
Yorubas.
cannot say what is belong to the what continues to metamorphose.
It's what belongs to the Yorubas. You are the one that wants something else. You want.
Mike, guys, let's calm down here. Remy, please. Like I said earlier, if you polled the average Yoruba person, if you polled them right now, the average Yoruba person wants regional government. That
How are you so sure about that one? There are so many Yoruba people.
I have been at this since 97.
So you say if you poll,
hold on, please. Let me finish my point, please. Let me finish my point. The Dawn agenda that was rekindled in 2011 was for a reason. We've had our regional government plan since the 70s. This is nothing new to Yoruba people. If you know Yoruba, maybe you don't know. I'm letting you know. That is what we want as a people.
Okay, but I'm sorry.
Let me finish, please.
Okay.
When the APC came into government, how do you think Buhari won Yoruba votes? Because he promised them regional government. Go and look it up. So please, Yoruba person, we know what we want. So don't say it's one individual's opinion. It's our opinion.
Okay, I will say to you that to me, you cannot tell me if you poll all Yoruba people, they will agree to secede. I don't agree with that. I'm a private.
No. I don't know, please.
If you poll,
because too many of us have been brainwashed today now, so we don't know ourselves anymore.
Wait. I did not use the word secession. I said regional. I never said secession. Please don't put words in my mouth.
But you said if you talk about if you poll the Yoruba region, that's what you're saying, right?
I said if you poll Yoruba people, they want regional government, not secession.
Okay, fine.
Don't mistake me here, please.
Okay.
They still want to remain in Nigeria, but they want to do their own thing. That is
can we also agree that when we say you poll them, they want regional government, some of them might not really state they want regional government. Some of them might be talking about resource control. Some of them
no.
Listen, you have your opinion. Let me also tell you my opinion, right? So it might be different to some people. Some people are comfortable living in Nigeria, and they might say, okay, fine. If it's regional government means devolution of power to them, fine with them. If it means that more resources go to the state control their resources, fine to them. So not every Yoruba, if you poll them, for me, generally, I'm comfortable with being a Nigerian because if we are big and large, we have more power. But if we are small, we don't know what might happen.
You missed the whole point.
So many things.
Sorry, am I speaking?
Can I say something about
No. Guys, wait. I said regional government. You still stay in Nigeria. You don't live in regional governments now. Why are you making look? I want to. You keep saying
I'm talking about. You talk about if you pull Yoruba people.
I am telling you what I know. This is what
that is what
years.
you know. That is what you know.
No.
More than 40 million people.
Please.
Come on.
I am speaking from the real class.
No.
Let me finish my point.
We must go back to regional government.
Let me finish my point, please.
Oh, yeah.
You have social groups. You have Afenifere. You have all these groups that have been around for decades with this position. This is royal class. I'm giving you royal stance position, the business class position, the civil rights position across board. Maybe you're not Yoruba. Maybe if you don't know, just say you don't know. But don't.
What do you mean? I'm a Yoruba man.
Okay. So if you don't know, just say you don't know.
I'm
They are attacking your Yorubaness now, Remy. They are attacking your Yorubaness.
I'm just joking. Okay, let me say this. Let me say this real quick. Okay, so maybe Remy will understand me clearer now. Okay. This is what I envision, right? I want a region where my education system is written in a Yoruba language. My curriculum is written in Yoruba language. My children, they grew up reading and writing in Yoruba, learning horses in the Yoruba language, and then they also we take English class to learn English aside. But as far as reading and writing, will be in the Yoruba language.
Okay, the question
Just
to you
like,
now, Mike,
okay,
the question
yeah.
now, Mike, is this. So what will be the national language of Nigeria? Because you are still under Nigeria.
Yeah, they will learn English in English class. But as far as their curriculum,
the
their
national language
education,
will be English, right?
the regional language will be Yoruba language.
And
as
the
far as
national
the Yoruba
language will
language.
be English. So which one will supersede one another?
Well, a language is a language.
Can I
wait, wait. In America, wait. Let me tell you something. In the United States, right?
Mike,
things
hold
in
on,
English.
hold on, please.
Yeah.
Hold on, please. Yeah, please. Let's hear from Rational Mind. Yeah.
But let me quickly answer his question now. One sentence.
Answer your question, no interjection. Then we go to Rational Mind. Thank you.
Okay.
Yeah.
So I mentioned the curriculum, education system, we designed by Yoruba people in the Yoruba language, everything. But now they will have class where they learn English. So you learn English and you learn Yoruba, but the Yoruba language is supersede the English language in Yoruba land, which is already the case in the first right now anyway. So I don't know what's the difference.
And they are still under Nigeria, right? They are still under Nigeria.
They are still under Nigeria, yeah.
Okay, I let Rational Mind. After Rational Mind, I will give you my response.
All right. I think we just said this, and we need to understand that one thing we're always afraid. There's this fear of change. We are always afraid of changing the status quo because we've never seen anything like it before, or maybe we've never experienced it. I don't know why we, as humans, I know which is understandable. As humans, we all have that fear that we don't want to change the way things are for us, because who knows, even the change, if it's going to be worse than, everything's all about experimentation. Now we're talking about regional system. I mean, this regional system, it never allowed it to really flesh itself out. Look at how we've been practicing this so-called federalism. Let's just say since 1999. With almost 20-something years now, we've been doing this. We've been rolling on this federal system. But then look at how it has led, where it has led us to. But then look at just the few years of regional system they practiced back then. Look at the achievement those people they had, because there was competition by the different regions. So the point is this, that there's something inherently wrong. If the founding fathers, they understood that the only way that country can move forward, considering the tribal diversity there, is to go regional. I wonder if we're doing something opposite of it today and we're not achieving any success. But then, just to address what Mike was saying, was it you or Mike Coker, when you were asking Mike about how can we do it? Yes, other countries are doing it. I mean, Germany has their own language. We can go the way of Switzerland. Switzerland has about 4 or 5 different languages. There are Italians, there are French, there are Germans, and I think Flemish. Is it Flemish? I mean, almost like 4 or 5 languages there. And each of these cantons, they have their own language which they speak. So we can go that way. So for the fact that Yoruba land, predominantly it's Yoruba, the Yoruba, we have the standard Yoruba, we can make that as our regional language. And that could be learned side by side with English. Our textbooks.
Thank you very much.
Our
I
textbooks.
agree with you tonight.
Our textbooks can be translated, but you know it's going to be a very Herculean task, because we have to start training teachers to start learning to teach in Yoruba proper. It's not something we. So these are some of the things that we need visionary leaders for. Awolowo had that vision, but look at how it turned out, because they did not allow it to stand the regional system. So the point is that if we do not start teaching our kids, I mean, if from a few years from now, I doubt Yoruba language will start going on the extinct, or just going on the decline. So for me, I believe it can be done. Let's not be afraid of changing situation. If we change, it doesn't work, then we revert back, or maybe we just give it a time to let it flesh itself out. So for me, I just believe, always when we say, let's just do something, some people just put a spanner into between the wheel, say, no, it can never happen, it's not going to happen, it's not possible. I mean, we see other countries doing it. We have countries like in Canada, they have, they have 2 languages. They have French and English side by side. So what are we talking about? Switzerland does that. So it can be done. It can be done. We can teach our kids dual languages, like we can teach them English and Yoruba. So, I mean, it's something we can do. I don't know why we always want to like.
So why can't a region say I want to adopt something without other people feel like?
Rational mind. Then Rose Vivo can be governor of Lagos State.
Rose Vivo, I was telling you, our tradition is diabolical.
It's a joke. Take it serious again. It's a joke.
Rational mind and everybody. I think if my memory serves me right, Yoruba language is still a language in school up to today.
They don't teach it like
the curriculum is not written in Yoruba. What he's doing, they are doing it backward. You have to learn Yoruba as a separate subject. But what we are saying is that it should be the other way around. They should be learning English as a separate subject, but everything should be translated. The curriculum should be written in Yoruba. That's what we are saying.
Can you give me time, just 1 or 2 minutes, to tell you my own opinion about everything? When you go this route, to me, it's like you are trying to divide that country in the future. Because we don't have Yoruba people alone in Nigeria. We also have other tribes and other ethnic tribes that their language are even different. We might be lucky that Yoruba have 6 states and they can speak Yoruba. And I doubt if a Ibadan man can understand the Yoruba spoken with a core Ekiti accent, or maybe from riverine area in Ondo State. They also speak Yoruba too.
Remy, you know we have Yoruba Jumolo.
So even
this is what
I'm also on a lighter note. When I listen to Mike talk, my mind goes that this guy is from Ondo Creek, or probably from Edo Yoruba, maybe Edo Akoko. That's what my mind goes.
Okay, now
that you speak Yoruba now, so you are neighbor.
I know. Bow. Wait. Bow wow. Remy.
Bow wow.
Wait. Let me quickly.
I'm not a Yoruba boy.
Let me quickly say this. Let me quickly say this. Is your Yoruba? I understand. I don't know. I don't like use really. Actually, for me as a historian, I don't like use that word Yoruba, because it was given by the British through Ajayi Crowther. You know, I like using the Asian name like Ife or Yo, Ekiti. I have more.
No, that's for us to decide, sir. Please.
I'm not telling.
Hold on. Let me ask this question, please. Since we are in a Yoruba forum now,
let me finish my thoughts, please.
Sorry about that.
Please. Where did that name really come from? Because my sources say that the name Yariba is a Hausa name that was given to the Yoruba.
Yeah, that's what.
Yeah, we actually made that name. Is that true?
When it's time, that's for us to decide, not you, please. All due respect, please. We will decide.
No, it's a question. No need to get emotional.
No, Hassan, that is for the Oyo people. Because your people were trading with the new people for a very long time, more than for now. From that time to now, it's like 700 years. They call Yoruba. Doesn't mean no. That's the problem we are facing right now.
Bro.
Yeah,
Okay, let me finish my thought, please. I beg you guys. So, as I was saying, if Yoruba said, okay, fine, we want Yoruba to be used as a language in a formal setting in all Yoruba land, and they can now learn English as an alternative. Remember, when you go to the southeast, also we have people. You go to the south, they have different kind of language spoken there. It's not only when you go to the north too. I think people also speak, and the north central, they also have different language. So everybody will now start to use their own local dialect. So
they should do it now.
Relax. There is no uniformity anymore. That means we are looking for crisis. Big crisis at the end of the day. So it is so easy. You start from that angle.
What's the crisis there?
When you start from that angle,
the
problem of my Yoruba people, they like to carry Nigeria problem on their head. And that's why
Mike, we have a non-Yoruba people here, so let's just respect them.
Yeah, I want to say, okay, Mike, finish. Sorry.
I am not afraid of anything. But what you guys are spinning out here, to me, is like
why is it not doable? Why is it not doable?
He's catering for other people now. He's thinking about other people.
Because
Mike, let him talk.
The crisis that will bring. Look at we have more than 250 ethnic group. Even the Yoruba language. You said you are from Ondo Creek. Do you think I understand your Yoruba? If
Who's from Ondo Creek?
Yoruba language. I'm talking about rational mind. Do you think I understand?
Rational mind to me doesn't speak Yoruba. I speak Ilaje. That's not Yoruba.
Do you understand?
Yeah, so why? That's the problem we are getting here.
Hold on. Can I shock you? Can I shock you? Let me shock you something they don't know. The renowned Yoruba how do I say, Yoruba professors are from Ondo.
It's okay.
That's not a shock to me. I'm asking you that if you speak your
I want you to understand that.
Understand it.
I want you to understand that. Forget that we have our sub-dialect of Yoruba. But
we know
very good Yoruba.
If you are talking about
do you know that in England they had their sub-dialects of English and they had to come to credit to the standardized what's the word?
I said we have Yoruba Jumolo now.
You see, what Remy is not doing it. Remy is not looking at the next 200 years. The next 200 years, that Yoruba land, that Nigeria, everybody will be English.
Okay, Mike.
To the point where to the point where an Englishman will be telling you that, listen, your language originated from my place. You understand? The kind of inferiority complex we create in the minds of the generation of Nigerians that we as Yoruba that we exist in the next 200 years. The history of our entire ancient history, tradition, metaphysics, all this knowledge will be wiped out. That's the goal of the what you are supporting right now is neocolonialism, Remy.
That is a prophecy of doom not rooted in reality.
You don't let me finish.
Azan, you can't say that. Can I give an example? Can I give an example of what has happened here in
Rational mind, hold on, let me laugh. Now everybody just talking.
It's a prophecy of doom now, rational mind, isn't it?
I am not afraid.
This thinking that Nigeria will only get worse, that there is no way we are going to do good things, that there is no way we are going to achieve anything. That's what he's saying. How can we become slaves? How can we become slaves to English people in the next 200 years? That's a prophecy of doom now.
You are talking. I don't know.
Sorry. I didn't mute myself. Sorry. Rational, let me quickly. Okay, let me finish, please. I can't even interject. Please let me finish. Sorry.
Let me finish. The way I'm looking at it, I am not afraid. The way I'm looking at it is this. I'm looking at it from different national and ethnicity we have in Nigeria. If everybody follows suit, like the Yoruba people, that their own language should supersede the English language, then what would be the national language we communicate in international world?
You're forgetting something now.
I will give you an example of China now, because I used to live there.
Okay,
Chinese consists of 90% Han people, HAN. That means they have 90% of Han people, and they all can speak Chinese. And they only consist of a minority of under 10%. And those 10%, they also they create what we call a standard Mandarin language so that everybody can understand this language and can use it. But the way you are talking in Nigeria is that there must be Yoruba language, there must be Igbo language, there must be Hausa language. So there is no listen. So there is no standard language that we are going to follow. If we are going to follow a standard language in Nigeria, that okay, we bring something out from the Yoruba, from Igbo, from Hausa, then our professors sit down and work about it, and they fashion out a new language that will be studied entirely all over Nigeria. I can understand that. But the way you are saying now is that you want because of your culture and because of your language, you don't want it to get extinct, so that we must continue to use it. So if everybody,
so we should let it get extinct.
Can I ask you a question, Koka?
So we should let it get extinct. Is that what you're saying?
Hold on, you are in Finland. What language are they speaking in Finland?
They are speaking Finnish because majority of them are Finnish.
How do you communicate there?
Hold on.
Okay, thank you. In Finland, an average Finn can speak English.
Exactly.
There you go.
But Nigeria is not like Finland. Come on, guys. We have.
Yes, we can. We already told you. You will learn the English language.
Learn it now.
But your own language is supersede the English language.
I asked you a question. You said Yoruba will supersede the English.
Yes. It doesn't mean the Yorubas not learn English.
Are you telling me that?
How can you tell me a Yoruba land?
Let me ask you guys a question. Which language will Nigeria, when you said Yoruba will supersede English, so which language will Nigeria use to communicate with the international
We
community?
use English and Pidgin.
So that English is supersede Yoruba then?
No, not in Yoruba land. Not in Yoruba land.
I think this will.
Remy, are you trying to eliminate the Yoruba identity? Is that what you're saying?
Okay. Are you not looking at it this way? If we are using Yoruba to be the language for the region of Yoruba language, that means if I am from Anambra or from Kano, there's no way I can integrate your system because I cannot speak the language.
No. You come and speak English. We understand you because I learn English in Yoruba land. You learn English in Kano.
I want to live in your land. I want to marry your woman. I want to prosper in your land.
Come and learn Yoruba now. Yes.
Don't you speak Finnish over there?
So Remy, you are saying we should eliminate Yoruba because we want to accommodate
I did not say you
people,
should
other people from Nigeria. Is that what you're saying?
I agree with you that Yoruba should be spoken and
Remy, isn't that already the case? Are people not speaking Yoruba in all Yoruba dominated areas? Is that
it's dying? Is all we are saying.
No, come on. What is that? You guys should live in reality.
Listen, as Julian, let me tell you something. See, my grandfather, you know why I'm panicking right now, right? My grandfather, the kind of knowledge he knows about the Yoruba culture, my grandfather literally, like, he can point at one plant in Yoruba land, one leaf, and the guy can give you 60 different theories and explain a lot of things about it. The knowledge of the depth and history of Yoruba that he knows, compared to the knowledge of my father, it's like reduced. Coming to me, it has reduced drastically. Now I'm thinking about my children, grandchildren, and children. That will eliminate eventually. That will disappear because
you are looking at it partially.
But wait. Where I'm going is this. Let me tell you. Where I'm going is this.
Excuse me, please. Does your father hold a traditional title, like a repository of knowledge of some sort, or some IFA, something like that?
Which is just in general in Yoruba land. But England, for example,
you didn't answer my question.
My brother, I will ask you. I don't need to answer your question right now, but let me tell you. England,
you are pivoting to another thing, but just answer me later. Answer me later.
No, it doesn't. Okay, are you okay? You got that now? Okay, it doesn't have a traditional. It's not a king or anything. Okay, the way I look at England, I see England as another tribe. The way I see Igbo, the way I see Canary, that's where I see England. The only difference is that their skin is different. So why should I now turn myself to English, abandon my kill my language, my history, where I'm coming from, my tradition that I've had for thousands of years, the same way Englishman has had his own. Now Englishman will now take away mine and replace it with his own. Now I become an English person. That's where I have a problem. I don't have a problem with Nigeria. I just have a problem with my identity being taken away, disappearing. That's my issue.
Mike, can I ask
you can be Nigerian, it's fine. Mike, you can even be one Africa safe. But what I'm saying is, I want to preserve mine because it's good for me.
Mike,
that's my identity.
Question. Mike, I know you are not in Nigeria, right? Mike.
Yeah, I'm not in Nigeria. Yes.
I'm sorry to ask you a personal question. I don't know whether you have kids or you don't have kids.
Yeah, I do.
Can they speak Yoruba fluently?
Absolutely. And I'm struggling to make sure they even know better than me and learn their tradition, learn,
So you have laid a very good example, but it doesn't mean everybody should follow your suit.
No, I'm not saying yours. An individual wants
You don't need
to
to worry too much about whether.
My brother.
Because majority of Yoruba people are still living in Nigeria.
Remy, you're getting. I'm sorry, I'm not trying to be. You're getting me angry with the way you're talking about this whole thing.
Why?
Okay, I'll tell you. Here in America, America has indigenous people who have what they call the Native Americans.
Yes.
They call them Indians. A lot of them have their languages.
Yes.
Do you know that a lot of the kids of these people cannot even speak their language? Why? Because the domination of English, first of all, then maybe Spanish now too.
Yes, it's true.
Now, does it not scare you that here some months ago when we were talking about this body buffet guy, and somebody Baba Ajalikoko was talking about our tradition. Do you know our tradition is linked to our language?
I think you guys did not get me very well.
No. I'll get you. But my point is this.
Let me finish, please. He's making a good point.
Yeah, the point I'm trying to make is this: that our identity, our culture, is linked to the language. Look at what Mike said. I can tell you, I can give an example of so many things my mom taught me.
So you guys, I understood you, but you didn't get me very well.
No, the way you are talking, it sounds like you just say it's not a big deal.
What you guys are saying,
it's a big deal.
It's because they see Oyibo as superior people. That's why. If you tell him that you should take another African language and replace with Yoruba, replace Yoruba with it, you won't accept it too.
What you guys are saying,
the language will extinct. That's what we're saying. As time goes on, the language will extinct. It's a concern for us.
Remy, do you even know what hurts the most? Because you are even discussing them speaking language. They can't even write it down. Even the army, they can't even put it down anymore. They can only speak now. They can't even write it.
They can't even write it. Most of the kids can't even write it.
It's bad.
Wait. Hold on, please. You guys have been going back and front. At least me and Hassan, let's say me and Hassan are different people. Now Hassan has left, it's only me. But this thing I'm trying to say, or Remy is saying, or want to tell rational mind, this problem is not you and I problem. That's the government problem. We are present state system. The governor that they have the right to make it compulsory. So the governor that said they don't make it compulsory. Will you hold that governor? Hold on.
Governor come and go. You can't rely on governor for that. You have to make it.
Let me clarify, please. The law of the land right now, it's still federally controlled. They can't do the.
So that's what people don't get. We have federal system. Yet inside the federal system, the state have the autonomy. Like Ogbeni said, there's so many laws we are not challenging. Hold on.
You don't have that enough autonomy to translate curriculum to your language.
I will get this place where I'm going now. I'm just saying generally, there are so many laws we are not challenging in our constitution. Now, that of education, that one time they remove history from education. That does not stop people not to teach Yoruba, use Yoruba to teach subject, as use Yoruba as a topic or teaching in school. That we are getting two different things wrong. When they remove history from school, they didn't remove the language. So now they are brought back the history now. Who is stopping them to use the language? So this is what I'm trying to say to rational mind. The problem for me, we are saying all these things you guys identify is one of the problems. I'm not saying it's not. And what I'm saying is the major problem. It's one of the problems. So we have to put them on the table, put it like the council, like the how they call the council of Nicaea, when they brought priests together, put the writings together, took out what they want, put in what they want, and they brought out the Bible. Doesn't mean it's perfect for everybody, but it's okay. If you cannot take from it, you cannot add to it. That's just it. We are using the regional ideology to operate in a federal system. And we are currently is not working. We should go back to regional structure or go our way. Why don't we try first to just work in the federal system in the federal way, rather using a regional ideology to operate in the federal system? That's almost the same thing Remy is saying. Nobody's not saying.
The federal
Yep.
way will not allow. And hold on.
No, hold on. Nobody's holding. Hold on now. Nobody's holding your state not to operate the way not to operate. This is every. Hold on now. Hold on now, please. Hold on now. I beg. I'll get to you, Babati. I know you want to correct me, but this listen.
Now she work for SPEB. I'm telling you what they cannot do. I'm telling you what the law says. They have limited.
I know. I know now. Like just what I said. They remove history. They didn't remove language. They said remove history from Nigeria Constitution. Now they have brought it back. But they didn't say you should not teach. There was there were some schools in some states, even in the north, in the west, even in my state, there are some few local government that still teaches in Benin language.
In addition, if you want to do WAEC, it's compulsory. You must do one language.
And we want one language. It's still there. So that's what I said. We are not challenged.
It's compulsory.
We are not. Yeah, we've not really practiced federalism to the fullest, and we are complaining.
Hold on.
Wait, hold on.
Do you know what language is for goodness sake? I mean,
hold on. That would be an argument. I'll get to you.
You guys are mixing it up. The impression you are giving us is that they should use Yoruba in terms of communication, in terms of doing business in Yoruba land, and their English will now be under Yoruba. That's what you are saying.
Yeah.
But I am trying to tell you that I am totally agree that Yoruba should be taught in schools.
It's not enough. That's what we're saying. It's not enough. Just sitting
that means in a federal system, they won't allow you to do that.
That's what we're saying. Federal system will not be
a
right
recipe for crisis. And now I'm telling you that we have different ethnicity, we have different nationality in Nigeria. So, and if everybody go that way, that means you want to break the country. It's
we're not breaking the country. No, it's just when we have bad politicians, bad actors. That is when it seems like it's going to break.
This thing we are doing. What can we borrow from the north? There are schools in the north that teach Arabic. They teach in Fulani or Fulani, but they are teaching mathematics, English. They remove the only issue from the subject.
Exactly.
Nobody says you should not teach speak Igbo, teach the subject like mathematics with Igbo or Yoruba to teach English. But what we are saying, they only remove history. You can do that in your state. The federal government did not stop you for doing that.
You're just fixated on this history thing. You see, what? Let me understand. Let me make something understandable to you. What piece? You see, language is your identity. If you either you realize it or not, it's not just enough just teaching language on the side. Like for example, now I studied French and I studied French. For me to be able to speak French like a French person, I live among them. I think, even to this very day, sometimes if I want to express myself in English, mind you, French is not my mother tongue, but I have to think first in French just to express myself. Because why? For me to be able to think like a French person and speak like a French person, I have to live like them. It's not just enough just learning it on the side. You have to food everything, the way, the manners. You have to learn it with it. That is what Yoruba language, the way it's taught in Nigeria.
Why do you think Nigerian children want to become Black Americans? Naira Marley, all of them.
I don't just read. I read mathematics in French. I read many other books in French so that I could immerse myself in that language. I read their government, their politics in French. That is what it means.
And I know, Rational Man, thank you for that question. You just lecture me of language and the behavior, what goes along with language. Probably with the behavior we go to with the ethnicity and the tradition. Now, like I'm in Japan, if I'm studying Japanese, I have to learn the behavior, how the people react to what they're saying, what it carries, the meaning and the other. That I understand. But doing this, what I'm saying, you're doing this in Ondo, in Ondo states. Nobody will stop you with the kind of system you're operating right now, the state system you're operating right now. If the state government refuses not to do it, that is the state government problem. If the people pass a constitution in the House of Assembly, those are like, we must teach mathematics in Ondo language. I don't think federal government will send armor tank from Abuja to come and bond everybody from Ondo. I just make a reference in the north. We are watching the northern people teaching people in the class with Arabic or whatever, let me use which word, Hausa. We are teaching mathematics, English, social biology. We have seen it. So
Now,
like
what
I
is
said,
we're not saying is the North or someone
That's not
from
what
outside
they
of
are
Yoruba land
saying.
are stopping us from doing it.
You
But
know
what we
what?
are just saying is we need to do it. We don't know whoever is in the way, whether it's our governors, we don't know. But what we just saying here is that that's what we need to do. So if it's our
yes,
governor that's in the way, then we need to go after them. You know?
But
What
yeah. See,
is that's not
by
what they are
the
saying.
by
What
the way,
is
guys, just to say,
what is what they are trying
sorry,
to say is apart from using Yoruba in schools,
sorry, Remy.
apart from using Yoruba in
By
schools, they
law, just
want everything to be in Yoruba, even
listen now,
in
Remy.
governance.
By
That's
law,
what they're saying.
I had to go look it up. Actually, language is not mandated. It's not compulsory in WAEC. You can actually replace it with economics or something else.
No, that's a lie. Because
No,
I have some
I am
people that
reading
did that
right
WAEC
now.
recently.
I'm looking at it right now. Let me just. I'm right now. I had to go look it up. It's not compulsory.
That's what they told me that time. That it's more.
That was. I'm telling you what. Okay, let me put the link on. So
maybe the recent, yeah,
It's not compulsory.
it's a recent update. Could be the recent update. Now you are right, Babati.
It's not.
Okay, but Babati, what I'm saying is this: if people want to hold on to their culture and their tradition, it's left with that set the people in that particular region to do that. Nobody's going to lick your mouth for you in winter or in dry season.
Thank you for saying region.
Wait, hold on. I'm just that's what you understand when I use it. Doesn't make you a region.
I want to hear that.
What you don't understand what they're trying to say. What they're trying to say is that in governance, in formal school system, in way of life, in Yoruba land, everything must be in Yoruba. If you want to do business with them, or if you want to migrate to Yoruba land, everything must be in Yoruba. That's what they are trying to say, so that to preserve the culture and tradition of the Yoruba. They are not talking specifically about using Yoruba language in schools alone. In everything. That's what they are trying to say.
What is wrong?
Well,
that I know, Remy.
The reason why we want to do that is because we want to advance as a people, just like the Germans are advancing.
So that is why I said
Chinese are advancing. We can't advance. Listen, let me give you an example. Even in Germany today, they make everything in English, right? The curriculum in English, everything they do in English. They eliminate the German language, they make it, or they relegate it. There's no way Germany can be more advanced can become more advanced than England. They won't.
How many subnational does Germany have, sorry. And how many subnational does England have? How many subnational ethnicity does Nigeria have? Even your so-called Yoruba land. I gave you a very good example.
Remy, can you speak?
You're advocating that we should replace my Yoruba with English. I'm not doing that. I don't care about the other part of Nigeria. It's not my problem.
Remy, can I ask you a question?
You care more about Nigeria than your Yoruba origin. I can't care more about Nigeria than my identity. My identity is Yoruba. That's why I asked you to define Nigeria. I can't define it.
We are not taking identity.
Nigeria is not defined.
Remy, I asked you a question. Can you speak Egba, Remy?
Nigeria is English.
I cannot. That is the truth.
Okay.
But people, I don't want to go into history.
Yes, now.
See,
oh yes, sir.
Wait now. What you guys should understand one thing. Babati, you have to understand.
What is that? Let us hear them speak about religion.
No, this is a professional platform. Now leave Egba first. But see what Remy is saying. And this just prove the point what Remy is saying. When you are saying let's speak Yoruba, now which of Yoruba are you talking about? Is it the general or your hold on from a layman perspective from outside? Because when you guys are speaking, I don't really join it because I'm not a Yoruba man. But one thing to understand, like you are proving here, there are so many sub-dialects in Yoruba. I don't want to speak about Rational Man. I don't think I'm poking him. But for me, I don't think Rational Man is a Yoruba man. But I cannot tell you he's not a Yoruba man. He can't define where he's from. Because his parents, one of his land is from Benin, and one is Elijah. But I don't know when he become a man.
Mike,
but
the way
okay.
Mike speak English like from
but it's okay. But let me say this. No, wait.
I didn't hear you, Remy.
Mike, hold on. If you start, I'm going to talk. But now, see what Remy is saying now. If you now use the general Yoruba, which is Oyo Ibadan language as a general language, don't you see the Egba language is facing danger, is going extinct? In how much you think that the English, if you adopt English, your Yoruba is going to go extinct. The Egba man, that want to preserve his own Egba. Don't you think if you adopt your Yoruba or Yoruba language, is Egba will go extinct?
Once again, you're looking for it from the lens of a Benin man, so you don't understand. So let me explain what
I don't know what I don't understand again. Wait. If Elijah man speaks, you don't hear about it. That is proven here. If Eboma speak, you don't hear it.
Please give me a second. Let me explain.
Okay.
The language that they want preserved is what we call Yoruba Jumolo. So it's a creation of all the Yoruba dialects. So that's the general one that they speak. That is the one that they want written down and spoken amongst Yoruba people. That's what they are simply saying. So if you want to go to debates of Egba, Ijebu, whatever, that is for Yoruba to have that discussion amongst themselves for what they want to do. But that's not the discussion. We are discussing Yoruba.
Yeah, but I cannot go into that really because it's Yoruba. But actually, that's the problem. If you guys can sort that out, the problem will be 50% solved if it's federal. Putting people to one, like what Remy is pointing out, in how much you want to make one dialect over others. Don't you think the others you are meant to make it over is facing a danger too?
No.
Have you checked their concern?
No, you keep making that mistake again.
Is Thomas there?
You keep making the same mistake. World peace. The language that they want to put.
I'm here now.
No,
hey Thomas, can you add me from my laptop? I connect. I'm trying to get off my phone. I need to call my somebody.
Don't even bother. Don't bother. I will soon sort down in the next 20 minutes.
Yeah. I'm saying I'm in the background.
You know, Thomas is a general when it comes to this thing.
You will just jump.
You guys, we are already 10 hours now.
Yeah, you're right. I don't know. They should shut it down.
But peace. I shouldn't mind. This is the first time I'm probably agreeing with you on this platform, and I'm shocked. And I'm so happy to hear that for once.
Are you saying we never agree? Is that what you're saying?
We never agree.
You yourself, I can't believe Rational Mind is
rational mind. I don't get it though, but I'm still trying to figure it out. In Benin, it's very clear. You see the Edo man, you see the Asian man, you see Soko man, you see Robo man, you see Akoko Edo man, you see Anchi man, you see Fuga. It's very clear for us, but we are all Benin. We speak different language.
Let me tell you guys something, right? What please? Do you know that I live in America? Do you know that there are Black Americans, Brazilians, Cubans, they are paying me money to teach them Yoruba?
Yeah, it's okay. I'm not saying it's wrong. I'm not saying that. Just I'm talking about local problem. See, ours is very unique to identify ourselves. When you see a Benin man, you can say, "Oh, I'm Isan." You just say, "Oh, you're Isan." Oh, is the Aunchi man? Is the Sugar man? Is somebody is from Yanomo? Is that Yanomo? Not even inside the Aunchi, the smallest minority tribe. Even their village is not up to like 700.
Do you know what's going on? I think I figured out what's going on with Rational Mind. I think I figured it out now. It does not want the old system back because they don't want to bring that you back. That's what I think I figured it out now. He doesn't want that Western region to come back.
So even in the north, you can know the Canary man, you can know the Nupe man, you can know the Tapia man, you can know the Gala man, you can know the so on and so forth. Very easy, even though they say they are not the speaker Hausa, you know them easily. But when it comes to the West, mostly West and East, that's the problem is. Do you know how many times I look like stupid talking to some people who say, no, I'm a Jebu man and not be Yoruba? I'm like, okay, or I'm not from this.
Bro,
they are saying they're not.
I think you guys always think Southwest we are like all these other regional things. The Southwesterners they know their Yoruba tradition, culture, and they are so.
No, but I'm not talking about tradition. No, I'm talking about tradition. We're getting it wrong. We're talking about tradition. The word they used to put this together was wrong. If everybody in the Southwest identify as one, as brothers in their own terms, is more better than identifying with one word, Yoruba. Some people are Ijebu, some people are Egba till tomorrow. Some people are Ife till tomorrow. Like now, for example, there's something I noticed more. And a Jebu man identified as a Jebu man first anywhere. I live in Europe.
Very unique.
No unique. See, I understand. There's no culture that is not unique. I'm just saying.
No. Yoruba people, trust me. Across Yoruba land, Omokaro, the way we greet our papa is the same. When I go live Lagos, go to Oyo, go
See,
to
let me tell you, Mike,
it's the same thing. There's a tradition that distinctly Yoruba people. You understand?
Mike, let me tell you something. If you live in Asia, they have one unique way of greeting too. They bow.
No, it's not just
So
greeting. I'm talking about.
No, that's what I'm trying to say. What you think you have, everybody else have it. If you now move to East, after living in the East with your crowd, you post up after some years, you start
What is
behaving like that
your
too.
disagreement with me now? You are saying no.
I'm
You
not
are
having
telling me that
disagreement with
Yorubas,
you.
we are
Wait,
different.
hold on. Like, no. Let me tell you the disagreement I have with you. The contraction of that word put everybody together is bringing misconfusion. If
There's no
everybody
confusion.
identify,
We agree on the
hold on.
word. So it's
Not
not
for
we
you.
agree.
Not see.
My
Listen.
brother,
Not
we agree.
Mike. Not you that agreed. It was your forefather during that whole time. The paper is still there. That was the last of the
They
construction.
agree on me.
Hold
Whether it's me or my
on.
father,
Do
it
you
doesn't
know?
matter.
Do you know what they agree on? On a political move to take off the enemy of the gate.
It's not
To get the
political.
power.
No.
It was political.
All right,
People
guys.
that see that, bros, listen, man.
Mike,
People that
let me please allow me. My Benito, Coca, are you there?
Remedy la radio.
I have a family friend that I grew up
almost Scandinavia.
No. Let me ask you because I had a family friend in that was named Coca.
Remy, almost Scandinavia, almost Toto, Scandinavian girls.
Coca, are you there? Okay, maybe next time.
Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness. Almost come on.
Sorry, Mike. Go ahead. Sorry, I was going to ask him because I had a family friend, a very close family friend back in Igba that was named Coca from Coca family. I was wondering maybe it was from the same family because he said he might know me or something like that. I'm like, let me ask him before I leave. So sorry, guys. It might be.
It's okay. Anyway, we have a big problem in Nigeria. We will solve it.
I love your culture. You know, I love your Benin culture. You know.
No, everybody have good culture in Nigeria. The problem we have in this country is that we are still backing our ideology on somebody's ideology, which our father, when they started politics to get power to one region, tried to sway power to one region. Hold on, I'm not saying to one particular region. I'm saying every region is a problem. We must reverse from there. Now we have the opportunity to move forward. We're now in the federal system of government. Let's work with the federal system of government. That does not change you from a Yoruba man.
We can work and chew gum at the same time is my point.
Wait, yeah, that's the same thing. It does not change you as being a Yoruba man. Coming back to a region too, is to be very good too, that everybody just stay in one region, do one thing and do one thing. But now since the government have moved us, we don't have our power again. The government have moved us to state affair. Let's manage the state affair so that we still manage, we can still keep our tradition and culture. The people that is doing it do not have 7 heads, they don't have you don't use rocket science. People are doing it. Look at Delta State. They have so many ethnic groups there with so many traditions. You don't hear them fighting or doing this, this. They are doing it in a very perfect way. You don't even hear it, and they are growing. So you guys can do it. Everybody can do it. But sometimes when you are doing it, it's your own right, and you're looking for the betterment of your own state to grow. But don't forget, you're not living with only yourself. You have almost 200 million or 190 million people looking at you too. So that's why I understand Remy's argument at one point. But for me, I'm in a betterment of culture, preserve culture, move the country forward, and be in a better place. But we cannot be using the regional ideology to work in a state style system. That's just only my point.
Okay.
I'm not saying you should abandon Yoruba. I don't say you should not live your culture.
Can I ask you a question? Can I ask you a question?
Yeah.
Do you know where Omiloyo is?
I don't know anything about that. I cannot know anything about that.
Okay, so Omiloyo is in the boundaries of Ogun and Oyo, and on the other side they have Badikpe, and they are both they are the same. But guess what divided them? State lines. So we now say because you now have state lines, so we are no longer a family anymore.
It's not only you that are affected. Let me use in the east. East. Do you know there are rivers, cross river, Port Harcourt? There are some states in Imo. There are some
committing the Imo, they said to the rivers, and as committing the rivers, they said to Imo. That is bringing problem to tomorrow. This state they're created by fiat, not consulting the people.
I know,
It's bringing
but
problem.
I'm saying that in this case, these two cities are still your bad, but they still relate together. They
Let me
have
tell you,
that's
first of all,
different.
I use East. Let me go ask Ozanu Koko in the data. Is Benin? Is inside data today? Is inside data today?
I asked one question earlier. You know, I said, what is the Nigeria identity? What's my Nigerian identity? And also, my question is, what is Nigerians' direction? Where are we going? What is the direction?
Okay, let me first of all answer this direction. With this ideology set of this mindset we have, Nigeria has no direction. If we cannot come and agree on one direction, we will go nowhere because everybody seems to have their own opinion. You are entitled to opinion, but you're not entitled to facts.
So
The fact is that you're not. Hold on now. The fact is that in a country like Nigeria, your opinion does not count. We must work with the facts on ground. We must work with what we have. Use what you have to get what you want. If nobody wants to claim, hold on now. If everybody wants to start claiming tribe or religion, everybody's tradition is at risk. Every tradition is at risk, apart from religion that is dominating us like spread fire. I'm not disagreeing with you. The method you're applying is what hold on. I know now. My brother, listen to what I'm saying now. I said the method you are applying that what is not right. And nobody's stopping you not to practice your tradition in your state. I've said that many times over.
What is wrong with my method?
Your method you are putting on a regional basis. And we're no longer in regional system anymore in Nigeria. That's the problem. I'm not saying what you are saying is wrong.
No, it's not regional. It's more of it's ethnic. My ethnic have to be a region. I'm sorry. It's kind of like the Igbos. It's kind of like the Igbos. Igbos in Southeast. They say they want to have the Igbo language as the official language of the Igbo land, and you're saying it's regional. It's not regional. It's
wait, now, see, that is the problem. What Remy is saying too. Many people are saying in Nigeria too.
It's a problem for who? For me or for you? It's a problem for who?
See, listen. The problem is this: if you, Mike, you are from, let's for example, you're from Osun State, and you are preparing this for Osun, there's no problem. If somebody from Ekiti preparing this from Ekiti,
there's no problem. Who has this problem that you keep talking about?
Because in that ocean, there might still be a tribe that is not of Europe, but they have their own language they speak. They're like hold on. Okay, maybe I'm breaking up. Maybe like for example, like the Egu people of Lagos, Badagry, they don't speak Yoruba. You don't know something where they speak, but they are put in the Yoruba.
If Egu people say they are not Yoruba and they don't want to incorporate that language, and then we can leave Egu people to stick with.
No, it's not so. The lost. See, what goes for the gander goes for the. I say what goes for the goose go for the gander. You cannot take one above one.
What piece? What piece?
Huh?
I think where you're kind of getting it wrong with your submission is that even though these people have their ethnic based dialect, but they see themselves and familiarize themselves with the central, which I think is the general Yoruba language across all the southwestern, even up to Kogi Kwara region. So whether they have their own little language, whether they have their own language that they speak, but first each and every one of them speaks and also understand the Yoruba language. So it might happen that somebody from Ekiti might not understand somebody from say that area, what you call it, that area that you're talking about, if they were to speak their dialect. But the thing is this: the chances are both of them will understand the central Yoruba language is almost 90%. So that is the difference there. I think when they put Nigerian together, in my own opinion, the people that lost out are the southwestern people and the eastern and the southeastern people. They are the people who I would think have a central language that cut across the whole region. So you might go to different state or different community where they have separate language, but they have a language that if somebody in Imo speak, somebody in Anambra will understand him, somebody in Enugu will understand him. It's the same thing across Yoruba state. But if you go to places where they categorize as the north, there are people who will be in Benue today who will not understand the general Hausa or Fulani language. Do you understand the difference now?
Bro, Professor, I get what you are saying. Yeah, I don't say what everybody's saying is wrong, but this, let me just make a little example. Whatever we try to portray here, we feel is right. For 60 years, we are practicing that is not working.
But
Just look at, hold on.
We tried something that actually gave us hope that could have worked or at least can be tweaked. And that was the 1963 Constitution, which I think was the best for us. Because if you look at the 1947 conference, 1958 conference, leading towards independence, they recognized our peculiarities and our differences, and they embraced it to form that first republic. So we saying that we are one and denying our peculiarities and our differences is what is killing that country. We are different people. Let's embrace that reality.
You agree. Nobody's disagreeing that. That was the first good system they gave to us. Even that has a fault. That was created under fear. You just cut out 3 states, 3 people. I say you are southeast. You are southwest. You are north. Even at that time in 1914, when they amalgamated Nigeria, people don't even know that Cameroon was part of Nigeria. Some part of Chad, Niger, we are part of Nigeria, and Benin Republic, we're part of Nigeria. When they started creating independence, started giving Nigerian names, started cutting countries. They cut Cameroon away, they cut Chad away, they cut Niger away, they cut Benin Republic away. When cutting away, they see some part of Ibadan to Benin Republic. They see some part of Benin Republic to Ibadan. They see some part of Chad to Nigeria. Some part of Chad to Nigeria to Chad. That is the problem. You don't consult people. Same thing when you're creating states. Abacha just call you cut here 6 states. When you cut 6 states, when they cut Delta, they cut Azalugogo and some other places to Delta.
Okay.
Progressive, you are from Benin. Agbo Park. What do you call Agbo Park? When you go into Agbo, you just walk to from over here, you are already in Agbo. But some part is in Delta. These are Benin people.
What is?
Are you hold on.
Those are boundaries issues. That is not.
No, wait, I'll get to what you're talking about. Abudu, these are Benin people. They are boundaries with Igbo. Some Abudu people are Benin. They don't speak Benin anymore. Some speak Igbo, some speak Benin. But when they create it, they move as a state. What I'm saying, if the 2 states agree, if the 2 states are holding on to their culture, and the 2 culture are brotherly culture, is on state level. What we are doing right now is undermining us. Now look at what they are doing from the north. Kwara is a northern state. They know they cannot use that tradition, the ethnicity, language like that the way we are using. They are using the religion. Kwara is a northern state in our backyard. Kogi, that is a boundary with Benin and Ondo, and is a northern state. If we are claiming as religion, region, in federalism, we will never move forward because North is covering a lot of space by religion. If some people there are just Muslim, become a northern state, it's not going to work.
I think you're mistaking what we are saying.
Yeah,
when we say this, our ethnic people, preserving our ethnic language and doing things our ethnic way, we are not saying region, like just, it's not really regional. We are looking at it as regional, like let's draw this region, take it, and then we are doing our own thing. No, that's not what we're saying. We're saying people of this ethnic stock, right? These Yoruba speaking people, they want to advance as a people, as Asian people, and they want to incorporate their tradition, their Asian knowledge, and everything by themselves, and also their language, put into make it a curriculum and design a curriculum language where they're trying to read and write in their language, learn things according to their own ethnic way, you understand? So that's what we are saying. And then maybe all these people you are mentioning, like or some people like that, they are just not 100% Yoruba things. They can decide that, okay, we're not part of it. Okay, that's fine. It's not my fault. But those
no, Mike, it's not easy like that because you want to bring uniformity. That is what I'm trying to say before. If you want to bring a uniformity, that means you must crave a Yoruba language that will be acceptable for. We already have that one. If you want to change it, that everybody will feel a sense of belonging. The problem is there that we have various ethnicity in Nigeria. So if everybody follow the suit like Yoruba, I'm telling you, it will bring a lot of trouble. That means everybody that comes to Yoruba land, like you said, you want to use Yoruba land as in the language for your governance, for everything. That means if I'm an Igbo